of about 12,000 feet. Its size and scope is unimaginable. There's more life there than anywhere else on Earth. But as of summer 2024, only 26.1% of the seafloor has been measured. And that's just the bottom, not everything in between. So, while we may have found out what caused the bloop, the ocean remains a mystery. You can get that off the screen though, because the mystery of the bloop is solved.
Hooray!
Yeah. You win some, you lose some, you know?
Yeah.
I don't want to know what's in the ocean. I hope I'm dead by then.
You hope you're dead by when?
By the time they figure out what's like
in
the whole ocean is discovered. Like, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
I feel like there's gonna.
I don't think you will.
I feel like there's gonna be some crazy shit.
They've only gotten 20%. It's 2025. I think you'll be dead.
What if it's the upside down?
Okay, let's wrap it up here.
You know?
Yeah, maybe.
Go to the mall with a bunch of dust around me. Spores.
Did you hear what I said about the brothers? Were you paying attention to that?
You said they were. No, actually, I don't remember.
Okay, there was sort of a fog in your eyes, and I was I don't think he knows which boys I'm talking about.
Yeah, I was just thinking about a damn 1483. That's old.
You couldn't pay me $1,000 to wear what you're wearing right now.
You put it on, you're gonna die.
They got a missing body problem.
Leave his bones alone.
This is a mystery within a mystery.
That's right. Welcome to Mystery Files, where we take a deep dive into cases that span from the creepy to the truly bizarre, and everything in between. I'm Shane, and today I'll be forcing my colleague Ryan to hear all about the curious Leather Man. And in the end, you'll have to decide if this mystery is solved or if it's simply a mystery.
Very warm.
I'm slick inside of this thing. So
why are you dancing around?
You try putting on a leather head to toe and you try to stop wriggling. It feels good, man. I think I am a leather man now.
You're squeaky for sure. Why?
That's what we do in the leather trade. We show off our leather, you know.
I regret asking.
Well, let's dig into the history. Ryan, do you know anything about the Leather Man?
I don't, actually. I've seen the one-liner. He was a guy that walked around in leather for no reason.
All right. See you next week, everybody.
I'm sure there's more to that.
Sure there is.
Well, let's have it.
What is that smell? It smells candy sweet, but also dark and classic, like being at the fun fair with your mother's friend. You know?
No, I actually don't. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Oh, is that your new cologne?
Oh, you're talking about this?
Yes, I think that's what I was smelling.
Yeah, you like the smell
It was
of this?
just that.
You like the smell of this?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is actually my Scentbird cologne. It's a Black Orchid by Tom Ford.
Oh my gosh.
You want some?
Yeah.
Psych.
Oh,
I'm just kidding. You can have some. No, you
Okay.
can have some.
Oh, you actually did it. That's good.
It's good, right?
Whoa. That is good.
Okay, take it easy. Take it easy.
Where'd you get that?
Scentbird is a monthly perfume subscription box that lets me try a 30-day supply of our new designer fragrances each month for just $17. There's tons of options for everyone. This month, I chose Black Orchid by Tom Ford, Guilty Pour Homme by Gucci, and Versace Man Eau Fraiche by Versace.
I'm getting sniffs of each one of them, and they're very good. Black Orchid. That's perfect for, I would say, off the top of my head, date night.
Yeah.
It's got a little bit of jasmine, some patchouli, a little floral, a little woody.
And Guilty Pour Homme, it's fresh, clean lavender.
Sweet and spicy at the same time. I can't wrap my head around it. It's too good. Half the fun is just opening these things.
Yeah.
Look at this. Oh, magnetic. Oh,
That's
look at
pretty
that.
good.
And inside you have this gorgeous little vial where you can read about it, see what it is, right? You can unlock it like that and give it a little spray. Ooh.
You want it on you?
Oh, that is quite nice. That's really nice.
Putting it on you.
That's fresh.
Anyways, use Watcher8 to get 55% off your first month at Scentbird. It's just a little over $7 for your first month. Available in the USA and Canada. Sorry, everybody else.
Can I?
Sure, go for it.
Might I say a big old thank you to Scentbird for sponsoring this video. Be sure to check out the links below.
I knew you knew who Scentbird was.
Now, when the Civil War ended, Southern soldiers were left destitute, as all rotten traitors should be. Their lives decimated by the war, many ended up homeless, causing a tramp problem. That's their words, not mine.
Yeah.
To combat the growing issue, the government passed tramp laws. That's their terminology, not mine. That said, if any vagrant stayed in one location for more than 3 months, the town was responsible for their well-being. Now, towns would force any vagabond to either move to another town or be forced into a jail or workhouse. Some even suggested poisoning or execution as a solution to the rampant problem.
Jesus
And I don't
Christ.
agree with that. Just
Sounds like you're
putting it-
saying a lot of things that I'm starting to think you might agree with them.
Don't say that. I don't agree with that at all. These are bad people.
So, okay, yeah, I just read it. Good.
Take your notes. But for one man, these laws were never enforced, as he had been wandering since before the war, becoming a living legend in the New England towns he visited.
New England. Got
Yes.
it. Chowder.
Didn't
Clams.
mention.
Oysters, baby.
Yeah, well. This man roamed a 365-mile clockwise trip through over 40 towns across southwestern Connecticut and lower New York State that would take him 34 to 36 days.
Did he ever stop walking? Was
Never
it like a Forrest Gump situation?
I mean, we'll get into it. He did occasionally take little breaks.
You can't just be shitting and walking. I mean, I guess you could, like a horse.
Oh, no, he'd stop into towns.
You ever
and-
wish you could do that? Take a shit while walking like a horse?
Yeah,
Okay, well, I thought it was just me. I thought that was a weird thing to bring up.
be
but-
nice.
Is that why you're wearing all brown?
Don't ask too many questions. Now, nobody knows how long he had been making the pilgrimage, but the first mention of this man was a sighting in Harwinton, Connecticut in 1858. Passing through Danbury, New Fairfield, Watertown, Middletown, and New Canaan, Connecticut, into Westchester, New York, and then back into Connecticut through Danbury before arriving back in New Fairfield. He was so punctual that people could tell the time by his schedule. Not like, oh, it's 3 o'clock. That's leather time. But,
Yeah.
the time of year.
Oh, I would have a Google Cal alert for leather time. It seemed like he loved two things, walking and leather.
Yeah. Can you blame him? Knowing he was in town was easy, as he was always clad head to toe in leather, which gave him his name. Say it with me.
Leather
The
man.
leather.
Oh.
The Leather
Leather
Man.
Man.
Weighing 60 pounds, his suit was completely handmade.
His suit weighed 60 pounds?
Can you believe it?
God damn.
It was handmade out of boot tops, stitched with leather straps.
What?
Boot tops.
That means nothing. Okay, handmade. I'll write it down.
Yep, write it down.
Handmade out of boot tops.
Yes, it weighed 60 pounds. It was handmade out of boot tops. Over the years, it became so patched and mended that its original texture wasn't visible. Over his shoulders, he carried a large leather sack. His shoes were described as, quote, not unlike those worn by the peasants of Norway and Sweden, though far more cumbersome. His hickory walking stick tipped with a wooden ball was the only item not made from leather he traveled with. Whether it was a torrential downpour or in the blistering heat, the Leatherman never wore anything else.
Do you think he wore leather underwear? Because it also looks like he's wearing a shirt that's clearly not leather either.
No, I think that shirt's a very thin leather, maybe like a suede. Hey,
You think?
research says
Oh, okay. No,
maybe
you-
he wore a cute little black turtleneck underneath it all.
You're
That's
just
that's
describing.
always
You're just
possible.
describing what you're wearing.
And some Adidas.
Proceed.
Here comes the Leatherman! Children would scream as he came into their town. School would be dismissed as everybody gathered to watch the Leatherman make his way through town. Some towns even deemed it Leatherman Day when it was their turn on his path. Gandalf vibes, though, right?
What?
He's got Gandalf vibes.
Yeah, because he's got a stick, I guess.
Well, but at the beginning of Fellowship, the little hobbits run up to the.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You know,
I guess I could see that. Well, because you're at large. He doesn't seem like a large guy.
I don't actually know how tall he was. He does look like he could be an ancestor of mine. You see that in the face, right?
No.
Something behind those eyes. The people who had the privilege of giving Leatherman a meal were called the Friends of Leatherman. Now, if the Leatherman regularly chose your house as one of his meals, it was considered a herald of good luck.
He ate entire houses?
Don't. You got me there. Leatherman would rarely step inside another's home. Instead, he would eat silently outside. Now, a friend of the Leatherman, old James Francis Rogers, wrote what a typical interaction looked like. Quote, soon a quiet, motherly-looking lady who has attended to his summons for a quarter of a century opened the door and looked pityingly on the wanderer as he placed his great rough hand upon his lips and muttered the words, eat, eat, eat. She returned laden with dishes which had been thoughtfully laid aside for him. In silence, he ate his meal.
Oh, so he didn't say eat, eat, eat the entire time, just to commence the eating, kind of like Cookie Monster.
I do like saying eat, eat, eat when I'm hungry.
You should.
Start
You have the
saying
size
that,
for it.
Once he finished his meal, he would take the leftovers to one of his many hovels that he built in caves and rock formations on the outskirts of towns. Never chopping down a tree, he would gather broken branches and stones to erect his huts. At any one time, he would have roughly 2 days' worth of food, but he had a huge appetite that kept him moving from town to town. I like this because I would love to live in a little cave.
I could see that. Specifically a little cave.
I'd like to feel very,
What
very
is your obsession
claustrophobic in
with
it.
being all curled up? And do you want to be small? Is that what
I
it
think
is?
I want to be small, yeah.
It's like a tall guy thing, right?
Have you ever wanted to be big? Or even average sized? Now, rumors ran rampant that inside some of these huts he had stored, quote, vast quantities of gold and jewels hidden away in the dark recesses of some cave. When he'd moved to another town, locals often searched his home for his treasures.
Yeah. You know who I think's rich? That guy that walks around all day in leather. I bet you he's hiding something. He's probably got gold.
Despite the intense curiosity the Leatherman caused, little was known about him. Who was he? Why was he doing this? Now, Ryan, as more answers about Leatherman's life were uncovered, it only led to more questions. Yeah. So, who is the Leatherman?
Oh, that was very Willy Wonka. I like
Thank
that.
you.
I don't know, who is he?
Now, during Leatherman's stop in Milford, a reporter from the New York Morning Journal reportedly spoke to him in French. This would be the first time people would learn something of Leatherman's past.
Maybe it wasn't that he spoke in grunts exclusively. He only did that when being spoken to in English.
Oui.
Oui, indeed.
It's like when I visit another country.
You just grunt.
I would go, That's a coffee.
Yeah, dude. It looked like one.
Sorry. According to the report, Leatherman's name was Rudolph Mossy. Born in Rouen, a small town about 90 miles from Paris, Mossy was a shoemaker. While living in France, he was married, but it was short-lived when less than a year later, his wife eloped with a friend, fleeing to New York City. Can I do that here? In pursuit, Mossy sold his shoe business and set sail to America. It took him 3 years, but he tracked down the man that had stolen his wife in New Haven.
Nice, right near Yale.
That's right, but it was too late. She was dead.
How did she die?
Well, she had died several months earlier from death. I don't know what happened
She
to her.
got hit by a car, or like, I guess it's 1861 at that point?
Yeah, that's when the leading cause of death was January. And not only that, but she had lived in other towns with other men.
Wow, okay.
And we celebrate her for that. Now, the news of this, understandably, broke him. He lost all ambition, instead dedicating his life to visiting each place his wife was reported to have lived.
This doesn't seem healthy.
But on August 16th, 1884, the Waterbury Daily American published an article which claimed Leatherman was not Rudolph Mossy, but another Frenchman with a tragic love story. Identity 2, Jules Bourglet.
Fun name. I hope he wins.
Now, in the 1820s, Jules Bourglet was born to a family of lower middle class woodcutters. As Jules got older, he fell in love with Miss Margaret Laurent. Deciding he wanted to marry Margaret, Jules approached her wealthy leather merchant father, who rejected Jules' proposal.
Leather merchant father.
Interesting. Are the pieces coming together for you?
They're starting to get a little closer. The tectonic plates in my brain are shifting.
You see the fine tools that they work with to make beautiful works of art like this?
Weird that you referred to a beautiful piece of art when you were gesturing towards your crotch.
It's getting real warm in here. At the beginning, it was sort of a joke, but now it's starting to get very, very moist inside of all this.
What the fuck, dude?
and he rejected Jules' proposal. Jules then rejected his rejection and begged for another chance, and he was given an opportunity to prove himself by working in the Laurent family leather business. If he could thrive in the job, he would receive Margaret's hand in marriage. As he raised in the ranks, he was tasked with purchasing leather on the open market. In 1855, Jules made a large purchase, but to his horror, after this purchase, the price of leather fell 40% due to a technological advancement that made tanning much cheaper and less labor intensive. This is sort of an NFT bro of the time,
Yeah,
I guess,
dude.
you know.
That's a tough break.
His lack of knowledge on what was happening in their industry ruined the Laurent's leather firm, which is honestly pretty funny. A marriage to Margaret was out of the question. Ashamed to return to his home, Jules became a drifter in Lyon, France. Now nobody knows what actually happened to Jules, except for the fact that a person fitting his description showed up in Harwinton, Connecticut in 1862, clad in, you guessed it, leather.
All right, okay. I mean, that doesn't exactly line up with the first sighting of the Leatherman. I feel like if he shows up in Connecticut looking like you, people are going to notice over the course of 4 years. That's a weird gap to account for.
Maybe it took time. Something happens once, you think, well, that's weird. Happens again 36 days later, you're like, odd.
I'm going to take notice at least after the first 3 cycles.
Would you throw crab apples at him?
No, because I'm not nasty, but I'm sure you would.
That was a test. I just want to make sure you wouldn't. Please don't ever do that to me if you see me in this outfit again, because I'm going to be wearing this quite a bit from now on.
Well, I never made any promises about you.
I hope you're ready for Identity 3.
I'm ready.
Ezek,
What?
which sort of sounds like a
Is that one of the
vaping brand.
Is that one of Elon Musk's kids?
No, that's good. That's good too. Now, on April 2nd, 1885, James Francis Rogers saw Leatherman coming down the road. Now, as Leatherman waited for a meal, Rogers sat beside him, making another attempt to strike up a conversation. This time, it worked better than normal. Leathery, Rogers began, will you please tell me your name? Yes, it is Ezek, grunted Leatherman. Grilling him with questions while receiving a series of short 1 to 2 word answers, mostly yeses and nos, Rogers uncovered more directly from Leatherman than almost anybody else.
According to Rogers.
According to Rogers, he discovered that Leatherman was from France, but never wished to return. Ezek had been tramping for 27 years and was currently 68 years old. A zaddy, if you will. Leatherman had built his leather suit a long time ago, but refused to ever take it off to live like a normal person. Now, during their conversation, Leatherman took out an old French prayer book and a rosary, bowing his head in reverence. At that moment, Rogers realized that Leatherman was a religious monomaniac who was, quote, living a life of terrible penance. Even after so many revelations, the only thing that people were sure of was that Leatherman was a Frenchman, walked the same path every month, and, of course, wore leather. Ezek, which, if he's French, I guess it could be Isaac?
Yeah, I was about to say he could be
Ezek.
saying some sort
Ezek.
of like name with an accent. Tell me more about Ezek.
That's it.
That's all there is to say about Ezek.
Might have been his name.
But if it's correct, it doesn't help us any more than when we were in the beginning, because it's like Ezek, that's clearly not his like actual name.
We eat. I'm gonna become a historical Leatherman reenactor after this.
Yeah,
and
dude,
so
I
I'm just
think-
practicing. Oh. Yes. Eat.
I think you got a career in it.
Eat. Now, in March of 1889, a carpenter from the town of Mount Pleasant named Henry Miller was on a walk with his wife. As they went about their Sunday, she told Henry that she'd like to go visit one of Leatherman's retreats, and Miller took her to it. Peeking their head in, Leatherman was asleep. They got closer. Leatherman's hair and beard were matted with blood. His face was swollen and distorted. Old Leathery was dead.
Why was his face covered? Did he get beat to death?
Well, let me tell you. His body was taken to Sing Sing, where Joel D. Madden, MD, and Charles S. Collins, MD, testified, quote, the immediate cause of his death is blood poisoning that resulted from lupus, which had made frightful ravages in his mouth, almost destroying the lower jaw, and so affected the throat that for a long time before his death ensued, it must have been impossible to swallow anything but liquids. He most likely had been dead for at least 3 or 4 days when he was found. Now, this is just a personal theory, but it seems in a lot of photos he is covering his mouth. You notice that?
Yeah, and I also wonder now, maybe that's why he didn't want to go in anybody's houses, because he feared he was contagious.
That's possible. He could have just been being a sweetie.
You know, that makes total sense why he looked so grumpy in some of those other photos.
Yeah.
If I could only eat liquids, I'd be very grumpy. That would rule out popcorn, in which case, what's the point?
What's the point? Now, upon his death, the Waterbury Daily American retracted their story, claiming he was Jules Bourglet. Furthermore, there has never been any supporting evidence to definitively say what his identity was. On his death certificate, his identity is listed as unknown. Kind of cool.
That's kind of baller.
Go out that way.
Yeah.
Who's this? He's dead.
I don't know.
We got nothing. Now, at the White and Dorsey undertaking rooms, his body was visited by hundreds of people from miles and miles around until he was buried in the paupers section of Sparta Cemetery. Initially, his final resting place was marked only with a metal pipe. Eventually, it was replaced with a tombstone that read, quote, "Final resting place of Jules Bourglet of Lyon, France, the Leatherman." So, sort of incorrect. Just a blatant lie.
Fanfic.
Sure. I mean, you could just scratch that out and be like, final resting place of the Leatherman. Old Leathery. What a guy. Dead. Would you go visit him in the
Crossing the
morgue?
shot.
Check it out. They said hundreds of people came.
No,
You
I
get a
don't.
sniff of that leather?
No, I don't really have.
That's one of the things that I would love, because leather is a rich scent to begin with, but to just give this leather man a hug, that's got to have a nice funk to it.
No, I wouldn't describe it as a pleasure. Pretty
Sort of a
horrendous.
unique experience, though.
Put it this way, I wouldn't want to smell the leather you're wearing.
Give me
right
a hug.
now. No.
Give me a hug. Smell the leather.
I'll give you a hug after you take off that. Well, after you take that getup off and then put something else on, then I'll give you a hug. I had to clarify.
You're missing your chance. Now, the locals' fascination with Leatherman only intensified upon his death, as hundreds visited his cave in the Sawmill Woods, hunting for his treasure. Idiots. People believed that this had to be his headquarters.
What the fuck?
Yeah, the woods.
Yeah, sure.
Now, on one Saturday night, a farmer by the name of Sorrel headed into the woods in search of the money. He returned just after midnight, terrified. Sorrel claims that while he was leaving the cave, his torch went out. With no matches on him, Sorrel felt his way out of the cave. To his horror, a pile of dry sticks lit on fire. It was the Leatherman. Leatherman bellowed for him to leave, and Sorrel ran the rest of the way home.
Wait, was it like as a ghost? Was there a Leatherman ghost?
I don't know,
Or
Ryan.
was it just a guy in the cave?
This is what he said happened.
Okay.
Now, to make sense of it, he deduced the Leatherman must have a double. What do you think of that?
I think it's a lie.
Sort of a unique fella.
Yeah, no, I don't know
You
about
ain't gonna
that.
see two of those.
No.
In 2011, the Ossining Historical Society Museum petitioned to move his body to a safer location and give him a headstone that removed the incorrect name. Now, a plan was put into place that while the body was being relocated, DNA samples would be taken to determine his home country. To middle school history teacher Don Johnson, this went against everything Leatherman stood for. He said, quote, 30 years, 100,000 miles, never telling anybody who he was. That legacy, to me, should speak to us today as, do we want to respect him and memorialize him properly? Then leave him alone. Leave his bones alone.
I guess that's true if he didn't want to be known. However, it is a mystery.
That's a nice mystery.
And we do love a good mystery over here.
The thinking is, like, if during his life he was like, I don't want to tell you about myself, then maybe we should respect his wishes and leave him be. So maybe this very episode of this show is immoral, and we will rot in hell for this. Now, in the face of protest, the project moved forward. For 2 days, a team exhumed Leatherman's grave. But when they completed their dig, all they found were nails in the outline of where the coffin once was.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
They got a missing body problem.
We got a mystery afoot.
Did they find claw marks on the inside of the...
Yes.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Oh, fuck, that would have been crazy.
You eat it right up, don't you?
No, I would have loved it.
Well, now what they did is they sifted through the soil in hopes of finding any remains that could be from Leatherman. But there was nothing.
What the...
Pretty cool.
What was that?
David Blaine type stuff.
Yeah, I was about to say, what kind of funeral was that? I'm guessing not open casket.
He gone. The Leatherman saved one final trick. It'd be funny if they exhumed him and there was a 150-year-old Leatherman peering behind an oak tree going, Where had the Leatherman gone? Now it's time. Let us away to the corkboard for the theories.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Okay, we're going to the board.
We're at the board.
Corky Romano.
That's good. That's
Nice
good.
deep cut there. Now, Ryan, we're going to get into the theories, but before we do, based on the copious notes that you've taken, who do you surmise is the Leatherman?
I think Rudolph Mossy is out.
Yeah.
Jules Bourlet, I don't know how to say his name. The timeline doesn't really match up. 4 years unaccounted for. Don't know about that.
Sloppy.
Which leaves me for Ezek, and that comes from a person who actually knew him. So I'm gonna go with Ezek, which unfortunately leaves us nowhere because we really only have a first name to work off of.
Right.
But I'm also gonna go with, I believe this one is a mystery.
Well, the theories are actually about what happened to the body. I forgot about that. Whether or not he's Ezek, the world may never know. But what we also may never know is where his body went.
This is a mystery within a mystery.
That's right.
This is the real mystery.
So let's get into the theories. Theory 1. His body disintegrated.
It's not how bones work.
Isn't it?
No, it's not.
Well, generally, that is not how bodies work, but the soil in the area was incredibly acidic. So many believed that it could have eaten away the entire body. Now, the people that believe this theory point towards the nails being all that was left behind to support this.
So hyperacidic soil melted his bones, leaving just nails.
Just nails.
Why
Melted them.
was there a coffin in the ground?
That's a good question. I, for one, also thought about that.
Did
I
you?
was expecting you to ask about that.
And now I'm guessing I'm gonna get your prepared answer then.
My prepared answer is, I don't know, man. Seems like
That soil had it out for him.
it could be.
What about theory 1.5?
What's that?
The Leatherman is actually David Copperfield.
Not bad. Theory 2. The original marker was misplaced. Now, I think you're going to get a kick out of this one.
I hope so.
Now, when Leatherman was buried, he originally had no marker at all. It wasn't until 30 years later that the initial metal pipe, you see that right there?
Yeah.
Was placed on his resting spot. One night, the daughter of the couple that had found Leatherman dead
Yeah.
decided to show off by bringing friends to where he was buried. So, runs in the family.
Yeah, they're
Bunch of weirdos.
They're a little weird.
Sick and twisted.
You guys want to have a good night?
Pretty
I know a
weird.
spot.
Let's go kiss by the Leatherman's body. Now, when they arrived in Sparta Cemetery, she pointed to a spot. Over there, she said. That's where the Leatherman was buried. She didn't actually. I'm just sort of.
Yeah, you're riffing.
A friend hammered the pipe into the spot where she pointed. It was highly likely that she had simply pointed to the wrong place. So she basically just took him there and said, yeah, right there. And then someone grabbed a pipe and went, donk, donk, donk.
And the rest of society just went along with
That's
this
right.
girl and her pipe
Yeah,
thing.
the girl in the pipe. The girl in
So,
the pipe.
did
Pipe,
the-
pipe girl, they called her.
I'm just confused to how the girl thinking that he's buried by a pipe would have anything to do with them exhuming his body later.
It was a pauper's grave, do you recall? A pauper's grave.
Oh yeah, but they
A
didn't.
pauper's grave.
They didn't mark down where they buried him.
Are you telling me the government could be incompetent?
I suppose so. I mean,
They clearly didn't.
they're gonna go all that trouble to fucking do tests on him.
Yeah. Let's move on to theory 3.
Okay.
And you're gonna love this one.
Okay.
The Leatherman lived.
All right, great. I like this one. This is a happy one.
Now, what if the double that Farmer Sorrel saw was the actual Leatherman? Months after the official death of Leatherman, a strange exhibit popped up as part of the Globe Dime Museum in New York City.
Okay.
Now, they claimed to have the real Leatherman on display. As people would pay to enter, they were greeted with a haggard old man wearing Leatherman's infamous leather suit. Now, a lecturer would begin pontificating. We have here on exhibition the greatest living curiosity of the 19th century, the Westchester Leatherman.
What the fuck?
That's right. He was born near the city of Paris in the year 1688, making him a trifle over 200 years of age. As people would lean in, the lecturer warned them to not step too close. The museum had spent $100,000 to bring him to the city after finding him in a cave, and he was dangerous.
In this theory,
Yes.
he's a 200-year-old human
Yeah.
that they went to a cave and were like, here's $100,000. Come sit in our chair.
That's right. Come sit in our chair. Let us
And
talk about you to people.
He was like, done deal. Here's my bank info.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Sure. It's a fun theory. I like that theory.
You know what else they got here?
What do you got there?
Lady swimmers.
I've
And
never seen one of those before.
funny tub races. Okay, Ryan. Now, you know everything about the Leatherman that I know about the Leatherman. We're both experts.
Yeah.
Knowing everything you know, what do you think happened to the Leatherman?
I have a lot to consider here. First theory, we have killer dirt that's sentient.
Body gone.
It just completely ignored his coffin. Theory 2, we got a pipe that's big time wrong.
Big pipe.
And then we got theory 3, where he is a 200-year-old Gandalf.
But he's clearly there.
Yeah, no, they didn't dress up anybody in leather. How could they?
Leatherman is
It's
there.
impossible to dress somebody up in leather and have them sit down. Wait, aren't you dressed up in leather right now, standing in front of me?
It's not that easy. Not everybody can pull this off.
Clearly. Okay, well, considering all those 3 theories, that's a lot to think about. I'm gonna go with this one is a mystery. And you know what? Isn't that beautiful? Let it be a mystery.
Let it be a mystery. Well, it isn't.
What now?
Well, this one's a bit of a mixed bag. Theory number 3 has been debunked.
What?
Yes.
He wasn't 200?
The man was not 200 years old.
Was he 150?
Let me tell you, and I can see you're excited because you did not see this coming.
I didn't.
Now, the Globe Dime Museum, operated by Thomas Meehan and James Wilson, was one of the dozens of P.T. Barnum ripoffs
Nice.
that had pursued the Leatherman for years. Right before his death, the Globe Dime Museum tried to convince Leatherman to join them, but he refused, obviously.
Yeah.
What's he gonna say? When he died, they purchased his nasty-ass suit.
Oh, wow, so the leather itself was legit.
Allegedly, the real suit.
And they made some other dude slide that bad boy on?
Pretty gnarly shit.
That's
Pretty gross.
gross.
Yeah.
That person deserves $100,000.
Like,
just for
how
wearing-
often was this guy showering? Probably never.
You couldn't pay me $1,000 to wear what you're wearing
You
right
put it
now.
on, you're gonna die. Because you're gonna get something.
Yeah.
Now, quickly, they actually abandoned the living Leatherman, and instead they stuffed his suit, turning it into a static display.
That seems better.
So I'm gonna assume the first guy who put it on as the living Leatherman died immediately.
Passed out, yeah, passed
and
away.
They were like, well, let's just put this on a mannequin from Kohl's. Now, without Leatherman's body, hope to discover any more about his identity was squashed. The nails were put into a pine box and reburied, along with dirt from the original site. Why not? In a safer area of the graveyard.
Yeah, maybe away from that killer dirt.
Yeah, exactly. The new resting place continues to be a popular tourist destination, with people coming from all around to gaze upon the mystery that entranced New England for decades. All that remains is a gravestone with only 2 words engraved: the Leather Man. Without a name or a body, we will let this legendary man be a mystery.
He is a mystery man. What are you gonna do?
Well, you do what you can, which is buy a full leather outfit and wear it every day of your life to honor him. That's
And
what I do.
Take a long walk in the sun.
I can't imagine moving in this.
Yeah.
I've just been standing here, and I'll tell you what, it's swamp ass that I'm never gonna forget. It's really, I gotta take 4 showers when I get
It's
home.
turning into a swamp river.
Yeah, give me a hug.
No.
Yeah, you wanna give me a hug? Smell
I
this
don't.
leather.
I feel like if I do, there's gonna be a mist that comes
Give
out of
the-
that jacket.
Give old Leathery a hug. Let him hear the audio of you hugging me. Come on.
This is fucking gross.
Here we go. Come on. Give me a nice hug. Yep. That's it. Thank you again to Scentbird for sponsoring this video. Check out the links below and use our code to get 55% off your first month.
God, you're greasy, dude. That's good. Okay, all right. I hated every second of that.
All right. person somehow cooler than DB Cooper?
When I think of a heist, the last word that comes to mind is lazy. You don't encourage someone to rob a bank.
Rob a bank.
Welcome to the series premiere of Mystery Files, where we take a deep dive into cases that span from the creepy to the truly bizarre and everything in between. I'm Ryan, and today I'll be forcing my colleague Shane to hear all about the unhinged case of DB Tuber. And in the end, you'll have to decide if the mystery is solved or if it's simply a mystery. Do you know who DB Tuber is?
What's a tuber? Is a tuber a potato?
No, actually, but I'm gonna let you figure that out on your own.
A tuber.
Look, you're in the mystery zone.
Yeah, I guess I already got some
I'm not
questions.
gonna just give you layups. Yeah,
A tuber.
write that down. Who's DB Tuber? What's a
Okay.
tube?
What's a tube?
Off to a good start. Shall we get into this? Tucked away in the Cascadia foothills, 30 miles northeast of Seattle, sits the town of Monroe, Washington. With a population of only 16,000, it's a place where people believe in helping their neighbors, but also minding their own damn business. However, on the morning of September 30th, 2008, all of that would change. At 11 a.m., landscapers began to gather at a local strip mall. Each were dressed exactly the same. Work boots, a blue hat, a long-sleeved blue shirt, a fluorescent safety vest, and a protective particle mask. In other words, you couldn't see who they were.
Is this a flash mob?
No. Now, to demonstrate how well this would actually conceal the identity of the wearer, we're actually gonna have somebody come in right now.
And I can guess their identity.
Mystery man, can you please enter?
That's Carter. That's your cousin Carter.
Well, you wouldn't know that's Carter if you didn't know Carter personally.
Toe to tip, that's Carter.
But if you didn't know Carter and you didn't know Carter was gonna be in this vicinity, you would not have guessed that's Carter.
I guess if I saw him on the street, I might not say that. No, I'd say that's Carter.
Imagine you're like turning on like a lawnmower.
Yeah. Thank you, Carter. That's good.
One landscaper was already hard at work using a pump sprayer on the grass. At 11:05, a Brinks truck arrived on schedule to the Bank of America at the strip mall. Security guard Gerardo Willie Valdez stepped out of his truck to gather 2 bags of cash and a hand truck with 4 boxes of coins. After shutting the doors to the truck, Valdez began wheeling his delivery towards the bank. Suddenly, the lone working landscaper dropped their pump sprayer and began sprinting towards him. When the landscaper reached Valdez, they produced a can.
Of whoop ass?
It wasn't a can of whoop ass, but I'll tell you what it was a can of. Before Valdez had time to react, his face was sprayed with mace that would make light work out of a 1,000-pound bear. This guy took a bear mace to the face.
And that's not Carter, right? That's not.
As far as I know, that's not Carter. Also of note, this was in 2008. Carter would be 8 years old. And I recall Carter not having that kind of stature at that age. Us Bergaras, we grow late in life. With Valdez incapacitated, the landscaper scooped up the canvas bags of cash and fled across the street towards Eagle Park. The entire crime took about 30 seconds. Across the street, local realtor Mitch Ruth was on the phone with a client as he watched it transpire. When he saw the robber charge the Brinks truck security guard, Ruth told his client, quote, "There's a bank robbery. Gotta go." End quote.
There's bank robbery. Gotta go.
If you saw a bank robbery, would you try and stop it?
No,
And neither would I.
I think people should rob from banks.
What if you saw like someone robbing like an old lady or something?
That I don't agree with.
Would you try and stop it?
No. Well, I mean, yes. Old lady, yes.
You would try and stop
I
it.
would try to stop someone robbing an old lady. Proceed.
I was just trying to prove that you're a coward, but I didn't.
No, I would stop an old lady from, you know, that.
You
that-
realize I'm saying stopping someone from robbing an old lady, not stopping an old lady from
robbing a bank.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. No,
Okay.
I know what you're
Yeah,
saying.
okay.
No,
Just
if I saw someone, you know, punching an old woman, I'd be like, hey, can't be doing that. You know?
And then you'd walk away. Remember that.
I did my part.
Calling the police on his phone,
Ruth watched the perp Frogger across traffic and gave chase. While in retreat, the robber stripped off their hat, long brown wig, white particle mask, and shorts. Once the robber reached Eagle Park, Mitch lost them. The last thing Ruth saw was the robber running into the woods with nearly $400,000 under their arms. I was wondering this as I was like putting this together. How easy would it be to have like literally $400,000 under your arms like this?
I mean, it depends what kind of notes we're working with. I would hazard a guess, and I may be way off here, of like 60 to 80 pounds.
And how much do you think that would hinder your movement? I mean, obviously
Not
this
much.
is
I'm a big, strong guy. I got
Well, I was
big
going to
legs.
say this is obviously more of a question for like someone who's an athlete, so this may not apply to
Yeah.
you. But I'm thinking that if I'm running like this,
Yeah.
like when I want to run dynamic, I need my arms to move like this to help the feet move.
Yeah,
But
and
if
I bound more like the BFG, so
Yeah.
it's because I don't even know that it's necessarily a lot of arm strength in that situation.
Yeah.
Because you could even, that, and then you're using your shoulders, and then it's just more about the legs.
but then you're very top heavy.
Yeah, but I'm used to that, aren't I?
But you're adding more heaviness to the top. I predict.
I know what you're trying to argue here is that you would succeed at this and I wouldn't, but I think you're mistaken. I think you would start crying.
I don't know about that.
Just yesterday, I was sitting on the ground and you were like, well, I can't believe you can sit like that. My legs hurt when I do that.
Okay, being flexible has nothing to do about how fast you
And
can
what
move.
happened? You said, well, I ran this morning. And I said, yeah, I did too.
Within minutes, the police arrived to the chaos at the Bank of America. They were greeted by one of the landscapers shouting, "We just got scammed!" The police learned that each landscaper had replied to the same Craigslist ad listed from the Clean Monroe Beautification Project, a relatively lucrative 9-day landscaping job paying $28.50 an hour. The ad told all applicants to gather at this specific lot on a small patch of blacktop between Jack in the Box and the Bank of America. The ad specified all workers must purchase safety glasses or equivalent eye protection, ventilator mask, yellow safety vest, long sleeves, and no shorts, along with proper foot protection.
Pretty good gig, honestly.
Well, that's the point.
For 2008,
You got to remember, this is in the time of the Great Recession.
kind of shitty. You got to buy your own little masks and stuff, but probably fun to buy a
$28.50 an hour at that time.
cool little costume.
Now that we're in your mind, you see this ad, you're struggling, you're a landscaper, you get there thinking I'm about to have a nice payday, you see a bunch of people dressed like you. Who are these guys? What's your thoughts?
Well, I have been a landscaper, and that's the team.
Well, you gotta also remember, this is a Bank of America they're landscaping. Not a lot of greenery at a Bank of America.
I will say that is a pretty big team for what is probably a pretty small lot.
But is it enough for you to be like, what's going on here?
12 is overkill.
And this was the sentiment of the folks there and also of the lead detective who showed up and realized all these people responded to the same ad. Let's get into why that happened. Lead detective Tim Bazell followed the gravel trail the perpetrator had fled down. Along the way, they collected the items left behind. The path came to a dead end at the edge of Woods Creek, a stream less than 2 feet deep. After finding nothing for an hour, despite the use of a helicopter and a canine unit, a patrol officer finally found a yellow and black inner tube 200 yards downstream, hidden under the underbrush.
Whoa, is this person somehow cooler than DB Cooper? Because my man Coop, cool guy,
Cool guy.
right?
Sunglasses, suit, ordering bourbon.
Yeah, but this guy seems to value the chillaxitude
That's right.
of a lazy river.
He has an aptitude for chillaxitude.
Exactly right, mon frere. And
Yeah.
I respect that.
And you know what? Can you think of anything more cool than having a high octane crime and then kicking back on a lazy river after?
You're just sitting there with 2 bags of money, sucking down a little Mai Tai.
When I think of a heist, the last word that comes to mind is lazy. And
Yeah.
this guy's a fucking genius.
I like that.
Also found was a torn off shirt, a radio that was velcroed onto the inner tube, and a steel cable stretched between a tree and a fallen log that the robber used to pull themselves. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, maybe we're not supposed to root for the robber, but pretty neat.
Yeah, when it's Bank of America, it's okay.
I'm gonna repeat that information one more time,
Okay?
and I'm gonna give you the opportunity to say something.
Okay.
And if you don't say anything, we'll move on. How about that?
All right.
Because you are writing things down, right? Or are you just drawing circles?
I'm drawing a tube.
You listening?
Yep.
Also found was a torn off shirt,
a radio that was Velcroed onto the inner tube,
Hang on.
And a steel-
Horn off. Okay.
and a steel cable stretched between a tree and a fallen log that the robber used to pull himself.
Gotcha. Okay. You're giving me the opportunity to say something that I don't know. Okay.
You're trying to solve a mystery, remember that.
Torn off shirt, Velcro radio, steel cable.
I'll give you 5 seconds.
Sounds cool. Is that what you wanted to say? Sounds cool. We love this guy.
All right, let's move on.
What were you gonna say?
I'm not gonna tell you.
I don't understand.
I'll tell you later. The police had collected little evidence by the time the day's search was called off. Surveillance footage didn't give many details about the perpetrator, except that they were white, tall, and young. There was DNA evidence from the particle mask and wig, but it did not match anybody in the system. When reports of the crime came out, a local radio DJ noted the similarities to D.B. Cooper, but instead of jumping from a plane, this perpetrator had used an inner tube. The name D.B. Tuber was born. It's corkboard time. Let's get into the suspects. Suspect number 1. Ellen Dean. One day after the crime, a patrol sergeant remembered a strange visit from a few weeks back. On September 9th, Public Works employee Randy Oshk, I think that's how you say it, Osh.
Osh. It looks like an Osh to me.
Osh, Randy Osh. He called the police. While he was fixing a sewer near the Bank of America, an unhoused man approached Osh to tell Osh that he discovered a robbery kit. Buzzell and his partner Detective Hatch tracked the man to an encampment along the Snohomish River. The man's name was Alan Dean. When they found him, Dean said, "It's about time you got here."
What is in a robbery kit?
You know, stuff to commit a robbery.
A gun in a bag.
Bag of pantyhose, slime.
This just sounds like Home Alone now.
No, it doesn't. Probably like a beanie, some fingerless gloves,
Yeah.
an indestructible skull. That's about it, yeah.
Okay.
Originally from the Ozarks, Dean was a 53-year-old felon. Before the recession, he had been making up to $200 a day panhandling. But now he was lucky to make $50, dashing his dreams of saving enough money to buy a car so he could drive to Arkansas and reunite with his children.
Oh.
It's very sad, very sad.
Maybe he achieved his dream. If he's the guy, right? Wouldn't that be a sweet little happy ending?
Maybe.
Give him some sweet quiche.
I like
Hey,
where you-
Daddy's here and he's got hundreds of thousands of dollars for you.
It's funny that you'd speak of Daddy, because I like how Daddy's thinking right now.
Me, Daddy?
When the police asked why Dean was expecting them, he told them that to keep his mind sharp, he read 2 newspapers a day, had seen the DB Tuber story, and had information about it. Weeks earlier, Dean was begging near the Bank of America. Behind a dumpster, he spotted a radio. As he picked it up, he saw a particle mask, a dark wig, sunglasses, and a can of mace. As Dean realized this was for a robbery, he became acutely aware that his fingerprints were on the evidence.
Oh.
Dean rushed to a man working nearby. Osh! He told that man, "You gonna call the law, or am I?" Osh filed the report. Expecting the police to collect what he found, Dean stayed with all of the materials. As he waited, a silver SUV pulled up. Out of the SUV jumped a young man. Dean told them, "Hey dude, I wouldn't mess with that stuff. I called the law and they're coming to pick it up." The man replied, "What'd you do that for?" The man gathered the items and drove away.
Whoa, that's the bad guy.
According to Dean, of course. This is
Oh,
Dean is
okay.
saying.
I mean, yeah, okay.
You can't jump to conclusions like that.
I've jumped.
That's old school, like, kid shit that we did on another show.
Remember that?
They remember it. Using the pen Dean had for his crosswords, he wrote down the license plate number. The officers ran the plate number, but what came back shocked them. Suspect number 2, Emily Curcio. Doesn't mean anything to you yet.
I was gonna say, I don't recognize the name.
I know.
Seems like a lovely lady as far as I can tell. Look
Well,
at that
I'll tell you about
stunning
her.
silhouette.
The vehicle was registered to a woman named Emily Curcio. Well known in the community, Emily had grown up in Monroe. In high school, she was the captain of the cheerleading squad.
After graduation, Emily went to Washington State University, where she was an honors student and received her BA in communications. After college, Emily married her longtime boyfriend, Anthony Curcio. Everybody who lived in Monroe knew the Curcios. In 2004, let's take this one off too, the Curcios bought lakefront property and moved into a 4,000 square foot home. Her co-workers said that Emily was smart, quick learning, and was never afraid to take on the next challenge. She was extremely organized, proactive, and diligent. Her level of detail, organization, and ability to multitask were beneficial to the team. In 2005, she began working in real estate. But when the market crashed in 2007, so did her lifestyle. Their home was close to being
Foreclosed.
foreclosed.
Okay, yep, yeah.
And 2 of their cars were repossessed. But the little evidence the police had all pointed to a man as the perpetrator. Her husband, Anthony Curcio. Anthony's father had been a star wide receiver at the University of Idaho, who opened a landscaping company in town after a career-ending injury. As you can see there, that's doing some landscaping. And there's also Anthony playing football.
Cocaine?
Well, you weren't supposed to see that. Just ignore that. Ignore
Okay.
that for now. The Curcios were royalty. What do you think about that? Just like the idea of like having an illustrious high school career.
Yeah, I mean, I had a crown in high school, so I get it, you know.
You did. You were Mr. Saxton.
That's right. Saxon.
Like,
I was king.
like later hosen.
King.
You were prom king too?
No, my best friend was prom king.
Were you homecoming king? There was some other king in there, right?
I had a crown, I had a sash, you know.
Didn't you also go to prom alone?
Yeah.
Anthony was the apparent prince, an all-star wide receiver and homecoming king, like father, like mother, like son. His dedication earned him a Division I scholarship to play football at the University of Idaho, though he eventually transferred to Washington State University to be with Emily. In 2004, he got his realtor's license and began flipping houses. You like that? The house is flipped upside down?
I like that a lot.
That's pretty good. On his first home, he made $250,000. On his second, $160,000. But success was short-lived, as a house he bought took nearly $100,000 more to repair than he had estimated. Then, in 2007, the housing market crashed. Anthony owed $17,000 a month in mortgage payments and had turned to painkillers and cocaine to cope. There's the cocaine. When one of the officers that had gone to high school with Emily and Anthony saw a security camera picture, the officer pointed out that the perpetrator was crouched in a runner's stance. He said, "Anthony's an athlete. There's a strong possibility that's him."
Is that Carter?
Yeah, that is Carter. We didn't have Anthony actually in a runner's stance, so I contacted the nearest athlete I could.
It's always
which of
nice to
course
see
is my,
Carter. Always
is my
nice to see
cousin
Carter. Yeah.
Detective Bazell uncovered that during college, Anthony had been running scams. Curcio would dress up as a mover to steal furniture. Alarm bells started to go off as Bazell thought about the landscaping costume, and yet they had no evidence. The police weighed what they had. Were they to believe an unhoused man living along the river with fingerprints on evidence? Or that one or two beloved members of their community were responsible for this crime?
Well, I guess you'd have to check the bank accounts, right?
Well, obviously, if you steal from a bank, you're gonna probably wash it or not even put it into the system.
Wash it.
Launder it.
Whoa.
That's just what we say in
It's
the
cool
biz.
how you said that.
Yeah, no, it's you, when you do it a while, you just kind of, like the lingo kind of just becomes you.
Yeah.
Like, look at me right now. Look how relaxed I am. Kind of
That's
have.
the stance of a money launderer.
No,
Have you
I
been
kinda
embezzling from Watcher
No,
Entertainment?
but I've been bringing these people down for a while, and you kind of just, you develop kind of an air about you
I
after
see,
a while.
I see.
Like,
Yeah, sure,
just
sure.
ready.
So I'm supposed to guess if it's solved.
Is this
or...
mystery? Jesus, don't you fucking say it. Hey.
What?
You look at me.
I'm looking.
And you look at me too.
All right.
It's on you now. Is this mystery solved,
Yeah.
or is it a mystery?
I'm gonna hope that it's solved, and I personally think it's one of the curses.
Well, drum roll, please.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Whoa, that's good.
That's from the people upstairs. It's just my wife. This mystery is solved.
Hey, apple pie.
But you're not done yet.
Oh, okay. Oh, I have to guess who.
Who was it?
Tony.
We'll find out.
So, the police suspected Anthony Curcio was their guy, but they needed Anthony's DNA to try and match the DNA from the mask and wig. While the FBI trailed Anthony, they hit the jackpot when Anthony Curcio threw away a Gatorade bottle full of chewing tobacco spittle. But as they awaited the results, Anthony went missing. Soon they got information that Curcio was in Las Vegas. Typical. After 3 weeks, Detective Bazell got a call from the lab. They had the DNA results. It's a match. Anthony Curcio's DNA is on the items, meaning you were correct. Anthony Curcio is DB-Tuber.
I mean, I guess I'm pretty smart.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very clammy hands.
Yours are way clammier than mine.
Actually, they were
These are
pretty-
dry as a bone.
Maybe it was me.
Yeah.
On November 3rd, 2008, Anthony had arranged to hand off $17,000 to a friend in a Target parking lot. As Curcio stepped out of a Range Rover, the police swarmed with AR-15s. They shouted, "Get down! Get down!" Anthony shouted back, "This is slander! Do you know who my parents are?"
He's a Nepo baby.
Now, I'm gonna pause this right now. Remember earlier when I tested you and I said, "Hey, could you write something down if these things jump out to you?" I'm gonna repeat that information one more time,
Okay.
and I'm gonna give you the opportunity to say something. You wanna read the things you wrote?
Torn off shirt, Velcro radio.
Now, if you were an astute investigator, Velcroed radio would tell you something. He wasn't working alone. Because who are you radioing if there's no one but you?
Another person.
You missed it. Further investigation would show that Anthony had 2 accomplices, a getaway driver and a warehouse owner who stored the money. But after only a couple weeks, $220,000 was all that was left of the $400,000.
Nice.
Due to a deal cut with police, only Anthony Curcio was charged with robbery and witness tampering, serving 6 years in prison at the age of 28. Anthony's wife, Emily, shockingly had no idea of the crime.
I mean, that's not a shock to me.
Well, I mean, they live under the same household. I tell my wife everything. I imagine you tell yours as well.
Yeah, but you're also not a robber, a thief,
well, I mean,
a
if they're
no-goodnik.
Yeah, but if they're down on their luck, right?
He was probably like, I better do this to save my wife.
I just find it hard to believe that he could pull it off. Like he's like on Craigslist doing the post, buying the outfit for himself.
Yeah.
Going down there, setting up the wire at the river. What's he saying? Like, I'm going out for a drink with the boys, Monday through Friday.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure, yes. It sounds like he's just lying to her a lot.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah, I agree.
Emily shockingly had no idea the crime occurred until Anthony's name appeared as lead suspect on television. If you're watching Cheers and all of a sudden we get a breaking news update on TV that Sarah has robbed a bank.
I'd be like, hell yeah. I probably helped her plan it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Actually, this is a subset question. Who would you be most surprised of between Steven and myself if you found out one of us robbed a bank?
You.
I respect that.
Do you not feel the same way between me and Steven?
I would be very surprised if you robbed a bank. Steven?
I would be surprised if he hasn't robbed a bank yet.
We're talking about a guy who makes shows based around
This
the
guy's
concept
sick and
of
twisted.
money.
He's got to feed his
Come
hunger.
on,
and the hunger knows no bounds.
And his Tesla's not going to charge itself.
It sure isn't. I see him
isn't.
out there walking. He's pacing like a lion in a zoo.
He's probably robbing a bank right now.
Butters. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while.
The police gave Alan Dean, if you recall the unhoused man, a reward for his help. With it, Dean bought a Nissan Pathfinder.
Hell yeah.
Great car.
Great car.
Dean told them, quote, "I'm going back to see my kids again."
See, now this is what I hoped for. That's lovely.
You got it. You got your happy ending. He wasn't a criminal. He helped solve a case, and now he's got a great reunion with his little kids.
For the record, I trusted this man the whole time.
You did, and that's on record.
Yeah.
You don't even have to say for the record.
For the record.
It's on the record.
Print it.
At this point, the statute of limitations has run out on the crime. Anthony Curcio is the only one to ever be charged in connection to the heist, despite Detective Tim Bazell's personal appeals to both federal and county prosecutors to press charges on the others involved. In prison, Anthony got sober and started to draw children's books.
Oh,
After being released from prison, he became a best-selling author with books such as, oh my God, I can't believe he wrote this book. Stephen Curry, The Boy Who Never Gave Up, and My Daddy's in Jail.
On the plus side of the scale, if you're gonna rob a bank, hey, do it. You know, no big deal.
You can't say, you don't encourage someone to rob a bank.
Rob a bank.
Today, Anthony and Emily Curcio are still together, living in Washington. He gives talks to schools throughout the US on the dangers of drug abuse and how to make positive choices. Remembering the heist years later, Anthony said, quote, "It was the perfect crime. You know the funny thing? I grew up in Monroe and never once saw a homeless guy. Maybe he was some kind of angel," end quote. If Anthony's crime had been a little more perfect, this may have truly been a D.B. Cooper sequel. But in making crucial mistakes, he gave himself away, and we can officially call this mystery solved.
I'm happy for these
Look at them.
folks.
Look at those two kids.
I'm proud.
They're
Look at-
happy.
Yeah, they got a gazebo back there.
And also, the heist, I hate to say it, fucking ruled. It
And
was a
I'm-
funny heist.
You know what? I'm glad he's proud of it. Again, rough to pepper spray someone, but he should be proud of it. It was really the perfect crime.
It had the trifecta for me. And I don't even know what, I'm gonna make these 3 points up as I go.
Number one.
Number one, victimless essentially, kind of.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Number two, funny outfits.
Sure.
Gotta love funny outfits.
Yes.
And number three, it involved a lazy river.
Yeah. And let's be honest, a bit romantic.
It is
Doing
a bit romantic.
He's doing it for
He
his
was doing
lovely
it
wife.
for his family and his kids because they made a couple bad choices on real estate. Who
And
hasn't
hey,
done that?
Hey, look, the housing collapse, you know, that made people do crazy things, I'm sure. And next time we're up in Washington, maybe they'll invite us over for dinner.
Make it happen. Open invitation from you to us. That's not how those work, but
We invite you to invite us.
exactly.
Or they can come hang out in our basement.
That's true. Not a lot of air in here, and
No.
the big guy farts a lot.
Oh, cool. Like do a It killed 35 of his neighbors?
That's right. I'd give myself 50% odds for beating this thing in a fight.
I think you could beat it.
If you can't handle this, then maybe you're not ready for the field.
I'm not. I don't want to go look at dead goats.
Welcome to Mystery Files, where we take a deep dive into cases that span from the creepy to the truly bizarre and everything in between. I'm Ryan, and today I'll be forcing my colleague Shane to hear all about the legendary Chupacabra. In the end, you'll have to decide if this mystery is solved or if it's simply a mystery. You know anything about the Chupacabra?
Means goat sucker, eats a bunch of animals. I think it's Mexican. I thought the way I said that sounded racist.
That's gonna be clipped. It's gonna be clipped. I think it's Mexican. All those goat suckers.
It's like a little furry, frail beast with teeth. I've heard varying reports of what it looks like, so I don't know that there's a consensus.
Well, I will say the consensus is this. In that kind of incoherent, rambling diatribe you just had there,
Look,
you said a
hey,
bunch
look,
of
hey, shut the fuck. Listen, we don't have to start this off on
Who
a
has the
nasty-
pointer? Who has the
We
pointer?
don't have to start off nasty here, okay? This is a new show. We're having fun.
Yeah.
We're teaching each other things. Let's enjoy it.
Good.
Okay.
So you said a lot of things that were inaccurate. In fact, the Chupacabra, not Mexican.
What is it?
You'll find out in a bit. In late February 1975, disturbing reports of animal mutilations began to pour out of the small town of Mocha in Puerto Rico.
Mocha.
Puerto Rico,
Puerto Rico.
so not Mexico.
Right. I know those are different things.
You do?
Yes, I'm aware.
Farmers had discovered 15 cows, 3 goats, 2 geese, and 1 pig with puncture marks on their bodies.
After performing autopsies, they discovered the animals had been drained of blood. The local authorities claimed dogs were responsible for the attacks, but no further measures were taken.
Okay, that's a lot of dry animals. I guess it makes sense. If you're gonna eat an animal, you might as well suck all that blood out because blood is tasty. You ever have blood
how,
sausage?
though? How?
I guess sort of like a
But
sucking of some sort.
they have theorized that dogs have done this. When have you seen a dog go?
I've never seen that. Dogs notoriously don't use straws.
No, they use their tongue.
They go,
I know that because that's how I drink my beer sometimes.
yeah, I've seen you do it. Yeah.
1 week later.
You don't have to do that for every word. I guess it's just dramatic. Is that what you're going
That's
for?
what
here?
I mean,
yeah.
I just thought I was giving the presentation.
You sure were.
The attacks continued. Farmer Ray Jimenez was horrified to discover one of his cows with its skull pierced, scratches surrounding the wounds. Just over a week later, on March 15th, another farmer lost 34 chickens to whatever was stalking the town, bringing the total body count to 90 dead animals in 2 weeks.
Okay,
2
that's a
weeks.
lot of dead animals.
Yes.
I'm trying to picture 90 dead animals piled
I
up.
don't think we could fit that
That's a
many in
big
this
pile
room.
of carcasses.
It's a lot of burgers.
Yeah. Well, if there's no blood, that's probably not a very good steak.
Is that what gives it the juice, the tastiness?
I don't know. I just eat them. I don't ask questions.
But it only took 3 days for that number to grow. On March 18th, farmer Hector Vega came across 2 of his goats drained of blood with puncture marks on their neck. The next morning, 7 more of his goats were injured, 10 were missing, and 10 more were dead. A local newspaper reported on the killings. In the article, they gave a name to the beast terrorizing the area. El Vampiro de Mocha. The vampire of Mocha, if you
Vampire of
didn't
Mocha.
know, if you couldn't figure that
I
out.
got it. I put it together. I don't know a lick of Spanish, but I sort of got there.
An investigation by the Senate Agricultural Commission was launched. Herpetologist Dr. Juan Ribeiro was brought in to see if a Puerto Rican boa was responsible, but after examining the wounds, determined that the snake was non-poisonous, did not suck blood, and incapable of killing an animal as large as a goat, much less a cow. Nearby, odd bats were discovered in a limestone cave.
Odd bats?
Odd bats.
Odd bats?
And not the Batman.
Oh, what's odd about them?
Well, they're weird looking.
Okay. All right.
Stop asking so much questions.
Well, I didn't think it was a deep, probing question.
They didn't get along well at parties.
Okay.
They were odd, other bats said that I interviewed.
Okay.
They said,
All right.
okay, nearby odd bats were discovered in a limestone cave. But after further examination, it was determined they were fruit bats that did not attack animals.
So far, they're like, maybe it's a snake. Hey, you're an expert. Check out this snake. And the guy was like, it's not this snake. Someone else said, what about these bats? They're odd. And someone said, they're not odd. They're fruit bats.
And they definitely can't kill animals, nor do they attack animals. Also, very noteworthy about the snake, did not suck the blood.
Well, yeah, snakes don't do that.
Yeah, neither do dogs.
Neither do dogs.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
It's gotta be a Chewbacca.
One could theorize, perhaps. As suddenly as the killings started, they stopped. By July 1975, the mutilations ceased with no explanation. Until March 1995, 2 decades later.
We could have used a trigger warning for the dead animal, mon frere. Yeah.
Hey, this might disturb you.
Okay, thanks.
Until March 1995, 2 decades later, when around 100 kilometers from Mocha in the towns of Orocovis and Rovis, farmers' animals were being mysteriously murdered. As you can see, that animal was murdered.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's hopping around living its best life.
No, and it didn't die of natural causes.
No, though it looks at peace.
Murdered.
Look at that happy face.
Veterinarian Carlos Soto examined 8 animals in this rash of killings. Despite being brought in more than 12 hours after death, none of the animals showed signs of rigor mortis. Each animal was instantly killed by 2 deep puncture wounds on the right side of the neck that went directly into their brains.
All the way up?
All
Is
the
that
way
how
up.
So I have to have real long teeth.
Of these 8 animals, correct.
Okay.
Each wound was about the diameter of a drinking straw, and so perfect that not even a skilled surgeon could have made them with a scalpel. Slaughtering up to 1,000 animals in the area, including dogs, rabbits, and chickens, the creature mutilating these animals had a favorite.
The fuck you making me look at here?
Goats.
Yeah, I see.
Hey, look, if you can't handle this, then maybe you're not ready for the field.
I'm not ready for the field.
Don't make me ask for your notepad and your badge.
I'm not. I don't want to go look at dead goats.
While talking about the killings on his radio show, comedian Silverio Perez claims to have given this creature its name, El Chupacabra, which means the goat sucker in English. Even though it now had a name, nobody knew what this chupacabra looked like until Canavanis residents Madeline Tolentino and her mother saw it on the sidewalk in front of their home. She said, quote, "It looked like a kangaroo without a tail, walking on its hind legs like a human. It had 2 thin arms with 3 fingers and 3 toes on its feet. Dark eyes that went up its temples and spread around the sides. No ears. 2 small holes for air instead of a nose. Feather spikes down its back." She told her mom, quote, "I saw the devil," end quote. Now, Shane, seeing this summary of its features, can you do me a favor and sketch that out?
I'm already doing it. Here you go.
Let's see it. I mean, yeah, I guess that does kind of match the description a little bit. It's just, it looks more like a Cartoon Network character kind of.
I drew exactly what you described.
Yeah. Okay, well, that wasn't as scary as I thought it would be, so let's just move on then. You're adding more to it.
Yeah, I just drew a little penis.
Sad, I asked. After another encounter with the chupacabra where her husband and co-worker tried to tackle it after they discovered it in their garage, Madeline drew a sketch of the creature. It quickly circulated, causing others to come forward with their own sightings.
Honestly, pretty similar to mine. Not even joking. That's pretty close.
I have to admit, it actually is pretty similar. Admittedly, far from the scariest thing I've ever seen.
If you saw that walking towards you in the middle of the night, you'd be laughing, right?
No, I wouldn't be laughing.
That's a funny little guy.
It's scary, but if it attacked me, I'd give myself 50% odds for beating this thing in a fight.
I think you could beat it.
You never know, it might have powers or something, like 11 from Stranger Things.
How tall is it?
4 to 5 feet tall.
That's funny. So it's like you.
It was right there, I mean, low-hanging fruit, I suppose. The floodgates opened as more and more sightings poured in. All of the descriptions seemingly of the same beast. While there was some variation, the general commonalities were that it was 3 to 5 feet tall, with incredibly strong, short hind legs, long claws, black or glowing red eyes, small bat-like wings, smelled of sulfur, and spikes running down its back with scaly skin.
Where'd the wings come from?
God?
No, I just mean they didn't seem to show up in descriptions up until now.
Well, this is like an aggregate of all the descriptions.
I see.
I will admit, if the folks who said they rustled it in the garage somehow forgot it had wings, that would be something I would easily remember. Like if I saw a winged creature, the first thing I would say is like, well, it had wings.
Yeah, I see a bird. I think that thing's got wings.
For sure.
I see a gopher.
Yeah.
I think no wings.
In March 1996, the popular Spanish language talk show Cristina ran a story about the chupacabra. The story exploded. Suddenly suspected chupacabra popped up in Miami and Sweetwater, Florida. Then eventually, 1 month later, in Mexico.
Do you think the time difference is like Chupacabra Mama in the 70s, and then son of Chupacabras, a 90s kid, shows up on the scene, starts it all up again?
I might consider the original rash of killings to be legitimate, and perhaps the later ones more of more of the copycat or
Some
imagination taking its fun.
Goofums afoot.
Goofums, perhaps.
Goofums
sure.
afoot. I'm making a note.
According to the Skeptical Inquirer, Patricia and Mario Mendez Acosta staked out farmyards where the goatsucker had reportedly struck. Wild dogs were caught each time. A police official remarked, quote, "I don't know about the rest of Mexico or the rest of the world, but here, the goatsuckers are just dogs." For 5 years, reports of animal killings followed by chupacabra sightings sprang up in Nicaragua, Spain, Argentina, Chile, and Brazil. The desperate search for answers caught a break when on August 30th, 2000, a farmer around Malpaisillo, Nicaragua, named Jose Luis Talavera, decided to stake out with a rifle to find the chupacabra, which had killed 25 of his sheep and 35 of his neighbors.
It killed 35 of his neighbors?
That's right. No, 35 of his neighbors' sheep.
Oh.
He didn't kill his entire cul-de-sac of neighbors.
Okay, I see.
As he hoped, it returned that night. Bang! It went down. Jorge was now in possession of the first known chupacabra corpse.
Well, great. Then they can study it, and is it in a museum somewhere?
Would you say
I'm excited to find
Would you say
out.
it belongs in a museum?
It belongs in a museum.
That was the worst Harrison Ford impression I've ever heard. I'll tell you a little bit more about it, but just sit there for a second. It is reported that a veterinary specialist examined the body and found that it was an uncommon creature with great eye cavities, smooth bat-like skin, big claws, large teeth, and a crest sticking out from its main vertebra. They believed it could have been a hybrid animal created through genetic engineering.
Nice.
One theory believed that it could have been a cross between a wolf and a crocodile.
Those two things don't go together.
No, they don't, because they ain't fucking,
No,
as far as I know.
they aren't.
I guess the crocodile could come on land, see a wolf,
we
be
can
like,
come
"Oh."
on land, all right.
The body was sent off to the National Autonomous University of Nicaragua. On September 5th, 2000, the results came back. The corpse was actually a dog with mange. Mange is a painful skin disease which causes animal hair to fall out and skin shrivel, giving it the gray, scaly skin many associate with the chupacabra. When the body was returned to Talavera, he claimed that they had switched the body, stating, quote, "This isn't my goat sucker," end quote.
Not my goat sucker.
It would be 7 years until another body was discovered in June 2007. Naturopathic doctor and hunter Phyllis Canyon returned to her ranch in Cuero, Texas. In broad daylight, she saw a hairless canine figure with blue-gray flesh. It wasn't long until she and her husband found one of their chickens with its throat torn open and drained of blood.
Oh, brother.
Oh, brother is right. For several days, there were more attacks. Canyon set up cameras in an attempt to capture the culprit, but came up empty for several weeks. Until Phyllis got a call from a neighboring rancher in mid-July, who said that one of these chupacabras had been hit by a car near his property.
Nice.
As Canyon examined this body, she got a shocking call. Another chupacabra body was found even closer to her ranch. Loading it into her tractor, Phyllis took it back to her ranch and took pictures. It went viral.
It just sort of looks like a sick dog. Yum.
That goat's blood was yummy.
Sort of already at odds with the descriptions, though, right?
I don't know
I
about
recall
those.
something about no ears, right? What's that big old floppy thing?
No, you know what? You're making good observations. That's very well done.
Clearly, if I saw this thing, I probably wouldn't immediately say that's a dog. I'd probably be like, well, that thing looks fucked up, Kill
Yeah.
it. Kill it, kill it, kill it. And then take some pictures of it. And then I'd probably be like, oh, it was a sick dog.
Perhaps. You know the
Should have
thing
taken
is,
it to the vet, gotten it some help.
instead of pulling out my Magnum.
Yeah.
To prove that it was not simply a mangy dog, she sent off DNA samples to multiple labs. When the results came back, she said, quote, "I have now done DNA at 5 different universities. All of them came back identical. They do not match any animal in the archive." To this day, she keeps the carcass and skull in her freezer, while she proudly displays a taxidermy mount of her proof of a real chupacabra.
Well, good for her for having this in what appears to be her dining room.
What do you think
She's
about the
been great.
DNA tests, though? None of them coming back matching any kind of animal in the archive.
I'd like to see the reports.
You'd like to see the DNA yourself?
Yeah, show me that DNA, baby.
Yeah.
She seems excited to have this.
So does the dog.
Dog's really psyched to be there.
You know, if aliens ever came down to Earth and one of them were to unfortunately bag themselves a burgooze, very sad.
Stuff your ass.
I would love to be a taxidermied Ryan in some alien living room. Is that weird?
What would your pose be? They'd be like, this is what a human is.
Yeah, or what if they were like, "Big fan of Ghost Files. We'll get the big one later. He was faster."
Yeah, well, you just admitted it. I think
that's
you
what
know
they,
deep
that's,
down I'm faster
No,
than you.
you're not faster than
I
me,
am,
man.
yeah.
You know what? We could go and do a foot race.
Yeah, we could.
If these episodes hit 3 million views each, we will do a foot race on patreon.com.
Do a foot race.
/watcher. We don't normally plug Patreon in the main show, but hey, it's Mystery Files. We'll do whatever.
It's
the fuck we
Mystery
want.
Files,
We'll do whatever.
folks.
We'll do
Yeah,
whatever we
it's Mystery
want.
Files. We
Hey,
do
no
whatever we
rules
want.
here, baby.
No
We're in the
rules, that's right.
we're in the
That's
fucking
it.
basement. So, Shane and audience, what happened to these animals? Bring in the cork board. It's time for the theories.
Let's cork it up.
Now watch this move that I practiced.
Very nice. Yo, you did it the wrong way. Wrong way again.
Hold on,
You
hold on.
got
Okay,
it.
this is
How,
good.
how long did you practice this for?
Shut up.
Okay. Oh, did you do it?
Are you fucking kidding me? While the labs all had similar results, they were not exactly how Phyllis portrayed them. Bringing us to our first theory. The chupacabra is simply a dog with mange. Now, this is something that you were already getting towards, I believe, in your little notepad there.
Well, I like a nice grounded theory here. That's actually quite nice. I like to see that.
Thank you. That's why it's our first one. When Kenyon first sent off samples from the body, the lab at Texas State University determined that the chupacabra was a coyote with mange. Mike Forstner from their biology department said, quote, "The DNA sequence is a virtually identical match to DNA from the coyote," end quote. To get a second opinion, Phyllis had testing done by UC Davis. While there was coyote DNA, it was mixed with Mexican wolf DNA. This has led Kenyon to claim that her chupacabra is a one-of-a-kind, unique animal, as she said earlier. No results from the lab. Well, remember, she was saying I sent it to 5 different labs and it came back and there was nothing it matched in their archives because it was a mix.
Well, if you're a coyote, you see a wolf, sexy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a different kind of fur.
Yeah, and just a very, very comely animal. If you're a coyote, because you're like, that looks like me, but bigger, stronger, more majestic. I'd like to get in that, you know?
Well, here's a ladder of appropriateness. There's rungs on it, and I think you went about 5 rungs too high.
I'm putting myself in the mind of a horny coyote.
Well, I'm sure you are. You sure it's not just your mind?
Uh-oh.
Someone's ladder training certified. Barry O'Connor from the University of Michigan explains, animals with mange are often quite debilitated, and if they're having a hard time catching their normal prey, they might choose livestock because it's easier. But if all chupacabras are simply canines, what would account for all of the sightings of a kangaroo-like creature standing on its back feet? As you can see here,
A boat?
that's a fucking kangaroo.
Oh, I was distracted by the beautiful boats.
No, ignore the boat for now.
Okay. Kangaroos are actually, the tail does a lot to keep them balanced, so.
In some creatures,
In
yes.
almost all creatures.
Dogs?
You ever seen a dog without a tail? It cannot stand on 4 legs. That's not true.
Didn't think so. I thought there was a joke coming, and then I realized.
No, I just didn't know where I was going with that.
Like I'm saying, though, we had a lot of the reports of the hind legs early on in the sightings in Puerto Rico, not so much in the latter years, which is why I start to wonder, perhaps there's something to those early sightings that's different from the later sightings, which are, more in the dog range.
It was a dog. It looked like a dog.
Hey, if it looks like a dog and it sounds like a dog.
If it looks like a dog and looks like a dog and is a dog.
It's probably a dog.
Most likely a dog.
Yeah. Theory 2.
Monkeys! Monkeys!
The chupacabra is actually escaped
Get out
monkeys.
of here! Whoa!
Now
I didn't
this-
know we were gonna be talking monkeys.
I know you love monkeys. You're a monkey guy.
I love monkeys.
Off the coast of San Juan, Puerto Rico, hosts the oldest wild primate research center in the world, funded by National Institute of Health and the University of Puerto Rico. Located on the island of Cayo Santiago, it was founded in the 1930s in order to bring monkeys from all around the world to one place to be studied.
That's a recipe for disaster.
But it makes sense.
You can put a bunch of monkeys on an island?
Yeah, because then you could look at them.
No
and
way,
be like,
dude.
look at what the monkey do.
No, monkeys are gonna get up to no good.
Anyways, throughout the years, many of these monkeys have escaped the isolation of the island by boats. As you can see right here.
Monkeys drove a boat? What are you talking
No, they
about?
didn't drive the boat. I'll get into it. As the initial chupacabra attacks began, Puerto Rican zoologist Edwin Velasquez thought that they could be caused by the escaped monkeys, which are commonly seen in the non-urban areas. He said, quote, "Not everyone can describe a creature they see at night, and their imagination fills in the blanks by association with other things. A person seeing one of these apes in twilight would believe they had seen a little man, thus confusing the real for the fantastic," end quote. We actually did a little nighttime test before we started this episode. Let's cut to that now. Okay, Shane the Brain. Here. Okay. Do 10 jumping jacks for me right now. Okay. Wow, you really just keep your keys like that, huh? You're gonna sit back down. Oh, fuck.
Why did I do that?
On the count of 3, open your eyes and tell me what you see. Ready? 1, 2, 3. What is this? What is this?
A chupacabra.
What is it? Tell me what it is. What is it? Gun to your head. What is that? Identify it correctly. What is it?
Sort of like a dog or a mangy wolf.
Fuck!
What was the point of that exactly?
Well, I wanted to simulate your heart being elevated because you think you're seeing something crazy. It's dark.
Yeah.
And I wanted you to immediately say what came to mind when you see what was in front of you, which was just a dog with mange.
and I wanted to see.
I think the first thing I said, though, in my defense, was a chupacabra.
But did you actually think that, or were you just?
No, I actually thought that.
I feel like you're still mocking me. I can't.
I'm not mocking you.
Let's move to the next theory.
Okay.
Now, as I mentioned before, perhaps the impossible is possible. We move to our final theory. The chupacabra is an undiscovered creature.
Okay.
Thoughts?
I doubt it. Excited to hear you make a case.
I'm gonna make, oh, just you wait. Director of the International Cryptozoology Museum, Lauren Coleman, feels that the general acceptance of the dog with mange and media composite theories are a detriment to work that could lead to a real undiscovered creature. He said, quote, "It's certainly a good explanation, but it doesn't mean it explains the whole legend. In 1995, chupacabras were understood to be a bipedal creature that was 3 feet tall and covered in short gray hair with spikes out of its back." End quote.
Inconsistent.
Inconsistent. Because of mistranslations in the late 90s, when the description traveled internationally, it morphed from its original version into much more of a dog-like figure in the early 2000s. Getting even weirder, some suspect the creature was the result of US government experiments. Before you roll your eyes.
Before I roll my eyes.
Before you roll your eyes.
You don't know I'm gonna roll my eyes.
Keep them fucking still in that skull of yours. The US has a long history of using Puerto Rico as a testing ground. The contraceptive pill in the 50s, napalm in the 60s, and Agent Orange before Nam. Even stranger, UFO researchers claim there to be a secret US facility in Chile where suspected chupacabra attacks also occurred. In one account, according to Benjamin Radford, quote, "Chilean soldiers had captured a chupacabra male, female, and cub that had been living in a mine north of Calama. Then, according to the account, a team of NASA scientists arrived in a black helicopter and reclaimed the chupacabra family. The creatures, so the story claimed, had escaped from a secret NASA facility in the Atacama Desert of northern Chile, where the US Space Agency was attempting to create some kind of hybrid beings that could survive on Mars. Not exactly a smoking gun, but also, going back to dogs, do they suck blood? A quick Google search says no. So how about that?
You had to Google that.
Well, I mean, I wanted to make certain that they don't suck blood.
I don't know that I buy those pencil pushers over at NASA being involved with any of this. They're a bunch of dorks.
Well, I mean, yeah.
They're math dudes. You think they're doing Dr. Moreau stuff over there?
Maybe because it's fun, because it's secret. Well, I've given you all the variables here, so now it's time for you to do some math and solve the equation for yourself. Is this mystery solved? Or is it just a mystery?
I'm gonna go with solved. You know, it's probably monkeys, dogs. None of the reports sound consistent.
Yeah.
There's no hard evidence of anything. I think it's just a bunch of hooey.
Well, you could tell that to the farmers in Puerto Rico.
Hey, farmers of
Shit,
Puerto
I broke
Rico.
my yarn. Hang on. You could tell that to the farmers of Puerto Rico.
Farmers of Puerto Rico. I think you're full of shit. Is that suitable?
So you're going with theory one then, solved.
None of it's super compelling to me, unfortunately. I mean, isn't it fun to tell stories? That's what humans do. We're storytelling creatures.
That's what we do down here in the basement.
In the basement, that's what we do.
Well, let's see if you're right.
Oh, you got one here?
To his credit, Loren Coleman acknowledges it's highly possible that the chupacabra could just be a dog with mange. But with the many conflicting reports, what's to say it isn't an animal we haven't discovered yet? There is an infinite number of things we have yet to understand, and I believe this is certainly one of them. Let this one be a mystery.
Probably dog, right?
Well, we can't say for sure.
Okay, I'll go dog.
I mean, you can't say that with certainty.
I'll say personally with certainty, I go dog.
But yeah, it's not really like.
Let this one be a dog.
It's not. No, don't do that.
That's okay.
graphic.
You can do
no,
that.
this
You
is
can
not.
do
Hey,
it. Yeah,
hey,
makes sense.
you do your stupid things on your
It's dog.
episode.
It's dog.
This is my episode, and this one's a mystery. There's no way you could say with certainty that this little guy
dog.
right here
It's
is
a
a
dog.
chupacabra.
That's a chupacabra.
When it was down here, we didn't have any pictures. When it was up here, we had pictures, and those might be dog.
might be
This
dog.
one, not dog.
Dog.
Therefore, mystery.
Okay, we can let that be a mystery. The mystery of the dog.
It's actually the power of the dog.
A good sequel, though, huh?
That's true.
guess I never imagined that fish, like, humped, you know?
Shut up.
Now here in the basement, we're having fun.
Is that what we're having? Fun? Welcome to Mystery Files, where we take a deep dive into cases that span from the creepy to the truly bizarre and everything in between. I'm Ryan, and today I'll be forcing my colleague Shane to hear all about the extraordinary sky trumpets. And in the end, you'll have to decide if the mystery is solved or if it's simply a mystery. You know anything about these sky trumpets?
I played trumpet in high school.
Well, we're not talking about something that's inconsequential like that. In fact, I have some videotape that I'm gonna roll for you, just so you can see what I'm talking about.
Tight.
Bizarre sounds are being heard all over.
They have no idea where it's coming from. At first, they thought maybe it was like metal screeching on a train track, but there are no train tracks nearby.
Well, for the first time, we're getting to hear the 911 calls that have been coming in to the local dispatch center.
We can't even hear each other in the backyard. Neither one of us can figure out what's happening.
As you can see, there's something going on out there, and we don't quite know what it is. What are you doing?
I'm taking notes.
It looks like you're drawing something passing gas.
Just taking some notes to remember. It seemed like people hearing loud noises in the sky.
That's just a little taste. That's like not even the appetizer. It's like when they bring you out the water when you go to a restaurant.
Table water.
It's table water.
It's table water.
Let's get into those appetizers. All around the world, similar videos have been captured of an unexplained phenomenon. A blaring noise rumbling across the sky with no identifiable source. Sometimes called God's trumpets, this sound has been described as metallic, evil sounding, and even apocalyptic. The sky trumpets have been heard around the world, from the coldest Siberian tundra to sunny California coastlines, to Mr. Crocodile Dundee's home down under. Recorded incidents seem to have come into public circulation, largely correlating with the rise of phone cameras. The site strangesounds.org chronicled known examples of the incidents for several years and compiled a list of over 150 videos between 2008 and 2015 alone. Some say the first known example of these sky trumpets dates back to 2008 in Belarus, when an anonymous user uploaded a video to YouTube of the ear-deafening sounds. But the earliest credible video I could find comes from Tallahassee, Florida. Let's take a look.
Feels like it's getting close, Dylan. There went something. What is that? That feels like it's getting very close.
Is it the noise happening now, or is it?
Yeah, this is a light one.
Get the kids in the bathroom.
I hear the wind.
Get the kids in the bathroom.
Get in the bathroom.
Get the kids in the bathroom.
Kids.
As you can see, that's a light little trumpet there. You can barely even hear it. But like I said, this is the first instance of this kind of video.
That's
I've
more
found.
like wind almost.
You know when like you see like a haunted house movie, it's like, hey, I thought I left that door open. Early stage
I
shit.
don't remember leaving a walking skeleton up in the air.
What are all these porno mags doing here? This isn't. I didn't look at this.
That's what goes on in your place?
My house is haunted. Yeah, that happens all the time.
That's what you blame it on, huh? That's what you blame it on.
But like I said, that's far from the scariest occurrence. But before we get to those, let's take a look further back. Without video evidence prior to that, some have pointed to what may still be a long history, as evidenced by literature. In the Lake Seneca area of New York's Catskill Mountains, a mysterious booming noise became so notorious, it's known as the Seneca Guns. In 1819, Washington Irving described them in his short story, Rip Van Winkle, attributing them to ghosts playing nine-pin bowling. In Belgium, similar oral phenomena have been called mist poofers, or fog belches. In the Ganges Delta, Barisal guns. And in Italy, brontiti. Thunder-like.
All good names.
But it's still a bit of a chicken or egg mystery. With the frequency of recorded instances in recent years, one has to wonder how it isn't already a known scientific occurrence, or why it wasn't caught on video in the analog world, where chances to capture may have been rare, but certainly not impossible. It makes one wonder if it is truly a recent phenomenon, and if so, that feels kind of alarming, no?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not though, because
it's been referenced in literature, but we hadn't seen any evidence of it until the digital age, and now it's all over the place.
It also could be a sign that it's easier to edit video in the digital age.
You're talking about editing video, that still means that there are actual occurrences of it.
Yeah, maybe.
In literature, there's no editing of video. It's just people saying what they heard.
Exactly right. That's people saying what they heard.
And then you have evidence of it now.
The power of books.
But enough yammering. Let's actually review some of the evidence. Buckle your seatbelts, folks. What you're about to witness might be disturbing. The first piece of evidence we'll review is particularly well documented and occurred in the French-Canadian suburb of Dollard-des-Ormeaux in Montreal on February 21st, 2016. In a video posted by one of the witnesses, Adria Morel, she notes, quote, "All the dogs in the neighborhood are going nuts." Let's take a look at this video.
C'est quoi cette son-là? Huh?
Is she French? She's speaking French?
It's funny that you were lingering on that when there was weird ass noises coming from the sky that you could hear.
Yeah, it was sort of like
a little bit. Now, keep in mind.
Have you ever heard a train brake? Freight trains take quite a long to brake. It sounds like the devil playing the violin up in the clouds.
A spokesperson for Environment Canada affirmed to the Montreal Gazette that there hadn't been any unusual meteorological conditions that night. There wasn't even any wind at the time of the incident, though some have described the spooky oral encounter as sounding like wind chimes. Our next piece of video evidence ramps up considerably in intensity. It occurred on August 29th, 2013.
Turtle Island? Is that where this is?
No, that's like some sort of like news site or something.
Oh, I thought we were going to Turtle Island.
No, we're not going to Turtle Island. It occurred on August 29th, 2013 at approximately 7:30 a.m. in Terrace, British Columbia in Canada. Yeah, that's one hell of an alarm clock.
God playing his vuvuzela up there.
You still think that's a train?
That sounded a little bit like a train, yeah.
You think a train did that for 4 minutes?
I heard a lot of different trains in my life. Some of them sound freaky.
This occurrence was so widely witnessed, it actually made the local news.
The strange sounds were heard across Terrace, BC early yesterday morning and lasted for about 10 minutes. Speculation about what caused it ranges from the aurora borealis to aliens, or it could just be a prank. But similar sounds have been recorded in other parts of BC and reported in other locations around the world.
What do you think about that, choo-choo boy?
Did you know that the Northern Lights make noise? Did you know that?
I didn't know that, no, I didn't know that.
I would love to hear that. I don't even know what it sounds like, but it's just supposed to be like a little like... like a little tingling up there in the sky.
Oh, that's not sharp enough. I was hoping this had a point.
Wait,
go right through your chest.
Now hang on a second.
Right through.
Now hang on a second. Now here in the basement, we're having fun.
Is that what we're having?
Yeah, that's what we're having.
Or are you sitting here like, what if it was a choo-choo outside? What if it was two birds outside fucking?
Oh, I didn't know you were gonna get so mad about this one.
Let's continue here. And these instances aren't limited to Canada. They've been heard literally all around the world with eerie similarity. Here's Forest Grove, Oregon in 2016.
Annoying!
There were so many people calling in to 911 because so many people were not even really scared, they were just annoyed. They were annoyed.
Shut the fuck up!
At first, I'm sure there were people like, crazy sounds coming out of the sky, but after a while, you're probably like, hey, if you're gonna kill me,
do it.
Do it.
Come on.
Come on, do it. I'm right here. Kill me. Come on. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Predator. Now we have Finland in 2012. Just imagine being out on the walk in the forest. Fuck that.
These guys are pretty chill about it.
He's probably saying, what the fuck is that?
I just shit my pants.
I don't know if I'd be looking around to see where it's coming from. I'd probably start running.
Where are you gonna run?
I guess anywhere. See if I could like outrun the sound. I mean, at that point, I'm desperate.
I'd probably do the thing where you click your AirPod to turn on the noise canceling.
The worst survival instincts on Earth.
Did any of these people die?
Not yet.
Then
Not
I guess
yet.
I'm ahead of the curve.
Perhaps. And finally, coming back to Canada in Alberta in 2012 with perhaps the weirdest one yet. I can't even imagine what I would do if I heard that one in particular, because that one kind of sounds like screaming.
Poor guys are just looking to have a little fun out in the woods together.
And these are just a few of the numerous examples online, with these ones in particular being featured on news sites to verify their authenticity. There's been suspected trumpet videos in Russia, Denmark, Mexico, Sweden, Bolivia, Japan. I could go on. So what is happening? And is there somebody or something doing it? It's not just your Facebook-friendly great aunt who might now be QAnon falling prey to the fear of the sky trumpets. We are creatures afraid of the unknown, and in the face of that mysterious big brass band in the sky, communities have been thrust into states of panic. But fear not, that's why I'm here, to ease your mind. And with that, it's corkboard time. Let's get into the theories. Alrighty, what is that smell? Oh, it's your boy cooking up some theories, baby.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say cork.
No, not cork, not cork.
Does cork have a scent?
It's theory time. That's why we're at the theory. That's why it's a theory board. Anyways, theory one. You may want to put a pillow on your lap for this one because the first theory is the sky trumpets are all natural, baby. Oh, I knew it! In 2011, the National Weather Service of Tallahassee made the following all-caps statement in an attempt to calm Floridians' imaginations. And given where they live, I can only imagine those imaginations are truly wild. There have been several reports of very strange sounds from the Woodville area since about 6:45 p.m. Eastern. The National Weather Service believes this phenomenon is being caused by thunder from distant lightning strikes, bouncing off a very stable layer above the ground. This is called ducting and can allow sound to travel unusually long distances. This sound has mistakenly been attributed to possible tornadoes. But we at the National Weather Service want to be very clear that there are no tornadoes and none are expected.
I mean, someone telling me there's no tornadoes is calming to me.
It kind of strikes me like when your parents would come check the closet when you thought there was a boogeyman inside of it, and they go, there's no boogeyman in here. And every time they left, I was like, but he's gonna be there when you leave.
Right, exactly. It's not like the boogeyman shows up and snaps your dad's neck.
One of the foremost experts on the topic is David Hill, who wrote a scientific paper of the most likely natural causes.
Science?
He says that along coastal areas, the mysterious sounds could be related to giant waves. Surfers in the US are familiar with the thunderous sound of waves hitting the cliffs. But more than that, it's known that during tsunamis, in the wake of giant waves, there is a phenomena in which witnesses report large rumbles and seeing mysterious fireballs.
Fireballs?
Yeah.
Where are the fireballs from?
I don't know, because most of the time when you're looking at a tsunami, you're going, holy shit, a tsunami! And you're running away like this.
I guess if the tsunami is coasting over land, that could cause a lot of issues. I know sometimes when water gets into buildings and stuff, sometimes stuff explodes. So maybe that's where fireballs are coming from.
No. Actually, let me educate you a little bit on science here.
Please. That's, how the world works. We should all be as willing to learn as I am.
Shut up.
Educate me.
God, give me the strength.
A little erotic.
Both the mysterious fireballs and the large rumbles, Hill hypothesizes, could come from a belt of methane erupting from the ocean floor, which, let me actually just, there's the ocean floor, you can see it.
Oh, okay. I see now.
While Hill prefers this massive explanation, some have wondered if a nautical cause might be smaller, but apparently very mighty. This would be the reverberating mating call of the male midshipman fish, or as the Huffington Post called it, noisy fish sex, that has been known to cause a droning sound so loud it was described as torture by witnesses.
Whoa, how big are these things?
It's not that big,
Is
but
that true to size?
I don't know if that's true to size, but I mean, just imagine like people out in the woods being like, "The fuck is that noise? Is it aliens?" And it's just two fish just.
I guess I never imagined that fish like humped, like humped.
Well, it would be more like.
Well, like there's certain creatures where they like,
Well, imagine trying to like hump while completely submerged underwater. I guess I'm thinking of it from like humans. So
I have told you, if you look up videos of sharks, it's very human.
Oh, it is?
It's incredibly human.
So they're like back there like.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Oh.
They're 15 inches.
Well, good for them.
Whoa, wow, that does explain the loud noises. Thank you, Brittany. But how do you explain the phenomenon in landlocked areas? Hill says that sand dunes crumbling could produce loud booming sounds on rare occasions, but more likely he suspects earthquakes to be the cause in most cases. He personally experienced this phenomenon while in California's Mammoth Mountains, when an earthquake that was too small to detect without a sensitive instrument still managed to set off a booming sound throughout the range. It's possible that the sound of the earthquake below the surface reverberates at a pitch too low for human hearing to detect. But the after effects are within our range. Scientists haven't ruled out activity from beyond the Earth's surface, most likely the sound of a falling meteor. And of course, the GOAT, NASA has weighed in with some mind-opening knowledge, essentially that the Earth itself makes noises. It makes beautiful music on its own.
Getting ready to go zoot doot 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 doot.
Yeah, sit there on its sax jamming out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It is fascinating. I watch a lot of videos of big explosions. It's always fascinating to observe them because, you could usually see the explosion and then observing how long it takes the sound to travel to where the cameraman is. Sound is very, very slow.
It is slow.
Yeah.
But back to the Earth making noises. It's like a living, breathing, evolving thing. Can you imagine? You can imagine that.
Yeah.
We just can't always register what the Earth is communicating because of our limited audio range.
It's probably, help me.
Get the fuck off me. Get off me! You're killing me!
It's gonna shake us off like a bunch of fleas one of these days.
That's the Earth talking to
It's
humans.
taking care of us right now, don't worry.
I hope so. Yeah. NASA says, quote, "Our planet is a natural source of radio waves at audio frequencies. If humans had radio antennas instead of ears, we would hear a remarkable symphony of strange noises coming from our own planet. They call these noises tweaks, whistlers, and spherics, and describe them as sounding like the ambient music of a sci-fi film." Can you demonstrate what a tweak sounds like?
Yeah.
How about
That's science.
How about a whistler? Let's move on to theory number 2. Human shit.
Human shit?
Not like actual human shit, like human shit.
Human shit.
Human shit.
Human goofums.
I think human shit's fine.
Oh yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah. Many believe these phenomena could have more human causes, ranging from the understandable noise produced from electrical, get the fuck out of my way, Desert, electrical power lines, high pressure gas lines, construction or mechanical devices, to more outlandish options like electromagnetic radiation, wireless communication devices, and submarines.
Cool.
Glenn McPherson, a high school teacher in Canada, gave a very confident and logical answer. Sounds like you.
Confident and logical?
Sure it wasn't a train?
I bet at least one of those is a train.
You're probably right, actually.
Thanks,
to be honest. I'll give you one choo-choo out of
Thank you for the choo-choo.
The thousands of videos, probably.
Choo-choo points for me.
He says, "I actually solved the sky trumpet mystery, but nobody cares. The trumpet sound is caused by 2 things. Large vehicles braking at slow speeds, and by trains traveling on curved rails. The outside wheels have to turn faster than the inside wheels because they're going a greater distance. But the wheels are locked on the axle, and so the outside wheel ends up skipping.
causing the noise, end quote. Glenn McPherson calls the other incendiary human theories more emotionally attractive options. Are we sure Glenn McPherson isn't Shane Madej?
He's right. This is the whole thing about ghosts.
It's the smugness.
It's the smugness.
Train.
I love it.
Train, very logical. You're
love
very
this.
stupid for being scared.
Smug
It's
King.
it.
Smug King.
Unbelievable. 2 peas in a pod, you two. So let's get into the more emotionally attractive theories.
Sure.
Theory number 3, spy planes. In this subcategory of human shit, wherein this shit is sneaky, there is a persisting conspiracy theory in regards to the sky trumpets that link the sound to HAARP, the US Air Force's High-Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, a program created to investigate the ionosphere and develop technology for radio communication and surveillance. Allegedly, the program also created pulse detonation aeroplanes.
Aeroplanes? We're gonna fly on an aeroplane?
You mean to tell me I could sit in a seat in the sky?
That's an affront to God.
What do you call that? An aeroplane? These planes supposedly could travel 5 times the speed of sound, could be used for spying, and it was suspected the technology could be weaponized in other ways. If these crafts were already being used or tested, whatever noise they make would likely be as unknown or strange to listeners as the sky trumpets. But what if it actually is almost in that sense like a double bluff? They're so loud that maybe people think like, oh, this is like extraterrestrial.
Well, if they were spying on us, we wouldn't know.
Why would a spy plane make this much noise?
They sound like bad spy planes if they're that loud.
Theory 4. You're gonna like this one.
Okay.
God, man.
Are you about to baptize me?
And for the most far-reaching explanation, we turn to the sky itself, specifically the big man in the sky. If we are to believe scripture, the sky trumpets could be signaling the end of days. In the book of Revelation, it says, quote, "The 7th angel sounded his trumpet, and there were loud voices in heaven, which said, the kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord, and of his Messiah, and he will reign forever and ever," end quote. Essentially, the trumpets would be the beginning of the end and the start of the apocalypse. As you can see, that doesn't look pleasant.
Well, that looks sick as shit.
That looks like the upside down.
I was gonna say, that
in
looks
Hawkins.
cool.
What do you think about this one?
I'm a bit of like a soft atheist. I'm not out here really talking about it ever. I don't believe any of what you just said.
Hey, look, this is just a theory, okay?
Yeah, it's cool.
It's like I'm dealing cards at a table.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you don't have to like your hand, okay? Everyone get their hand.
And
Everyone
as
look
you
at
know,
their
you can
hands.
always say, I don't like this hand.
And you fold it.
And you give it back and you say, give me a different card, please.
That's not how it works.
Oh, okay.
Theory 5. Sky trumpets are an internet hoax. There are hundreds of videos documenting this bizarre phenomena online. But like all evidence that lives on the internet, some have been called into question as fake. Even known hoax videos still accumulate hundreds of thousands of views. And in fact, several popular clips of the phenomenon, quote, appear to share a similar audio source, according to Snopes. Meaning, quote, it is more plausible that a single audio stream was duplicated and embedded into multiple video clips, end quote. Most notably, on January 14th, 2012, one YouTube user purposefully uploaded a viral fake to show how easy it would be to doctor a video and spread panic or misinformation. Let's take a look at that video. So as you can see, it would be fairly easy to replicate some of the sounds that you hear in the actual videos. Obviously, some of the videos are real, some of them aren't.
Did he upload it without telling people it was fake?
He let it simmer.
What a nasty little fellow.
This sounds like something you'd do, actually.
It might be.
Honestly,
Yeah.
it might be something I'd even do.
Yeah, you'd have fun with it.
But no, I don't ever upload fake evidence. In fact, I'm here to debunk fake evidence. Some might call me a hero.
I'd call you that, yeah.
Thank you. The hoax whistleblower said that after doing a simple search, they found audio waveform that matched several other viral videos claiming to witness the phenomenon. They describe, I made the video by taking out my iPhone and merely video recorded my balcony view while holding my laptop right behind it while my laptop played in the background. Took less than a minute to do this. I made it because I was surprised at the attention these videos were getting, and the friends on my Facebook friends list were voicing their fear, which I think is wrong, end quote. This guy's like a A sky trumpet Batman.
I know, I respect it.
He took matters into his own hands.
Yeah, it's very noble.
I will say that by doing this, he's kind of fuzzing the radar because now it's making it seem like all the videos are fake, which is not true.
You could get out there and, you know, try and debunk some other ones some other ways if he's that committed to it.
Oh, that's what Snopes did.
Nice.
And with that, I think we're all primed and ready and lubricated to get to number 6 over here.
I'm concerned how small it is.
Theory number 6?
I feel like it's going to be a one-word theory.
What it lacks in size, it makes up in just impact. Okay, this is a big idea.
All right.
Theory number 6. It's not what you think.
Okay.
Aliens.
It's aliens. Exactly what I
And
thought.
finally, I'd be doing a disservice to us all if I didn't theorize that the trumpets are in fact some War of the Worlds shit. Aliens.
That's all you got?
No.
Okay.
No, I got more than that. As you can see, there's a fair number of theories.
Oh.
Yes! Yeah! Yeah! As you can see, there's a fair number of theories. And yet the trumpets keep on trumpeting. So what can the answer be? But before I reveal whether or not this mystery is solved, what theory do you like the most?
I think I would lean more toward theory 2.
Human shit.
A lot of human shit with a little theory 1 thrown in there. I don't think a ton about theory 3. Much of that appeals to me. So I'd go probably a combo of theory 1 and theory 2. Can I sit on the fence on this one?
I prefer you to not.
Well, too bad. That's where I'm at.
Unbelievable.
Sorry, buddy. I'm almost hesitant to ask, where would you put your money?
I'm glad you asked. Now,
it's a lot of yarn. You can just tell me.
On one hand, there are some things about theory 1 that I like. Fuck!
You're not good at yarn, huh?
But theory 3, if I'm really gonna go with human causes, is also kind of interesting to me. But then I thought, what if God be mad?
Wouldn't God be mad?
What if God be really angry?
Oh, what if God be mad?
Hoax, get out of here.
You just don't have the yarn. You didn't cut a long enough piece of yarn.
Now we arrive at 6. Aliens. And where does this all land us? I can't pick all those. Fuck. That's where we're going, baby. Aliens.
You got yarn on theory 1, theory 3.
Oh, shit.
What is this, your first yarn rodeo?
Theory 6. That's what I'm going with.
This is not a shock.
Looking back, it seems humanity has been mystified by these bizarre noises in the sky for quite some time. Some of the greatest scientific minds our species has can only offer theories. Perhaps the answer is pedestrian, or government-related, or biblical, or hell, even fantastical. But the only truth I have to offer is that we honestly have no fucking clue what these noises are. It's a mystery.
Yo! What?
Yeah, to your surprise, I know this one's a mystery.
Well, I think it's largely because it's a bunch of unrelated things happening, so it's hard to draw a correlation between a bunch of them.
No fucking idea what these noises are.
That sounds about right, but fun to think about.
I think it's beautiful and horrifying to let the sky trumpets be a mystery.
They should call it sky jazz. Can we start calling it that?
Yeah, maybe it wouldn't be as scary.
Sky jazz.
Well, we'll see you next week for Mystery Files.
They called it jamming?
Jamming.
That's fucking cool.
Jamming, baby.
That makes me want to do it more.
Was it an accident? Was it not an accident? Who knows? I know where you live. I've been observing your house.
What's in the box?
You're not gonna guess what's in the box. Welcome to Mystery Files, where we take a deep dive into cases that span from the creepy to the truly bizarre and everything in between. I'm Ryan, and today I'll be forcing my colleague Shane to hear all about the unsettling Circleville letters. And in the end, you'll have to decide whether the case is solved or if it's simply a mystery. You heard about this? Circleville letters? You seen
No,
that?
no.
Not even once? Not
I've
even a
never
little
seen
peek?
these.
Little peeksy?
I've never seen these words.
Really?
I've
Wow.
seen letters. I've seen the.
Have you seen circles?
Circle. I've seen Ville. Never seen them put all in that order.
Well, how exciting that we could smash them all together for this great party that we're about to throw here. Actually,
Is this a fun story? Do you like this one? Are you proud of this?
Is this a fun case? No.
Okay.
It's not. It's not. But it is an intriguing one.
But we'll have fun down here in the basement.
Well, we always have fun down
We
here.
always have fun in the
We
basement.
always have fun down here
Ryan
in the
and I go down in the basement. We have fun. You're not allowed usually.
Yeah.
But now you're allowed.
It makes it sound like we're doing other things, but in
We're
reality,
doing a lot down here.
We're just, well,
having fun.
We're doing a lot of fun. We're just hanging out and stuff like that. You know, season premiere, we're back in the basement, back cracking some mysteries. And speaking of mysteries, we do have some mysterious Circleville letters to get into, but we also have a mysterious videotape that I have to preview, apparently. The producers of this show said that there's something going on this bad boy here. Mm-hmm. Let's check it out. Well, how about that, huh?
That was sweet.
That was quite the mystery right
Yeah.
there. Are you ready for the main event, though?
Fire it up, brother.
Oh, you already perked up. I was going to tell you to perk up and maybe, get that pen ready.
I'm lively.
Open up that mind to a studious setting. I know that's hard for you. About 30 miles south of Columbus, Ohio, sits the town of Circleville. The best little town around, its website cheerily states.
That's funny.
Oh, is that?
Isn't that funny?
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Is that a joke about circles? The best little town around?
Oh my God. In 1970, it had a population of about 11,100 people. And over the next 20 years, more than 1,000 threatening letters, mainly targeting 2 individuals, would be sent to the people of not just Circleville, but of greater southern Ohio, including elected officials and the newspapers.
2 individuals receiving thousands of threatening letters?
That's right.
Can't relate.
Well, you're only getting
That's funny, right?
thousands of letters of praise, is what you're saying.
Oh no, you Bulgaras, you're sending me anthrax. You're doxing me.
We're not doxing
I've
you.
been swatted dozens of times.
Well, that was just me, because I thought that was really funny.
Yeah, well.
It was funny to see you on your knees on the lawn, just like people pointing guns at you. I was like laughing my ass off at home on a drone that I was controlling from the basement, this basement. The first was received on March 2nd, 1977, by the superintendent of the nearby Westfall High School, Gordon Massey. Written in block letters, the letter read, quote, "Dear Sir, according to my girlfriend, you have asked her to go out many times and have asked the other female bus drivers too. Due to your position and their jobs with you, you should not do this. This must stop at once for the good of this school and families. If they are not stopped, I will be forced to write to the school board, and I'd hate to do that. To prey on another man's girl is untouchable, especially when they're out trying to make a living. There's also talk of you dating a married woman and taking advantage of them. Do you need the times and names again? Please think. I suggest you find yourself a pimple-faced whore and start up with her and leave my girls alone." End quote.
Gordon Massey got that dog in him.
I was gonna say, I was kind of on this guy's side until this little tasty part right here. I was like,
I don't know about
I'm
all
all
that.
about him like being like, don't commit adultery. And then he went a little too far by calling her, I guess a hypothetical person, a pimple-faced whore.
That's not that. You can't be calling people that.
Anyways, enough about Gordon. Let's move on. And what is this now? What the?
Oh, wow.
What in the Blues Clues is happening here?
Always nice to see the mailman.
That's Carter. That's not even a mailman.
Delivery for me.
What are you doing? Why are you dressed like that?
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Pretty light mail day, huh? Pretty empty bag.
It's a shame.
Shane, weird. I guess you should read it. I wonder who wrote it.
Oh, wow. Well, this is your handwriting.
I don't know about that.
Okay, it says, "Dear sir, it has come to my attention that you have been using Watcher Entertainment's money to purchase jelly beans, little doll clothes."
Have you been doing that?
Pandora Premium, specifically the indie rock channels. Does anyone still use Pandora?
Apparently you. I mean, you tell me.
I never used Pandora.
Then why isn't it in the funds?
As well as copious amounts of skins on Fortnite. Now that's true. Due to your position, you should not do this, and I implore you to stop immediately. If you are not stopped, I will be forced to write Watcher CEO Stephen Lin.
That person does sound really concerned.
Yeah, but there's, what are they, I'm not worried about someone writing to Stephen Lim.
I would think about that again. The last time Stephen Lim caught somebody skimming off the top, we all know how that went. May they rest in peace.
I think for now, it's on my radar. I'm not very alarmed.
Well, I mean, the concerned letter writer is not gonna like that, it sounds like. What kind of skins did you get on Fortnite?
I've got a lot.
A few days later, the school board received a second letter, urging them to investigate allegations that Gordon Massey had used his position to harass female bus drivers. That same day, a third letter was received by Massey's fellow superintendent with the same accusations. Soon, however, the letter writer moved on to their primary target, Mary Gillespie. A married mother of two, Mary worked as a school bus driver and was accused by the writer of having an affair with Gordon Massey, who was a married father himself. The first letter she received read, "Mrs. Gillespie, stay away from Massey. Don't lie when questioned about meeting him. I know where you live. I've been observing your house and know you have children. This is no joke. Please take it serious. Everyone concerned has been notified and everything will be over soon."
So this bus driver, Mary, she's smooching Gordon.
That's what the letter alleges.
So the first letters were like, leave the bus drivers alone. And now the letters to the bus driver being like, leave Gordon alone.
I think this
nobody should kiss in this town.
This letter writer is like, hey, you're both married. Stop smooching. What are you doing? But I will say, just as a quick reminder to apparently you and the audience, these are all allegations in this letter. We don't know if these things have happened.
Right.
This guy, he might be a little insane in the membrane.
But if none of it happened, then but everybody should just...
Why would he write the letters then? Why would she or he write the letters then?
I hope this ends with someone getting the death penalty.
I did not expect an endorsement for capital punishment in this part of the episode.
I'm just annoyed. Really. I'm annoyed.
Another letter read, "Lady." It's funny to start a letter with "lady." "Lady, this is your last chance to report him. I know you are a pig and will prove it and shame you out of Ohio. A pig sneaks around and meets other women's husbands behind their backs. It causes families and homes and marriages to suffer." Could have used maybe a comma.
So much pig talk.
It damages families, comma, homes, comma, and marriages. He did the "and" twice. That always pisses me off.
Oxford comma in there.
When people don't do the "and," it fucking annoys me. Although Mary denied the affair, the letters continued and grew even more threatening. They wrote to Mary's husband, Ronald Gillespie, informing him of the alleged affair and recommending that he catch the two in the act and kill them, saying Massey, quote, "doesn't deserve to live." But further letters threatened Ron himself if he didn't take action against them, detailing what car he drives and what school his and Mary's children attended. Ron took the letters to the Pickaway County Sheriff, but according to Ron's brother-in-law, Paul Freshour, Ron was told that the sheriff had more important matters to attend to. At this point, where do you even stand on this? Do you care that these people are perhaps committing all these egregious affairs?
It's just someone who's on a sick little power trip, it seems like.
A vigilante.
Yeah.
A relationship Batman.
A zealot. I get weird religious vibes from them.
Could you imagine if Batman beat the shit out of cheaters?
Yeah.
Instead of going after the Joker and the Penguin, he just makes sure people don't cheat on their spouses.
Marriage is a promise.
In addition to the letters, obscene signs about Mary Gillespie and her children began popping up around town, including describing sexual acts between Massey and the couple's 8-year-old daughter. Paul Freshour, who was married to Ron's sister, Karen Sue, said that Ron began driving around for an hour or two before work every day to take down the signs that had popped up overnight. Let's just take a little break here to establish who the key players are. I've thrown a lot of names at you and at you, so let's just go over it. Mary Gillespie, bus driver, possibly banging Gordon Massey, taking that bus, turning it into the bang bus. And then we have Ron Gillespie, married to Mary Gillespie, possible cuck Ron Gillespie. And then his sister is Karen Sue Freshour, who is married to Paul Freshour. And it's claimed that Ron is driving around town, taking down all these obscene signs that are calling him and Mary out and describing sexual acts with their daughter.
Let's say you're getting these letters. What are the odds that because I'm rising to the challenge. I'm staking out. If those signs are going up every night,
Yeah.
I'm doing a stakeout. How big can Circleville possibly be?
That's true.
I'm
Or
staking out, and I'm gonna clobber that nerd.
Or that's a good point. You could do an old-fashioned stakeout and just wait for them to hammer that sign in, because you can't put a sign in quickly.
No.
Instead, they were just driving around taking the signs out after the fact. You got to think ahead.
Wake up earlier.
That's right. According to Fresh Hour, Mary and Ron Gillespie believed they knew who was behind the letters. On August 19th, 1977, at 10 p.m., 5 months after the first letter was sent, Mary was on her way to Florida with sister-in-law Karen Sue Fresh Hour and some friends, when Ronald received a phone call. Whatever he heard seemed to confirm his suspicions about the identity of the letter writer, and he allegedly told his young daughter that he was going to confront the culprit before taking his gun and driving off in his truck.
Yikes.
Family's being mocked for months. You get the call. You're pretty sure that's the person. Is it time to break out the fisticuffs and go to
I don't think I'm gonna kill him.
I mean, let's be clear. I don't think there's any time that is suitable for you to break out your deagle and go over there and try and threaten somebody with a gun. But you could go over there, rough them up a little bit, you know?
I think you'd be playing right into their game then. I think they want a reaction, you know? They want to get a rise out of you.
I don't think anybody wants this.
I hire a TaskRabbit to kill them.
I think the rate's gonna be pretty high on that one. You might want to go to Craigslist.
Or you just call the police at that point. They can't arrest you for having an affair with a bus driver. But they could, you know, if this person's threatening you, I think that's probably illegal. Or
That's true. They cannot find you guilty in a court of law for having, I suppose, an affair. They could find you guilty in the court of God, though.
But that doesn't mean anything.
That's true, it doesn't mean anything. Ronald Gillespie was pronounced dead an hour later after his car crashed into a tree on 5 Points Pike, just 10 minutes from his home. While the rural road would have been dark, the weather conditions that night were clear. It was reported that Ron had been traveling at excessive speed and missed the curve in the road. But Paul alleged that Ron was actually in a high-speed chase and that there were bullet holes in the side of the truck. But there was no evidence of that. Ron hit the tree at 10:25 p.m. and, not wearing a seatbelt, was partially ejected from the car. It's believed he died on impact, but he was pronounced dead when he arrived at the hospital at 11:15 p.m. Ron was just 35 years old. The coroner ruled his death an accident, and a pathology report put his blood alcohol content at 0.16, double the legal limit. According to his brother-in-law, this would have been wildly out of character for Ron. Fresh Hour believed that Ron had been murdered and urged the sheriff's office to look more into the case. Was it an accident? Was it not an accident? Who knows?
Was he drinking before they left?
He had a blood alcohol level of 0.16.
So it sounds like he maybe
just was drunk driving.
Yeah, which, Ohio.
After the accident, the Circleville letter writer would claim that Ron was killed by Mary Gillespie and Gordon Massey. The writer even claimed that Sheriff Dwight Radcliffe was covering up the murder for Gordon Massey. And although Mary had denied the affair with Gordon Massey prior to Ron's death, they did begin seeing each other after the affair.
Where's his wife?
They did divorce, and then his wife did at some point cite cruelty as the reason for the divorce. Yeah. So it's certainly weird that this whole thing started because of an alleged affair between the two of these people. And then after that, your move is to then be like, I guess I'm just gonna get together with the person that I guess caused all of this?
Well, but the thing is like if all these, this fallout has happened because allegedly we're doinking each other.
Might as well doink.
Might as well doink. You know?
Or is it might as well keep doink?
Keep doink.
The threats toward Mary escalated in the years following Ron's death. On the afternoon of February 7th, 1983, Mary was driving her bus to pick up students from school, about to turn onto the same street Ron had crashed on, when she noticed a sign with an obscene message about her now 13-year-old daughter. Mary stopped the bus, got out, and attempted to remove the sign from the fence it was attached to. In doing so, she noticed that the sign was connected to a box via some twine. She removed it and took the box home and found that.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
You're not gonna guess what's in the box.
Oh, can I guess what's in the box?
Sure, guess what's in the box.
Damning photographs.
No. Hot, cold, very cold.
Biological material.
Cold. If your next guess isn't any better, I'm gonna move on.
Poison.
Let's move on.
Oh.
She removed it and took the box home and found that it held a loaded .25 caliber pistol.
All right. That's investment into this because I feel like guns are probably expensive. Is the implication here like, hey, K-word yourself? Is that what they're going for?
Well, it's a good thing that you asked that because there is something sinister about this gun being in this box.
Okay.
It's a far cry from a lend-a-book library, I'll tell you that. When she brought the box to the police, they immediately recognized that it was a booby trap that had failed to go off. According to Sheriff Radcliffe, the gun would have gone off if someone tried to pry just the sign off the fence. But since Mary removed the box itself, it failed. The gun's serial number had been filed off, but a lab was able to recover it, and the Bureau of Criminal Investigations in Ohio traced it to a man in Columbus, Ohio, who stated that he'd sold the gun to his co-worker, Paul Freshour. And with that, oh wait, hold on, I'm gonna make sure that sinks in. Did you get that?
Yes.
It was a pretty cool
Paul.
presentation. His name popped up and everything.
Oh fuck, I wasn't looking.
It was like a big reveal. Like that's who the gun was sold to. I was hoping that it would elicit some sort of like, wow, that guy Mario.
For some, I
It's
know
not a Mia Mario, it's Mia Murderer.
Yeah, I know aliens aren't in this story, but I was drawing a picture of an alien holding a little gun.
Okay. Is that a picture of an alien with a pistol?
Yeah.
Did you hear anything that I just said?
Paul got a gun.
Let me ask you this. Does that look like an alien?
No, I know aliens probably aren't. I just, we covered them a lot on this show. This book's full of aliens. You shouldn't have given me the one from last season.
Look, you gotta.
Oh, I drew Jesus last season, too, as well.
Listen up. Listen up.
Yeah.
We're trying to solve a mystery here. And if you don't start taking the investigation seriously, I'm gonna be forced to tick this up a notch.
Take it up a notch. Let's do it.
Now, the first suspect is Paul Freshour, Mary Gillespie's brother-in-law. Freshour was the original gun owner's direct supervisor at the Anheuser-Busch facility and had told him he wanted the gun for protection because his wife and children were being harassed. The purchase had occurred in December 1982, just a few months before Mary discovered it in the booby trap, and Paul told police that the gun had been stolen from his garage. Despite this, he never reported the gun missing to the police.
I mean, look, I like the guy. He's got kind eyes. I think he did it.
Yeah. Also, going with the old someone stole the murder weapon from my garage routine, not exactly airtight. I think you gotta come up with a better excuse than that. But no, he does have kind eyes. And as you pointed out earlier, he does look quite a bit like Mario.
And these are real photos of him. This isn't a model we've hired, because this is just a stunning man.
In his interview, he told the police he knew who'd taken it, but didn't name the suspect.
Well, name him, Paul.
My gun was stolen. Oh, really? I know who did it.
But
who
I'll
was
never tell.
Freshour otherwise cooperated with the police, allowing them to search his home and car. And he gave them samples of his handwriting, waived his right to an attorney, and even agreed to a polygraph test, which he failed. It's kind of funny to dare the police to be like, I'm so confident that I'm telling the truth here, you could test me, and then immediately fail the test. It's like, I don't think he thought it through.
I assume the other suspects are even more damning. Otherwise, I don't know why you told me about him first.
Well, that's a good question.
Okay.
And perhaps maybe you have to keep your investigator cap on throughout the presentation because you could see that there are 4 suspects.
Okay.
So let's focus up.
Right now,
eyes
he's
open,
number
ears
1,
open.
baby.
Yeah, number 1 for you.
Paul's number 1 in my heart.
He's also 1 of 1 so far that you've been presented.
Number 1 on the suspect list.
Not exactly a big proclamation like I think you think it is. It was at this time that Freshour's estranged wife, Karen Sue, told police that Paul had been the anonymous writer of the letters. She claimed that she'd first found one of the letters torn up in a toilet. Look at this. Look.
Yeah. Oh, you put a little piece of.
You can see the
little piece of paper on
letter
there.
in the toilet.
That's good. I like that.
You know, you look in a toilet, you expect to see maybe pee if you're, if it's yellow, let it mellow kind of person.
Sure.
But definitely not a letter.
No.
She claimed that she'd first found one of the letters torn up in a toilet and then found several others around the house. Freshour vehemently denied this, as well as any connection to the booby trap that Mary found, despite the presence of his gun in the booby trap. According to investigative journalist Martin Yant, Freshour believed his ex-wife, Karen Sue, had set him up. And speaking of Karen Sue, suspect number 2, Karen Sue Freshour. Now you were wondering who's coming up next, and boy do we have something for you.
Ha! Whoa! What's the Skinamarink phone doing there? Okay. Every time, why is he showing up so many places lately?
I felt like a wizard there. How does
That's good.
Paul and Karen Sue Freshour had been married for 20 years when they filed for divorce in October 1982, just a few months before Paul bought the gun and Mary Gillespie found the booby trap. Karen Sue would later tell police that Paul was physically abusive towards her in the first years of their marriage, and that she'd even filed for divorce back then, but rescinded it. In the early 1980s, he began to assert that she was cheating on him, and Karen Sue left him in late June 1982. She claimed that on October 5th, 1982, Paul threatened her with a broken glass bottle, saying that her own mother wouldn't recognize her when he was done with her.
Bad, bad, bad.
Unfortunately,
if that's true, Paul's canceled.
Oh, unfortunately, it does get worse.
Oh.
He beat her and left her with a black eye.
Okay,
and full
bad guy,
stitches.
bad guy.
Paul went to counseling following the incident, so.
Well, good for him,
all
but
good,
bad
right?
man.
Everything's all washed clean. There might have been a detail in there that you might have.
They got married, they got divorced.
Let me ask
He
you
was
this.
Nasty.
What was the Circleville letter writer obsessed with? Particularly, what was he obsessed with people?
Oh, cheating. Yeah, and he thinks she cheat. He thinks she cheat.
Now, after the divorce, the couple's adult son, Mark, lived with Karen Sue in a trailer on Mary Gillespie's property, while the court granted Paul the house and custody of their daughters. I don't understand that, I have to say. Like, how did a court grant this dude custody if he's like...
It was like the 70s, man.
Tormenting his wife.
Nobody made good decisions then.
Ohio.
Ohio and the 70s.
It's a tandem made in hell. Karen Sue told police that Mark was afraid of Paul. Karen Sue also told police that her children were receiving letters at their house, and the girls were receiving phone calls as well.
You put the Skinamarink phone on there just to point to it when you said the word phone calls?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Because I mean, look, he's a happy. I mean, this is a pretty sad part of the case.
Yeah.
So we needed a little Skinamarink to just kind of like cheer us up. Look at his little smile. Karen Sue was the one to initially link Paul to the letters, telling authorities she'd found letters in their home 2 years before. However, she no longer had the letters to prove it. She claimed that one of the letters she'd found was addressed to Anheuser-Busch, and that Paul told her that it was a reference letter that he had written. The letter found in the toilet reportedly had the name Gillespie visible on the letter inside. Karen claimed she found several other letters around the house on which the name Gillespie could be made out, and that she found 4 letters in the trunk of Paul's car after Ron's death, with Paul telling her that Ron had wanted him to mail them. Her co-worker Raymond Trainer corroborated her story, telling police that she had mentioned finding letters around her home with the same block-style writing as the Circleville letters. Any thoughts on that?
It's Paul. My notes say Paul. Paul's who did it. Paul.
Yeah. The case was investigated by the television program Unsolved Mysteries in 1993. Before the show filmed, the production received a letter of its own. Quote, "Forget Circleville, Ohio. Do nothing to hurt Sheriff Radcliffe. If you come to Ohio, you, El Sicko, will pay," the Circleville writer.
Al Sicko?
El Sicko.
El Sicko?
Like E-L Sicko.
El Sicko?
El Sicko.
Okay.
You should give me a nickname right now. Like a cool one.
Stiz Cranker.
I could do that. Despite the warning, the show proceeded with filming the episode. A family friend was interviewed by the show, but according to her, Karen Sue had called her and instructed her not to do the interview. The family friend went ahead with it anyway. According to her, Karen Sue kept track of everyone who spoke to production, even going as far as parking her car across the street and photographing everyone who went in. Karen Sue did not participate. So what do you think about Karen Sue?
Seems like a decent lady. Maybe she's lying about everything.
The thing is, there's no proof for any of these folks that the claims they're making. So,
I mean, Paul, it's Paul's gun.
But you're shining your justice lights on Paul.
I'm still looking at Paul. I'm looking at those big, beautiful eyes and saying, "Sir, I think you're a monster."
Okay, that's weird that you called them big, beautiful eyes.
Sure.
Anyways, moving on to suspect number 3, Mark Freshour. Oh, shit!
Yes.
Okay, the adult son of Paul and Karen Sue Freshour, Mark chose to live with his mother and was emotionally affected by his parents' divorce. According to investigative journalist Martin Yant, even before the booby trap was discovered, it was Mark that Paul had suspected of stealing his gun from the garage. Their family friend Pam Stanton said Paul would never have told the police his suspicions about his son, saying, quote, Paul would have died before he'd seen Mark go to jail, end quote.
Can't really make the call on this unless I need to sit down with these folks for a couple hours each, get a coffee with them, talk with them.
Get a feel of their
smoke
vibes.
a few cigarettes with them.
We don't, I agree, the cork board does not account for the vibe check.
I wish you could make them come alive with the power of AI. Suddenly you just put into one of those fucking things and you'd be like, be a Paul Freshour chatbot, please.
Oh,
okay.
Be like,
hi, my name's Paul.
I thought you meant use AI to make these faces come to life like Hogwarts.
Well, that'd be cool too. Can you do that right now?
No, that's not how AI works. But we are going to move to suspect number 4.
Who is?
William Massey. William Massey. Some believe that Gordon Massey's son could have been the original letter writer. His parents were in the process of divorcing when the letters started, and he would have been in his late teens or early 20s at the time. His mother cited extreme cruelty as one of the reasons for their divorce.
A lot of cruel people in this town, huh?
I mean, there's not a lot going on. Perhaps. I actually don't know that. I didn't really check in to see what the local attractions are at Circleville.
Well, it just seems like everyone's like, hey, this person was very cruel.
You know what?
Extremely cruel.
I know we're running low on time, but I do want to just type in really quickly. Top 10 things to do in Circleville, Ohio.
Yeah.
Number 1 is go to Columbus.
Leave.
The number 1 is Columbus scavenger hunt.
Number 1, get the fuck out of Circleville.
His mother cited extreme cruelty as one of the reasons for divorce. Some letters later on were reportedly even signed Bill Massey. But he was still living under his father's roof at the time. People doubt he would have been able to pull that off. So to recap, let's take a look at this family tree. Now, Paul Freshour, suspect number 1.
That's right.
Married, now not married, but was with Karen Sue Freshour, who is suspect number 2. Karen Sue Freshour's brother was killed in the car crash, and of course, her brother was married to Mary Gillespie, who was, in the bang bus with Gordon Massey. When this guy and his original wife divorced, it could have been a reason why this guy would be angry.
Yeah.
Maybe he saw that his dad was sneaking around and was like, hey, I'm gonna write these letters to get my dad off the wrong track. I could maybe see that.
Yep.
Mark Freshour, suspect number 3.
They're just blaming the kids.
But nobody has, this picture, definitely not as good as this picture.
No, he's
this picture definitely, I see this picture, guilty.
Entering his Ron Jeremy phase over.
I see this picture.
Oh, who's that?
Why aren't you doing the breaststroke?
Yeah.
Underwater in Mario Land.
What? Oh.
And with all that being said, now that we have the lay of the land again, who are you feeling on all of this?
I think it's Paul. If I were sheriff in this town, I'd arrest him and try him for murder. They don't even need to have a trial.
Could you imagine if your job entailed you just having hunches and at the end of one of your hunches, someone goes to jail?
Sure.
That's scary.
I guess so. That's why I'm not a cop.
Let's move on.
Okay.
In October 1983, Paul Freshour was arrested and tried for attempted murder, pleading not guilty. He was not charged in connection to the letters. His family and friends were shocked. One family friend called the suspicion around him preposterous. Paul Freshour spent over a month in jail before being released on a $50,000 bond. He then admitted himself to a mental hospital, stating, "After 34 days in jail, I decided to come in here and have things checked out," end quote. At one point, he even entered a plea of innocent by reason of insanity, but he changed it back to just an innocent plea a short while later. The case against Paul was weak sauce. There was no physical evidence that connected him to the booby trap, no fingerprints, and he had an alibi for most of the time when the booby trap would have been installed on the fence. He had taken the day off to have work done to his house, and several witnesses confirmed that he was seen at his home. There was, however, circumstantial evidence. The box his gun had been found in was an industrial chalk box that could have readily been found at his work. Though he was never charged with the letter writing, the judge at Paul's trial allowed 39 of the letters to be used in evidence, with the prosecution claiming that the handwriting on the box was similar to that in the letters. 2 document examiners testified that the handwriting on the letters could have been Freshour's. The jury deliberated for 2.5 hours before Paul was ultimately convicted of attempted murder. And although it was never proven that he wrote the letters, most people assumed that he had. He was sentenced to a maximum sentence of 7 to 25 years in prison, and ultimately spent 10 years there. But despite Freshour being behind bars, the letters didn't stop. Hundreds were sent during his decade in prison. The prison warden stated it would have been impossible for Paul Freshour to have written the letters. He had been kept in isolation and was not allowed pens or paper. All of his incoming and outgoing mail was inspected. The letters were also postmarked from Columbus, but Freshour was imprisoned nearly 100 miles away in Lima, Ohio. Authorities insisted that Paul was still behind the letters, suggesting that he had an accomplice on the outside. He was a well-behaved prisoner, but when he was up for parole after 7 years, he was denied because of the continuing letters. Thoughts on just like him, he gets sentenced, he's in jail, but then the letters keep coming.
Yeah. Well, maybe he should have done things differently in his life.
Maybe you should have thought about that before you made a booby trap with a gun in a mailbox.
Lock up your gun, Paul. How about that?
A couple days after his parole was denied, Paul Freshour himself received a letter, which read, "Freshour, now when are you going to believe you aren't getting out of there? I told you 2 years ago when we set them up. They stay set up. Don't you listen at all? No one wants you out. No one, the joke is on you. Ha, ha. Tell no one of this letter. I saw the paper. Great news. Great. The sheriff loved it. Ha, ha. Do you believe it now? Do you?" You received the letter from the Riddler.
Yeah, you got it.
The letters finally stopped in 1994 when Paul was released from prison. It was then that, according to investigative journalist Martin Yant, Paul Freshour reached out to the FBI to look into the case, but they never reportedly responded to him. What are you writing down some notes?
I'm looking to see who died in 1994.
Interesting. Why would you do that?
It could have been actor Telly Savalas.
All right.
Or Kurt Cobain.
Mark Freshour never visited his father in prison, and in the early morning of September 11th, 2002, Mark's body was found after dying by an apparent suicide. He was 39 years old. His mother, Karen Sue, told police that he'd struggled with depression for a long time. Although Paul Freshour was convicted and served a decade in prison, he never admitted guilt. Paul died in 2012 at the age of 70, still claiming his innocence to the very end. Is that worth something? Do you put stock into deathbed confessions or lack thereof? Like if someone was convicted of something and they keep saying they're innocent till the day they die, when they easily could have just admitted it? No? One of those? You've been at that? Okay. In recent years, investigations by host Marie Mayhew on the podcast Whatever Remains and CBS's 48 Hours asserted that Paul Freshour had been the letter writer. The Pickaway Sheriff's Office considers the case of the Circleville letters closed. Despite Paul maintaining that his hands were clean, I think we can pretty surely consider this case solved.
It was Paul.
It was Paul.
I was right.
Well, I mean,
I'm the best.
You can make a good inference that it's Paul.
I never once wavered. I said Paul. Even when number 2, maybe it was Karen Sue, maybe it was William. I said no, Paul.
Not
Look
Ringo,
at this.
Not Ringo, not John.
Paul.
It was Paul.
Yeah.
Oh, you did write Paul all over that like you were the fucking Joker. But yeah, I mean, he was convicted of attempted murder, but they never were able to pin him for the letters.
Who cares?
It's pretty much solved, I would say. We'll call this one pretty much solved.
You put a gun in a box to try and booby trap someone. Yeah, you go to jail.
That's true.
Who cares if you wrote letters? And I guess he would have written the letters if it was connected to the signs that were also, sort of part of the whole razzle dazzle.
Yeah, that's why 48 Hours and also that podcast, Whatever Remains, concluded, he wrote the letters.
Yeah. And look.
And you know what also concluded he wrote the letters? Mystery Files.
That's right.
And I mean, I don't know what higher. Take a look. Read it and weep.
48 hours.
This case has been cracked. It's been solved. It's Paul. It's Paul.
Here's the thing about this place that I love. It's so dialed in on what it is. Cheers.
Uh-oh, it's good.
So good.
Chud Cranker?
Maybe if you have a nickname of your own.
Look, the little Cranker.
It's good, man.
Cranker.
It's really good.
Cranker.
Cranker. Yeah, we're gonna settle on that and we're gonna continue with the story.
We'll talk. We're not here to talk about aliens.
He's just short-circuited.
No.
We'll talk. It's aliens.
I just really want to rub it in.
What the?
Showing him my ass, you know?
Oh, okay.
Welcome to Mystery Files, where we take a deep dive into cases that span from the creepy to the truly bizarre and everything in between. I'm Shane, and today I'm telling my colleague Ryan about something I know for a fact that he's never seen before. A book!
Very good.
Specifically, we'll be talking about the Voynich manuscript. And in the end, you'll have to decide if the mystery is solved or if it's simply a mystery. Ryan, when I say Voynich, does anything come to mind? Probably the manuscript, right?
Yeah.
That you don't know anything about.
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, not much else comes to my mind on that word.
No, I mean, it's not like Voynich. It's like not like a buzzword.
Yeah, it's just Voynich manuscript. I don't know. Well, before we get into it, let's take a peek at one of my special videotapes.
Oh, not again.
Hello and welcome to the official trailer for Pod Watcher, the official podcast of Watcher Entertainment.
That's right. It's our weekly little get-together where we talk about whatever the hell we want.
Did you touch Annabelle?
No, here's this. No, we've never talked about this before.
You know, it's our place to let loose a little bit. I'm a big BIC guy. Bic? Is that how you say it?
Big Bic energy.
Yeah, I was waiting for it. Sometimes the topics are contemporary. Recently, Mari and I, we've been talking about it for like the past year. We should get a dog, and sometimes they're not.
Grogu. But they're always real. Do you know about how to steal from them?
Huh?
I've said this before, and this works most of the time.
Join us every Monday
by watching over at the Watcher Podcast YouTube channel or listening wherever you find your favorite podcasts. We'll be there.
You know, it's really the only place where I feel like I can really be me.
Oh.
Don't touch me.
The year 1903, the place, Rome. The Jesuits found themselves in a bit of a money problem. In the hopes of raising some quick cash, they decided to sell 300 treasured rare books from their Collegio Romano to the richest schmucks in town. Those folks at the Vatican.
Collegio Romano. That sounds nice.
That does sound nice.
Sounds like a salad.
It does.
I'd like that.
Some chunky croutons on that.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Do you make croutons at home?
No.
I could make you croutons.
Fuck yeah, dude.
9 years later, with the Jesuits still waiting on the Pope to find his checkbook and finalize the deal, an opportunistic book dealer named Wilfrid Michael Voynich happened to be passing through Italy and approached the Jesuits.
That looks exactly like I thought he would.
Yeah, sort of got a Daniel Bruhl vibe.
Oh yeah, big Brule vibes.
Big Brules. Those Catholics dragging their feet? Oh, too bad, since Voynich would be happy to buy some books from the Jesuits right here, right now. Voynich was secretly allowed to look over the books and purchase a stack before they were transferred to the Vatican. One manuscript in his pile particularly captured Voynich's imagination. An untitled 234-page book, approximately 9 by 6 inches, written in a language he'd never seen before, accompanied by colorful and bizarre illustrations. Voynich had no way of knowing it at the time, but he would someday be the namesake for how modern scholars referred to the book. But before I tell you what's actually in the book, let's first get into Voynich's scheme for selling the manuscript.
Oh, I didn't realize, so he didn't write it, he just found it.
He just bought it.
Look at that like little shop of horrors, like Seymour looking fucking plant.
If there was anything that was named after you that you just happened to sort of come across, what would you?
Bergara popcorn bucket or something like that.
The Bergara bucket.
The Bergara bucket, there you go. Huh. And you can fill that bucket with anything.
With some Shane snack. Popcorn.
Oh. Yeah, sure.
Now, the book dealer was convinced that he had something important, telling the New York Times, "When the time comes, I will prove to the world that the black magic of the Middle Ages consisted in discoveries far in advance of 20th century science." Yes, Voynich was convinced this strange little tome was worth a small fortune, pricing the book at $100,000, which would be around $3 million in today's dollars.
That's a lot of quiche.
That's a lot of quiche for one book.
I mean, but if it's the book, like if this book was like a cookbook to, make life.
Oh, there's books
to be
about
God.
There's books about making life.
I was talking more about like how to be God.
You're God, and you're like, I give myself $3 million again.
Exactly. It's like the whole conundrum where you could wish for more wishes from a genie.
Okay, pitch. You find a genie. You wish to be a genie.
Yeah, but that didn't work out for Jafar, if you remember, because Jafar turned himself into a genie. God, genies must fucking hate lamps.
How did Jafar not put that together?
Well, you didn't.
You're right. I'm no better than Jafar. Now, this expensive book was showcased in exhibitions at accredited art institutions, an attempt by Voynich to raise the profile of the book and lend its nonsensical scribblings an air of legitimacy. Despite the mystery surrounding the volume, Voynich couldn't find a buyer for his book of unreadable gobbledygook. Around this time, some scholars attempted to decode the book, but all attempts were eventually discredited.
So this guy spent $3 million on this book.
He was trying to sell it for that much.
Oh, he was trying to sell it for that much.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he had spent that much on it and then had just spent the rest of his life.
I'm sure he spent a pretty penny
trying to find someone who could read it to him.
Well, he was convinced that it was, full of magic. When Voynich died in 1930, his estate was split between his wife, Ethel, and his secretary, Anne Nill, who became Ethel's live-in companion for the rest of Ethel's life.
What do you mean by live-in companion?
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, nice.
Perhaps exhausted by the book's stranglehold on her late husband's imagination, Ethel wrote a letter describing the history of the book as she knew it. The envelope for the letter contained explicit instructions that it was not to be opened until after her death. This letter and the manuscript were then placed in a bank vault, where they would remain for the next 30 years.
If you had a letter addressed to you that was written to you by somebody that said, do not open until I die, would you respect it? I didn't think so. Yeah, you didn't seem like the kind of cat
I'd open
that
it
would
right away.
respect that. I would give you one that says, don't open it until I die, and knowing that you would open it immediately, I would have it like squirt silly putty in your face or something.
Or you could put it in a box with a loaded gun in it.
No, I wouldn't do that. But
Call
that
back.
is a good callback to that, super funny thing that happened to that lady.
Pretty funny. After old Ethel kicked the bucket in 1960, Anne Nill took full ownership of the manuscript and sold it in 1962 for, how much do you think?
Oh man, this is good. The asking price was $100K. How much later was this?
It's at least a few decades later. But remember, he could not get anyone to buy it at $100,000.
I'm gonna guess $1,000.
Okay. Well, sold it for.
Oh, okay.
$24,500.
I was going in the right direction.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Well, that is around $250,000 today.
That's pretty good. actually.
I'll take it.
I should just write a bunch of funny books that have like made up language.
Just do a bunch of nonsense.
And I'll sell it for $250,000. That's a new business plan for Watcher Entertainment.
It's not bad. So it was sold for what today would be about $250,000 to rare book dealer H.P. Krauss.
Look how happy he looks.
Look at him. Ah, I got it.
I bought it. I don't know what it says.
It's mine. It's mine. This is the guy who's probably like, I want to figure out the secret to immortality and live forever. And then he fucking died. Well, when Krauss realized that he, like Voynich himself, was unable to resell the book, he gifted it to Yale University's Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library, where it remains until this very day.
Big ass library.
Whoa!
Fucking quadruple
That's
decker,
a lot of
dude.
books.
Well, a million books in there, at least?
Oh, there's got to be. Can we look that up? How many books?
I'll guess that, too.
Ryan, what's your guess?
I'm gonna go with 25 million books.
25 feels like a lot, but maybe it's not. I don't know.
Roughly 1 million.
1 million? That's it?
Yeah.
That doesn't look like, that looks like way more.
Ooh, that's a bad library.
For him to buy a book for $250,000 and then just be like, JK, I'm gonna give it away for free?
This is 1%, man.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So the book is safely locked away over there in Yale and New Haven, Connecticut. But where was it before Voynich took it off the Jesuits' cash-strapped hands? Well, the first time the manuscript enters the historic record is when the Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II purchased the book for 600 gold ducats in the late 1500s. Some have speculated that Rudy bought it from infamous astrologer and student of the occult, John Dee. Evidence for Johnny D having owned the tome is mostly circumstantial, and where Emperor Rudolph actually got the book is unknown. When Rudolph died in 1612, the book fell into the possession of his court chemist, pharmacist, and alchemist, Jacobus Horchiche de Tepenek.
What a name.
Cool guy.
He was a doctor?
He was a bunch of shit. You know?
Dr. Horchiche?
Dr. de Tepenek.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Ultraviolet light reveals de Tepenek's signature on one of the pages, confirming his ownership.
Did he write it in lemon juice, like in National Treasure?
I thought you were going to go a different route with UV light.
Oh.
What a book.
Yeah. He really signed that with his pen.
Yeah.
Why are these pages stuck together?
Yeah. Now, Tepenek died 10 years later, passing the book on to alchemist George Barish.
Funny hat.
Then it was owned by Johannes Marcus Marci, who then gave the book to Jesuit scholar Athanasius Kircher in 1665.
I got the book now.
A book for me? It remained with the Jesuits until Voynich bought it in a backroom deal at the beginning of the 20th century. What a journey for a book!
All these gentlemen linked by one item and they have no idea.
Now it's sitting here in America.
Could you?
We got it! I just really want to rub it in, so fuck you guys.
Why?
I don't know.
I don't think they deserve that.
They probably do.
I don't know. What the fuck?
Showing them my ass, you know?
Oh, okay. What are you, like a monkey?
Now, with a provenance that includes alchemists, book dealers, religious scholars, and even a real-life emperor, one question begs for an answer. What is in this God-forsaken book?
Reveal it.
The Voynich manuscript is 234 pages long, written across 102 folios, made from approximately 14 cow skins. Carbon-14 dating tells us that the parchment was made between 1404 and 1438, putting an earliest date on when this book was written. Now, at some point during the Renaissance, it appears the book was rebound with a cover made from limp vellum, then the equivalent of a paperback binding.
Fucking carbon dating is so goddamn neat.
Carbon dating rocks.
It's awesome. I should get a tattoo of that.
Carbon dating is neat and it rocks.
Yeah, a whole sleeve.
Yeah, a whole sleeve. Now, the writing in this book is totally unique. There are no other examples of it anywhere, meaning it is either lost to time or made up by the author.
Aliens.
Oh, hang on, brother.
Oh, I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say aliens.
No. There are no aliens in this episode. I wouldn't do that.
I doubt it.
Now, linguists studying the text have identified distinct patterns, prefixes, and suffixes in the language, though academics cannot agree how many letters are even in the alphabet. Some of history's greatest codebreakers and cryptologists, as well as specialists in fields as wide-ranging as chemistry, law, medieval philosophy, and mathematics, have all failed to provide any legitimate translations.
Probably also looks like they spilled some coffee.
Oh, God, what are you doing here?
Well, I just wanted to check in and make sure you're locked in, Burgoos. How about an impromptu quiz to keep you on your toes?
Do I have an option, or?
No. I don't believe you do.
Sure, let's do it. Get on with it.
All right. Now, there are 6 sections that make up the Voynich manuscript. Which of the following is a section that makes up that dusty old book? A, arithmetic. B, recipes. Or C, chemistry.
All of them? D? All of them?
I don't think that was an option, was it, Professor?
He's tricky like that, though. He does this all the time.
I mean, I understood it.
Yeah, but he does this. He'll present a question and then be like, just kidding, there's a bonus option that wasn't even one.
Doesn't seem like
he does it to make me look.
It doesn't seem like a trick. He seems like a pretty honest guy.
I don't think so.
Choose.
I put B, recipes.
Oh, great work, Burgoos!
Oh, wow,
a jelly bean for you.
Ooh, jelly beans. Toss one in my mouth.
All right, I'm gonna go. Bye.
I am an estranged producer of that show, so I've never had direct contact with him.
Thank your lucky stars. Just kidding, he's a nice guy.
Well, anyway, as the Blue Man said, scholars have divided the manuscript into 6 sections, according to the illustrations, despite having no translation. And these sections are as such: botany, astronomy/astrology, biology, cosmology, pharmaceuticals, and, as mentioned, recipes.
How do they know this if they can't read the writing?
Well, I'm going to get into that. A lot of it, as I just told you, was due to illustrations and sort of inferring various things. Now, the botany section is the largest by far, comprising nearly half the pages, with 113 highly detailed drawings of plant and herb species, not one of which is identifiable in the real world.
Huh. Aliens, dude.
Freaky.
Some Pandora plants. That's crazy.
Blum, 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 blum. Yeah.
I bet you that flower could like bite your finger off.
The astrological section contains symbols for well-known signs of the zodiac, such as fish for Pisces, a bull for Taurus, Taurus Nation, and an archer for Sagittarius. Depictions of the sun, moon, and stars, however, seem totally unrelated to any known constellations.
It's like Black Phillip in the middle there.
What are all these people doing in barrels? That's a pregnant lady in a barrel with a star. She's blushing. They're all sort of worshiping goat, I guess. This does look like witch stuff, huh?
It's witch stuff.
I kind of vibe with this.
Yeah.
Is he eating a black fruit?
I don't know what he's doing there.
I would get a tattoo of this on my chest. You got a bunch of women in popcorn buckets. That looks like George Washington. Very cool. Now, the biological section is filled with miniature female nudes in green baths and among twisting tubing.
What's going on in the top left there?
Uh-huh.
That's tubing?
I think that's, yeah, I think.
That's a tube?
Are you suggesting? Yeah, I think it's tubing.
Okay.
It's like the Matrix, you know, vats of green goo.
Yeah, it looks like something's definitely gooey coming out of the
Free goo, that's a good
tip of
living.
that pipe.
Oh, and it's draining out there.
Oh, cool, cool.
Drain goes in.
Yeah.
Fills with nice green goo that we all love. We all love the green goo. And then green goo go away. While bizarre, scenes like these were sometimes found in antiquarian books on alchemy, causing many to theorize that might be what the Voynich manuscript is actually about. The cosmological section contains a series of 9 large medallions drawn across several folded folios filled with stars and other shapes, thought to possibly depict geographical forms.
A little sun in the middle, just chilling.
Hi. Yeah, they both got little faces. This guy's like, hey. And this guy's like, hi. Thanks for reading my book. Now, the pharmaceutical section features another 100 different species of plants, herbs, and roots, this time depicted in elaborate jars and colored bottles. Again, none of these flora can be identified as existing in the real world.
These are just alien weed gummies, essentially.
Yeah.
God, I can't wait for the alien part of this presentation.
I make no promises. In fact, I promise you we won't talk about aliens.
I know, you're just kidding.
And finally, the recipe section consists of pages of continuous text with star-like flowers in the margin, resembling a bulleted list, perhaps describing the practical uses of the plants pictured elsewhere in the book.
If this is a gag, really well done gag. I mean, like follow through, talking about committing to the bit.
It'd be hard to even fake.
That's what I'm thinking. That's why, if it's a language we don't know.
Well, that's the thing. They analyzed it and they were like, there's clearly like a system of a language to the words. It's not just nonsense.
We just don't know what it is.
They just haven't cracked it.
I just wonder if it's a language we don't know, and it actually is a language, and there's plants we don't know.
What's all that? What's all that then?
Where is the language from?
Freaky deaky.
Alien crowd, rise up.
that's the noise the aliens make.
Yeah, but the other thing, though, is if it's, well, here's the thing, though. If aliens, we'll talk, we're not here to talk about aliens.
He's just short-circuited.
No.
We'll talk aliens.
Okay. Now that we know the history and sort of the contents of the book, Ryan, it's time for some cork, brother.
I'm down to cork. Love it.
What's theory time?
Oh, Elvis impression.
Is that what that? Oh, theory time. Are you excited for these theories?
I better see what I hope I see.
Now, the thing about a manuscript, Ryan, especially when it's written in untranslatable languages, is that anyone can argue it says anything, and no one can really prove them wrong. Isn't that frustrating?
No, I find it kind of interesting.
Oh.
Possibilities.
Well, that's a nice optimistic turn on it. I like that.
It's aliens.
What I'm about to present to you are just a subset of some of the more prevalent theories to circulate over the years among Voynichologists. Theory 1. The book is a hoax.
Wow. You know, it never occurred to me that Voynich kind of looks like Post Malone. He's a time traveler.
That's that one.
What?
I'm a sunflower.
Okay, let's get into the theory.
Our first theory is that the text is basically a sketch pad with some nonsensical language designed to look old and important that Voynich hoped would earn him a fortune. This theory circulated largely because during his life, Voynich refused to tell anyone where he got the book due to the less than above board way in which he acquired.
Wait a second, though. Wasn't there that big old line of people that had it before him? Where did that come from?
Well, that's why this theory was floated, because they were like, where did you get this from? And he was like, I'll never tell.
But then there was a pretty extensive timeline of the book.
Yeah, we know that, but people didn't at the time. So, as you have very astutely observed, Ryan, this theory seems unlikely because the code shows linguistic patterns associated with natural languages. It also follows Zipf's law, a mathematical formula that describes the expected frequency distribution of words in languages.
Zipf's?
Zipf's.
Zap.
Zap. I got there.
The improv exercise right there, nice.
Add to that the fact that carbon dating proves the parchment was old as hell, and it would have been very difficult for Voynich to get his hands on that much old parchment.
Cool glasses, though. He's got that going for him.
Well, how about we move on to theory number 2?
How about that?
Theory number 2. The book was written by alchemist Roger Bacon.
Oh, that sounds tasty.
Now, if the book isn't a hoax, there is a sea of possible explanations, beginning with what Voynich himself thought, that the book was written by famous English alchemist and philosopher, Mr. Roger Bacon. Now, Bacon was even regarded as a wizard by his peers due to his immeasurable knowledge, and was even rumored over the course of 7 years to have created a necromantic brazen head.
What is necromantic? I assumed that meant some
like
sort
a necromancer. You bring life to.
Yeah, I assumed it was talking about like an actual human head, though, because of what that would imply.
No, I think, back in the day, they'd make a bunch of like automatons and stuff. They were capable of doing some pretty incredible things back in the day.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Voynich believed this theory, well, because the letter he found tucked inside the book theorized that that's who had written the book. Voynich had little reason to question this assertion. Roger Bacon is somewhat of a big deal, and he probably would have had little problem selling the book for his listed astronomical sum. Recall, however, Voynich was sure this book was full of important yet lost medieval knowledge.
Smart guy. I don't know why he'd waste his time on this. Didn't seem like he was hurting for cash, so.
Well, maybe that's exactly why. Not hurting for cash, nothing to do in life. But like you said, he's not trying to sell it, he's just putting something weird into the world.
Yeah, but wasn't the whole point of the hoax so that they could then sell the book?
I don't know. Lending credence to Voynich's assertion was the work of William Newbold. Where did he go? Oh, this guy. There he is. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him.
Sorry, I was writing something down.
He was a distinguished professor and historian of medieval medicine at UPenn. Newbold claimed to have cracked the cipher in 1921, and he and Voynich toured around with the book, then referred to as the Roger Bacon cipher manuscript. Now, while this would have been a fun explanation, under the lightest of scrutiny, the Roger Bacon theory falls apart pretty fast and pretty furious. Newbold's deciphering required, quote, transposition, changing the order of letters, abbreviation, using a system taken from ancient Greece, and then microscopic notations, whereby individual pen strokes within a single character, when magnified, serve as shorthand symbols for other letters. Now that's a long walk, and this would have required Roger Bacon to have used microscopes and telescopes to write the book, neither of which would be invented until centuries after his death. Add to this the fact that the carbon dating meant that the parchment was also made hundreds of years after Bacon's death, though Voynich couldn't have known that at the time.
Mouthful.
It's a mouthful.
But yeah, I'm just curious about the bacon part.
Professor, we got an etymology check on bacon.
Oh, etymology,
Ryan wants to know what bacon means. Where'd that word come from?
Well, certainly the word bacon is derived from the Proto-Germanic bakon, which means back meat. Huh? How about that?
There you go.
Oh.
Back meat. So you're a big fan of the back meat.
I am a big fan of the back meat.
And I think that means a history point for Ryan. Yeah!
I didn't even get anything right. No, don't.
Sexy.
Thank you.
All right, on to theory 3. The book is actually written in Old Turkish.
What?
Old Turkish is what I said.
Yeah, sure.
Our next theory is that the book was written in a phonetic form of Old Turkish. This comes from Turkish electrical engineer Ahmet Ardiç. Now, Ardiç claimed in 2018 to have deciphered and translated over 30% of the manuscript, along with his sons. Ardiç cites similarities between the glyphs and Old Turkish, how various words begin with the same characters and have the same rhythmic structure. Now, while lots of people have come forward with claims of translation like Newbold did in 1921, phonetic Old Turkish is one of the rare theories supported by Lisa Fagan Davis, one of the world's leading experts on the Voynich manuscript. Davis, who is usually quick to discredit the surplus of wild claims about the text, suggests the Turkish theory is, quote, one of the few solutions I've seen that is consistent, is repeatable, and results in sensical text.
The thing is, though, if this person is claiming they deciphered it, how can we even verify that?
So yeah, 30%, he's like, I think I got a handle on this shit. Me and my sons worked on it.
Case closed.
Lisa Fagan is over here being like, hey, this guy's onto something. So I don't know what the holdup is here.
Yeah, but we can't verify his work.
I think they can. He seems like a pretty forthcoming guy.
Yeah, I mean, but if he's like, I've solved it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, let's check with the people who know the language. It's Lisa Fagan Davis.
Lisa Fagan Davis.
When you see something that's like a progress bar, like if you're like 30% and you just walk away, that would drive me nuts.
Yeah, I don't know what the holdup is. I guess language is difficult. Maybe they don't have a lot of funding. I don't know.
Cool tree, though.
That's Turkey.
Oh.
That's a Turkish tree.
Old Turkish language, Old Turkish tree.
Old Turkish fella, Old Turkish tree. Lisa Fagan Davis, good enough for me.
Sounds like a home run.
Theory 4, the manuscript is actually a women's health manual.
Now that was a zag I did not see coming.
Now, one theory that Lisa Fagan Davis does not endorse and considered laughable is that the manuscript is actually a women's health manual. This theory was put forth by television writer / history researcher Nicholas Gibbs.
What else has he written?
That's a fair question.
Hey,
Professor?
No, don't bring the professor back.
Huh? Oh, again,
I just
what?
wanted to check IMDb.
IMDb? Okay, let me get my phone out.
Ryan wants some intel on Nicholas Gibbs.
Look into it?
Not me.
Nicholas
Gibbs. Shane wanted that.
Nicholas Gibbs. Huh? Nope, I'm not seeing anything.
All right, so failed screenwriter Nicholas Gibbs. So we've got nothing. Well, thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor.
Sure. See you later.
So in 2017, Gibbs claimed to have cracked the code after doing research on the Voynich manuscript for a TV network. He provided only 2 lines of possible translation, which scholars have since rebutted as nonsensical, if not derivative of other scholars' work. Ironic, since Gibbs claimed the translation text was itself a plagiarized women's health manual written in Latin abbreviations. While some have suggested Gibbs was hoping to use this story to sell a screenplay, there might actually be a grain of truth to the medical textbook aspect, which, again, was not originally put forth by Gibbs. So that brings us to theory 5, that the book is a type of medicine.
medical book.
There better be an extra theory on that board, you son of a bitch.
Written in a lost language. Now, the drawings of plants and herbs, while fantastical, are still indicative of a 15th century medical text whose author would have protected his trade secrets by using an invented language. Turns out, there actually is one small section of the Voynich manuscript that most scholars agree has been translated. Located at the very end of the book, this section uses a combination of medieval German and abbreviated Latin to describe a traditional treatment for wounds made out of goat liver. Next to this section, in the margins, appears a drawing of a goat. Perhaps most interestingly, this section also has some characters featured in the main text, suggesting it could provide the toehold needed to decipher the rest of the manuscript.
Curious, but then what about all those fake plants?
Whoever made the book just was not a good artist.
Is there another side to the corkboard? Is there another theory?
That's it, man.
You didn't include aliens as a theory?
Well, here's my thought, right? Here's my thought. Aliens, right?
Yeah.
They make it to Earth.
Yeah.
How they get in here?
Like a ship, maybe something with navigation, like a manual of some sort?
Spaceship.
Yeah.
So they gotta have some really nice fucking paper.
However,
if you can build a spaceship, you got some nice Kinko's ass quality paper. You're not putting it in.
But this could also be just somebody jotting down, like kind of like transcribing for them. You know
That's
what I
a
mean?
possibility.
Who wrote it then?
That's a great question, Ryan.
Maybe it's someone from another dimension.
Maybe it's something from another dimension. Well, before I reveal whether today the Voynich manuscript has been cracked or whether it's a mystery, I want you to lay it on me, brother. What do you think is written?
I didn't think it was this serious. Why are you holding
in the Voynich
Hey
manuscript?
man, it's just let me guess without the pressure. You don't have to do this.
It has to be one of these theories.
Yeah, let's go with theory 4 aliens. So I mean, it says
Just
it right there.
inevitable at this point. You're just going to say aliens.
It says
no
it right
matter
on the
what.
board.
Do you
Theory-
genuinely believe that?
Yeah. I think it's the coolest theory, so yeah.
Well, the Voynich manuscript devotees around the globe have continuously tried and failed to crack the myriad secrets that the book hides. Maybe someday, maybe some person or machine will finally figure out what this silly little book was trying to explain. But for now, folks, let your imaginations run wild. The Voynich manuscript remains a mystery. It'd be cool if one of our viewers cracked it at home. What are you drawing?
Alien.
Well, that's that. We'll see you next week, everybody. Lisa Foggin Davis, Lisa Foggin Davis, Lisa Foggin Davis, Lisa Foggin Davis.
A mysterious blob-like substance falls on an entire town. No! Welcome to Mystery Files, where we take a deep dive into cases that span from the creepy to the truly bizarre and everything in between. I'm Ryan, and today I'll be forcing my colleague Shane to hear all about the unnerving Oakville blobs. And in the end, you'll have to decide whether the case is solved or if it's simply a mystery. Oakville blobs, you ever heard about these bad boys?
I'm making blob noises.
Is that what you were doing? That's a pretty good impression of a dog licking water out of a bowl. If I
Wait,
asked
do you
for
want to
that.
hear that?
Yeah,
I
let's-
think I can do that.
Your other impression.
Well, that's too much, yes.
Your other impression sounded better, and frankly, it didn't look like what that looked like, and also what that sounded like. All right, let's go take a look at this video.
You got a little video for us?
Want to check out my video?
I want to check out your video.
Hello, I'm Professor Morris Ashley, and after a much-needed hiatus during which I absconded to Italy and enjoyed a serene life of anonymity as a blonde hot air balloon pilot, I'm back. Thanks to today's sponsor, Incogni, I can finally return to the spotlight. After the success of my hit show, Extreme Science, the fandom got out of hand. My inbox was full of junk, obsessive fan mail was clogging up my mailbox, and my phone was ringing off the hook. I became a virtual shut-in. I tore up my social security card, melted my fingerprints off on one of those Men in Black machines, and I left my old life behind. You know, every day without our knowledge, our personal information is in danger. It's packaged and sold on an open market by hundreds of data brokers. It's really difficult and tedious to unsubscribe from everything ourselves, so the logical solution was to sign up for Incogni. I signed up for an account. I gave them my permission to reach out to data brokers on my behalf and ask them to have my personal data removed. My yearly subscription monitors it for me, protecting my data privacy, keeping my information offline, and making me feel safe. Rap break! I was lonely and adrift because Grifters got my information. Incogni came along at last and proved to be salvation. No more calls, no more data brokers, no more spam. An automated second lease on life. And I'm like, damn. Yes, thanks to Incogni, I can finally be myself again. I'm moving back to Tinseltown. I've had a lovely time in Italy, and I will miss my Italian wife, Bianca Sofia. Use the code WATCHER to get an exclusive 60% off an annual Incogni plan at incogni.com/watcher. Now, back to your regular program.
Wow, that was a great video, huh?
Yeah.
I have nothing else to say about that.
Well, then in that case, let's begin.
The tiny Pacific Northwest town of Oakville, Washington lies squarely in the middle of nowhere, surrounded on all sides by forest. In 1994, the town had a population of just 665 residents, which is fewer people than there were in my high school graduating class.
Oh, cool.
And those 665 people became the victims of a mysterious incident in which tiny, translucent, gelatinous blobs fell from the sky, possibly resulting in severe illness throughout the town. Oakville averages over 50 inches of rain a year, but on August 7th, 1994, a different sort of rain fell.
Chubby rain.
I knew it. I knew it. The rain was different that day. Chubby rain. That's from Bowfinger.
Tell him the title.
Chubby Rain.
What?
Chubby rain.
Stop watching this episode and go watch Bowfinger.
Should we just take a quick 90-minute break here?
Yeah.
And allow them to watch the film?
And we'll be here when you get back. We'll be in the basement.
90 minutes, starting now.
Around 3 a.m., residents reported that see-through blobs about half the size of a grain of rice were falling from the sky. In a 1997 Unsolved Mysteries episode covering the case, local Oakville officer David Lacey described his experience with the blobs by saying, quote, "It looked like hail laying on top of the wood box and everywhere else. So I just went over and I touched it and it wasn't hail, it was a gelatinous-like material." Now, I do want to caution that that is not the blobs. We can see that is way bigger than a grain of rice.
That's big, big, big.
But what in fact would a blob actually feel like?
Are you allowed to go over there?
I'm pontificating here.
Did you bring blobs?
I did bring blobs.
Yes!
And I did bring them right here.
I don't care for that. Where did you get, come on, man.
Yeah! What did it feel like?
It feels like goo. Are these just those crystals that absorb water?
No, I harvested those from Oakville and I brought them. Over the next 3 weeks, 6 different incidents of the falling blobs were reported over a 20 square mile area, accompanied by a reported spike in hospital visits. I see you whitening up.
No, I'm actually just squeezing.
No,
I'm not gonna do anything crazy.
What do you think, I'm gonna go over there and pull your finger?
No, I want you to feel the joy of the blobs. I'm not doing anything funny.
I could feel the joy of the blobs.
Trust me.
No. Come here. Yeah, nothing makes me want to trust you more than you saying trust me. I'm staying right here.
Well, then I'll come to you. Why are you so afraid?
All right, now you're gonna sit down there. Now bless you. Okay.
Well, I didn't want to do anything nasty, but now I do.
We're gonna continue the lesson.
All right.
This is the part where you sit down. That's what's gonna happen.
I'm not paying attention to these.
You're gonna have to listen now.
I'm not paying attention
All
to
right,
these.
it's time for you to listen now. Bless you. Okay. You know what? I'm not even scared because I don't think you could hit me from there. I don't think you have the skill.
Okay.
Over the next 3 weeks, 6 different incidents of the falling blobs were reported over a 20 square mile area, accompanied by a reported spike in hospital visits. The town at large experienced flu-like symptoms as well. The town at large experienced flu-like symptoms, as well as inner ear and respiratory issues. One resident said, quote, "Everybody that lived here got sick," end quote. While another explained, "Everybody in the whole town came down with like a flu. Only it was a really hard flu. It didn't last like 7 days. It lasted like 7 weeks, or 2 or 3 months," end quote. Officer Lacey recalled being violently sick with respiratory issues. Dottie Hearn, who touched the blobs, was another one of those who fell ill. Dottie collapsed the same day those first blobs fell, and was even hospitalized for 3 days with difficulty breathing, an ear infection, dizziness, and nausea. She said, "I started feeling dizzy and everything started moving around and around." That's what she said. Her daughter, Sunny Barclift, who also experienced nausea and fatigue, shared of her mom's experience. Quote, "She was cold, drenched with perspiration.
Dottie
pale.
was drenched.
My mom had been vomiting. She had extreme vertigo. Vision was blurry. For some reason, as we were going out the door, I remembered the substance and wondered if perhaps it might have had some sort of effect on her," end quote. However, Dr. David Little, the physician who treated Dottie, stated that he did not believe her symptoms were linked to the mysterious blobs, believing they were due to an inner ear issue. I hate to say this, doctor sounds like a quack. A mysterious blob-like substance falls on an entire town, the entire town gets sick. This guy tells this old lady, I think it's an ear infection.
I don't think Dottie would lie. Did Dottie touch the blobs?
She did. She was
Dottie touched the blobs.
Yeah, she did touch the blobs.
Then she got drenched and mommy vommy.
But it wasn't only people who seemed to be affected by these mysterious blobs. In fact, it was the animals who were hit the hardest. Many allegedly died as a result.
Possums? Possums?
Yeah, sure.
Possums died?
Well, it's hard to tell which ones died and which ones were just playing possum. They probably died, though.
I like possums a lot.
Well, they're all dead. Many allegedly died as a result, with those who ingested the blobs reportedly having a green film spilling out of their mouths. Dottie Hearn's recently adopted kitten, who lived outside on her 12-acre farm, died. Another resident, Beverly Roberts, claimed that 12 of her friend's animals died soon after the blobs fell. And when she grabbed samples of the blobs herself, she said both a raven and a frog were lying dead nearby. The next day, Roberts herself became sick with vertigo and spent nearly a week in the hospital.
You ever have frog legs?
They're really good.
They're really good. They're like little chicken.
Only when they're
I'm getting
fried.
hungry just looking at that. Not a lot of meat on them, but God, they're so good.
I mean, he is just lying there spread eagle waiting for you to come chew his ass up. But you probably would not want to eat him because he ate blobs. Blob kill him. You eat him, blob kill you.
Yeah. Well, I think it probably kills small animal because animal's small.
So it might kill me, but it may not kill you.
I don't think it would kill you. You're big enough. You're a big guy. You're a big guy.
Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
Go ahead and check that one out. And then when
We'll
we
get,
come,
okay. What is that, 2
that's
hours,
about
10
2.5
minutes?
hours, I think. So come back here and then you'll get that reference and you'll be like, dude, Chubby Rain and you're a big guy. Donnie's daughter, Sunny, had also taken samples of the blobs. And because of her mother's ongoing illness, the hospital's lab agreed to test them. And they reportedly contained some human white blood cells. Though they were unable to do further chemical analyses.
The blobs?
The blobs contained human white blood cells. Interesting.
Very interesting.
What is your initial thought?
I mean, my initial thought is that maybe some sort of weather cell picked up
blobs of human
Well,
white
I was going to
blood
say like
cells?
waste material somewhere.
Are you suggesting there's like a pile of human shit somewhere that...
I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there are plenty of places in this world that irresponsibly recycle things.
The appearance, though, I can't imagine that it would be consistently this small, clear, translucent, and blobby.
That I would have to guess is like some sort of effect of like, once it gets up there and it's in the atmosphere, it's being carried, it like sort of
almost like you put something in a blender. You know, it sort of all comes out in some similar consistency.
Well, I have seen shit in a blender. Fat Bastard did that. And that was in Austin Powers. And
2,
it looked very, very...
The Spy Who Shagged Me, which is
so go ahead and watch
about
Austin
90
Powers.
minutes. So
Sonny then sent the samples off to the Washington State Department of Ecology Hazardous Material Unit, which found a number of cells of various sizes from creatures unknown, though they confirmed the cells lacked a nuclei and thus were not white blood cells. The Hazardous Material Unit was unequipped to identify biological cells, so they passed the case on to their colleagues at Washington State Department of Health for further analysis. The Department of Health's findings also didn't discover the presence of white blood cells, but they did find 2 different types of bacteria, reportedly Pseudomonas fluorescens and Enterobacter cloacae. Pseudomonas fluorescens is fairly common and isn't typically harmful to humans, although at least one 2021 study linked it to pneumonia. E. cloacae, though also commonly found in nature, can cause infections in humans, including pneumonia as well. Additionally, both bacteria thrive in moist environments, which the Pacific Northwest definitely is. Health Department microbiologist Mike McDowell described his observations of the blobs. Quote, "It was very uniformed. There was no structure we could see visibly or with a microscope," end quote. About a year later, the blob samples were tested a 4th time by AmTest Laboratories. Tim Davis, the microbiologist who tested the samples there, said, quote, "I saw what I think was a eukaryotic cell, which is basically a cell that has a definable nucleus and is found present in most animals," end quote. This opposes the nuclei finding from the Washington State Department of Health.
the town just like, did they clean them up? Did they get
sure
washed
they did.
away?
They probably got their hose out and like, all right, let's fucking hose away the blobs.
Yeah.
Because we don't want Dottie to get sick again.
Well, that makes me concerned for the like the ground soil and all that. But I guess everybody's fine now, right?
Or maybe, such a small town, aliens were like, let's test out our new blob weapon on this small
You're
little
getting
area.
ahead of yourself.
Maybe.
But they wouldn't say it like that. They'd say,
there you go.
Is that them shooting blobs?
Yeah, that's exactly. Well, that's them saying that we should do the blob weapon.
Oh,
that's not
I
what it
see.
would actually sound like.
Yeah.
That would sound like this.
Yeah.
Different.
Yeah, right.
Put them back to back.
Very good.
Now that we have all the information, it's corkboard time. Let's get into the theories.
Corkboard time. Corkboard time. Corkboard time.
Theory 1, the blobs are actually jellyfish shredded up by the U.S. Air Force. The first theory is one that was widely believed at the time of the incidents, that the blobs were actually jellyfish somehow sucked up into the air from the nearby Pacific Ocean and shredded into tiny bits by U.S. Air Force jets during a bombing practice. The Air Force confirmed that such a bombing practice had taken place 50 miles away in the Pacific, both the week of the first Bob incident and the week before. Master Sergeant Thaddeus Hosley, spokesman at McCord Air Force Base in nearby Tacoma, said the 354th Fighter Squadron had dropped bombs about 10 to 20 miles west of ocean shores the previous week.
I was about to ask any confirmation on those bombings, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. He said, quote, "They were conducting bombing runs using live ordnance," end quote. But when Oakville Chief of Police Gary Groib said somebody suggested a school of jellyfish might have been blown literally sky high by the bomb test, McCord's spokesman tried and failed to stifle his laughter, saying he couldn't comment on the theory.
I guess they sort of operate with that sort of impunity. They can just be like, well, we don't have to tell you anything.
Well, I think it was more just like, that's ridiculous.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous.
I actually...
You would also be able to tell it was a jellyfish by the labs that it was sent to.
I guess, though I don't know.
Yeah,
you would?
Yeah, it's a fucking jelly. Like, if I blew you up,
yeah,
and I
guess
had little
they'd see
bits of
little,
Shane.
Yeah, they'd see little pieces of me. Pieces of me.
Even if it was just like a nipple, I could send that to the lab. They'd be like, hey, whose nipple is this? And they'd be like, Shane Bidet.
That's Shane's nipple.
That's Shane's nipple, his left one, in fact.
Yeah.
Because it's bigger than his right.
My nipples are identical.
Well, good for you. Not all of us are that lucky.
Oh, sorry, man.
One on the right's 3 times bigger.
3?
Theory 2. The blobs are airplane toilet waste. Ooh. Kind of an alarming theory, no?
Look at this.
It's alarming. I feel like
snuck a picture of Candy Crush in here.
I know, I like that. I assume it's illegal for them to dump waste.
It should be.
We can't all be out there being like the Dave Matthews Band.
That's true. I was just thinking about that incident. Why don't you tell the folks at home what happened?
Well, in my fair city of Chicago, Illinois, the Dave Matthews Band was leaving town on their tour bus and traveling over one of their city's many bridges, and they dumped all the toilet waste from their tour bus out on the bridge, which happened to be over the river, and all the shit poured from their bus through the grates of the bridge onto a boat full of tourists who were on an architecture tour, covering them in the shit of one of America's great beloved songsters, Mr. Dave Matthews.
It was a bowel boat.
It was, it sure was.
Sign reads in part, no one died that day, but many wish they had.
Another early theory was that the blobs were airplane toilet waste dumped out of a commercial airplane. Gross. Reportedly, Sonny Barcliffe got in contact with the FAA and convinced them to investigate. A Federal Aviation Administration spokesman said of the blob phenomenon, quote, "We don't know what it is or where it came from. It's a puzzle," end quote, and pointed out that if the blobs had been airplane waste, they would have been blue, not translucent. So, because
yeah, it's always blue.
They must use some sort of chemicals in there.
Yeah. Oh, I guess you're on a plane, so you don't want it to stink. So maybe the blue sort of pacifies that stank.
Or they're secretly liquefying members of the Blue Man Group on airplanes. Next week on Mystery Files. Theory number 3. The blobs are actually star jelly. Yeah.
What now? What?
Star jelly.
Come on now, you can't just say that. Tell me more.
Ask me about more. Oh, tell you more? I'll tell you
more.
Please
tell me more about star jelly.
Another theory ties the Oakville blobs back to a long and noble history of blobbage. Star jelly is a term that dates back to the 17th century and a phenomenon that was first observed in the 14th century. It has also been referenced in both poetry and scientific writings throughout that time. One long-running theory about star jelly is that it rains down during meteor showers, earning it its starry name, as well as the terms astral jelly and astromycin. Star jelly has been used in reference to a multitude of substances over the years: slime, molds, amphibians, algae, and even sodium polyacrylate, an absorbent polymer that's used in agriculture, cosmetics, and even diapers. There was a case in Bournemouth, England in 2012 where sodium polyacrylate was used to absorb stormwater, and gelatinous blobs formed as a result.
Is that what we used today for the fun?
What did we use for the fun?
Chunky slime.
That was chunky slime.
That was chunky slime produced by our very own Carter Lab.
He produced that?
Yes.
He secreted it?
Well, I don't know if he secreted it. I just know he produced it.
He produced it.
How he did it, I have no idea.
Carter produces slime.
Theory number 4. The blobs are a result of other undisclosed military activity. It's hard, it's far. I know I can't. Nailed it. Though there's no concrete evidence to support this theory, some residents of Oakville believed there might have been even more classified military weapons testing going on that the military did not admit to. Sonny Barcliffe said, quote, "We had a significant amount of military aircraft flying over the home prior to this happening," end quote. While her mother, Dottie Hearn, added, quote, "Every day almost, low-flying bombers, helicopters, all black in color. And we kind of thought maybe it came from them," end quote. Beverly Roberts speculated to Unsolved Mysteries that, quote, "Maybe we were a biological experiment of some kind, a small one maybe, just to get people a little sick to find out. Say an enemy did come over here with a biological bomb and dropped it, maybe just a test run to see what would happen," end quote.
The government was keeping them sick.
Exactly.
They don't tell you nothing, so it's highly possible it is them and they're up to no good. Would they hurt their own people? Would they make people sick? Well, they regularly kill people all the way around, all around the world.
That's true.
So sure.
Ever heard of a drone?
Drone strikes.
Press a button.
Mr. Obama, he sure loved those.
Just out there fucking
I'll say it.
Deleting villages?
Bad, shame. We say, no, a wag of the finger to drone strikes.
I would get rid of drones. Theory 5. The blobs are unfertilized amphibian spawn.
I like the sound of that.
That's fucking gross. Another recent incident happened in 2013 in Somerset, England, which is right there. Doesn't it look pretty?
Stunning.
Doesn't it look pretty? That's about 2 hours away from the previously mentioned 2012 occurrence at a bird sanctuary nature preserve. Look at that bird. Tweet or not.
Yeah.
You know, whatever fucking birds say. The slime was much bigger than Oakville's blobs, about 4 inches in diameter.
Oh, I'd love to get my hands on that.
Oh, I'm sure you would.
I would. You wouldn't like to get your...
You want to get your hands in a nice chody blob?
A nice 4-inch blob?
4-inch diameter?
Well, I find...
Fucking cheese wheel.
You know, I understand the slime craze, because slime feels very nice.
I hate slime. I hate things that are gross in my hands.
What about a stress ball?
I just don't like gross things in my hands. Early theories were that the substance was no stock, a form.
That's why you didn't want to put the slime in your hand at the beginning of the episode. It wasn't even that you didn't trust me. You're just a baby.
Guilty.
Oh, you nasty little boy.
Early theories were that the substance was no stock, a form of cyanobacteria. However, Star Jelly fans pointed out that there was a meteor sighting the week before. Upon further investigation, it was agreed that the slime was actually unfertilized amphibian spawn, which contains a glycoprotein that creates a gelatinous substance when it comes in contact with water. Could this have also been the case with the Oakville blobs? Which brings us to our 6th theory.
Well, no, I'm not done. I find frog eggs and tadpoles to be really disgusting.
Thank God.
What do you think about tadpoles?
Thought you were going to say something else?
You thought I was going to say sexy, arousing?
Yeah. No. That's out of character?
Tadpoles, the way that they start out as like little fishy-like things and then slowly just grow legs.
I mean, we kind of look like tadpoles when we're sperm.
This should be illegal.
Anyways, let's go on to theory number... Oh, they didn't put the theory... Well, theory number 6 is, of course...
Aliens.
It was aliens. What do you think it was, though, out of these?
I guess I'll go with number 4. Because number 4 is just like, the theory is it's basically a mystery.
That's true.
Right? It's like the military will never tell us what they were up to. I think it's like that or something out of like my earlier hypothesis, which was maybe some sort of biological waste that got picked up by a storm cell of some kind.
So number 1 then?
Similar to 1, but maybe not necessarily jellyfish, yeah.
Gotcha. 30 years have passed and all samples of the Oakville blobs are unfortunately long gone, with nothing left to test with today's scientific advancements. Reportedly, even the Washington State Department of Health no longer has any record of receiving the blobs. So, unless the blobs strike again, the curious case of the Oakville blobs and the illnesses they reportedly caused will remain a mystery. Oh, it's a mystery.
Well, I love a mystery, and I love not knowing. Isn't it nice that there's some things in this world that we'll never know?
Yeah,
and don't we have
nice.
to be at peace with that?
We've had such a good time in the basement. We watched so many movies.
Yeah.
We poured blobs on each other.
Yeah, we did.
And then we looked at pictures of blobs. I mean,
that's great.
Doesn't get much better than this.
I'm having a great time so far this season down here in the basement. We're having a lot of fun.
Me too. You know, we have 3 episodes left. Let's just make the most of the time that we can.
That's all you can
my
do.
wife's gonna kick us out of this basement sooner rather than later. So we'll see you guys next time on Mystery Files. Why don't you just stick to the science? How about that?
Why don't you just stick that little pointer up your ass?
Oh, I might. Why don't I do it right now?
Thanks to Mistplay for sponsoring today's video. More on them later.
You can't trust what these people say. They lie to us all the time. Ships that would hover with no apparent means of lift.
No, you're okay. Hey.
Welcome to Mystery Files, where we take a deep dive into cases that span from the creepy to the truly bizarre and everything in between. I'm Ryan, and today I'll be forcing my colleague Shane to hear all about the shady U.S. government cover-up of, you know it and love it, unidentified flying objects, aka UFOs, or as the government now calls them, UAPs. And in the end, you'll have to decide if the mystery is solved or if it's simply a mystery.
Exciting.
You heard about this? You seen this?
I haven't followed a lot of this because I think it's very boring.
Do you think alien fly ships?
Yeah.
Oh, I was not expecting you to say yeah to that. Did you hear that at home? Everyone, Shaniacs around the world are scuttling behind bushes. Like, what?
I've never said I don't think alien fly ship.
You have said that though. That's why I'm saying. Are you pranking me right now?
No, I think that
would actually be a really good prank.
I think that the likely case is that we'll encounter some sort of boring bacteria or something.
I'm so confused right now. I don't know how to proceed. I was not expecting that answer from you.
Keep going with your little fucking thing, you know?
If that's who you are, then who?
You're Ryan Bergara. You believe in ghosts. I'm Shane Bidet, and I don't. No, you're okay. Hey, buddy, hey, ghosts are bullshit. Wait, Ryan, look at me. Ghosts are bullshit, and you're a dumb guy for believing in them.
Thank God. He's back. Okay. I'm back. Whew. Let's get into it. I forgot almost. I was so flustered, I forgot I had my videotape. Y'all want to see my videotape?
Hello, I'm Professor Morris Ashley. I'm a professor of extreme science by day and a hot, wild man by night. You've probably already noticed that I have incredibly brown eyes. I was once kicked in the noggin by an inky black mare. I'm looking for love, certainly. Just don't tell my estranged Italian wife, Bianca Sofia, or she'll have her neighbor Rocco put the screws on me to move back to Sorrento. He's the strongest man I've ever met. One time I saw him dig a big hole very fast, and he only sweated a little. What am I working on now? Well, I've got a lot of free time now that I'm back in Tinseltown, so until that phone rings and I get called up to the big leagues, I'm playing my own mobile games with today's episode sponsor, Mistplay. Mistplay is a loyalty app for gamers like me. So whether you're looking for a little help covering your roses, jazz tickets, or 2 glasses of champagne in a bubble bath, with Mistplay, you can earn rewards simply by discovering and playing mobile games. I've always been really interested in co-ed bubble baths. I'm looking for someone who will make me so giddy that I break out in hives, and who is very playful. Do you love adventure games like Alien Invasion, word games like Word Collect, and my favorite in Misplay's huge catalog of games, the musical game Ensemble Stars? How does it work, you ask? Well, just find games you're interested, earn points by playing, and your loyalty points can be redeemed for gift cards from Amazon, Walmart, Visa, and more. The more you play, the more points you earn. Did you know that over $100 million in gift cards have already been redeemed? Basically, I'm very lonely here in Hollywood, and I miss the rolling hillsides of Italy, and what I'm looking for is anyone who will visit misplay.com/watcher or click the link in the description to download Misplay for free. You'll get 200 bonus points for signing up today, plus use my code, WATCHER100, inside the app for an additional 100 free points, which will help towards redeeming your first gift card. See the description for all the details. Are you a human being who can make a mean tortellini on brodo just like my Italian wife, Bianca Sofia? Do you like books that contain photos of volcanoes? Are you deathly afraid of horses? And most importantly, would you like to kick back to some smoky jazz while gaming with me? If so, give me a call.
It's pretty good, huh? It's pretty good.
That's nice.
I wonder who puts those videos there every week. Phoenix, Arizona, March 13th, 1997, from 7:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. Reports pour in as thousands of people look into the night sky, only to be shocked by what they are witnessing. Let's take a look at a video taken that night. Can we have the lights off, please? Thank you.
I got that one on video.
I got that one on video.
Another one just showed up. They're multiplying.
Whoa!
We need to go to paper.
I can't see how this works. How does this work?
Shit. That's weird. They're lined up in a pattern, man. There's geometry behind this.
What do they look like? Is it like a sphere before?
Yeah, they're spheres now.
They're spears now.
Yeah, they just transformed into circles right now.
Somebody
right
get
as
your
you're talking.
protractor.
Now they're not spheres. No, the one in the middle is dropping slightly, and it's ooh, the one on the right's blinking.
What do you think?
Here's the thing. I'm not that interested in mysteries or the unknown.
He says with an M over his nipples.
It's like Batman saying, I'm not really interested in crimes. You're dressed like Batman. The government claimed that the groups of lights were from a group of A-10 Thunderbolt II aircraft returning from a pilot training program. So, you know, they're gonna give their little tale. It's just like, you can't trust what these people say. They lie to us all the time. Specifically about aliens. And that's...
What else, Ryan?
Actually, I'm just thinking.
Is
that the only thing the government has admitted they lied about?
I think stuff gets declassified after a time, but I think it's after a lot of people have died, you know.
But when it's declassified, it's
like,
usually...
why do we know? Why should we know about all the shady shit that was going on at the Bay of Pigs? They fessed up to some stuff, you know.
Yeah, that's true. New York City, October 13th, 2010. At 1:30 p.m., calls began to flood the NYPD and the FAA phone lines with sightings of UFOs. Let's play the video of a curious incident in the sky. What's everybody looking at?
So what is it? What we're looking at?
Oh, police are gonna go arrest them. Gonna go arrest the aliens. Oh, more lights. Uh-oh. Well, you can see here, now look, looks like we have one video, or one little, then we have 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know how we can't think this is an invasion.
Oh, yeah, it's a home run. That's a slam dunk.
Uh-oh. A 6th one. A 7th one? This person doesn't even care. They're just trying to get home on their bike.
That's me.
That's you, just like...
Tag yourself.
That's you listening to a podcast. Like,
yeah.
Thoughts on that?
Cool, yeah. I don't think this is a thrilling video, but talk to me about it.
But you know, there's things in the sky, we don't know what they are.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll
It'd be weird for UFOs to be like, all right, let's pop in. And then just 7 of them just sort of hovering for a while.
I still maintain the idea that aliens are they probably have the smart version of them, and they probably have idiots among their society. Sure. And then there's idiots flying around, forgetting to turn off their cloaking thing. They just left it. Yeah. And they're just kind of like floating, like, look at all them down there. They can't even see us. FAA spokesman Jim Peters gave a statement saying that while some were suggesting the UFOs were weather balloons, his agency had not been notified of any launches. So, actually no explanation for those bad boys.
But I mean, they look like balloons.
I mean, 7? 7 weather balloons in a cluster?
It's one of that old, you know, wouldn't it be fun to believe it was UFOs? Yes. But also, you gotta sometimes just think about what is more likely, which is less sexy and fun, but...
I mean, it's actually much more fun for it to be weather balloons.
You think that's more fun than a UFO?
Yeah, because I don't want a fucking UFO flying over me.
Why not? What if they're harmless?
Didn't Carl Sagan say that if UFOs ever, or intelligent life ever came to visit Earth from a different galaxy, it would not be good?
What does he know?
He's one of the most respected scientific minds of all time. I'm surprised. Don't you, like, masturbate to his photo or something? 29 Palms, California, April 2021. At the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center, 50 people, including Marines, claimed they saw an object the size of half a football field. Let's take a look at that footage. Can we get those lights off, please?
Those are not aluminum rounds, because aluminum rounds fall.
Oh boy, we gotta listen to soldiers talk about this.
Yeah. And nobody shoots in a 5-gun section.
You can hear it in their voice.
Shoots in a 5-gun section.
Yo, this is fucking weird.
You know, it's one of those things, once again, where you don't really know what it is. I think it's interesting that this is over a Marine base, and seemingly this footage is taken by perhaps Marines, so I'm curious to see what the explanation for this one might be.
Military testing.
Anyways, let's get that lights on. The sighting was concealed until Jeremy Corbell received a call from somebody high up that said, quote, "Something happened and you should look into it," end quote. Immediately, the source hung up. Despite these being only 3 of thousands of sightings, the federal U.S. government officially hadn't had a program to investigate UFOs since 1969 when it shut down Project Blue Book. Project Blue Book
was established after a rash of UFO sightings in 1947 gripped the nation. Its purpose was to determine whether flying saucers were a threat to national security. From 1947 until its conclusion, 12,618 sightings were reported. While most had an explanation, 701 of those sightings were still listed as unidentified. The final report found 1. No UFO reported, investigated, and evaluated by the Air Force has ever given any indication of threat to our national security. 2. There has been no evidence submitted to or discovered by the Air Force that sightings categorized as unidentified represent technological developments or principles beyond the range of present-day scientific knowledge. 3. There has been no evidence indicating that sightings categorized as unidentified are extraterrestrial vehicles. The National Archives states, quote, "Since Project Blue Book was closed, nothing has happened to indicate that the Air Force ought to resume investigating UFOs. Because of the considerable cost to the Air Force in the past and the tight funding Air Force needs today, there is no likelihood the Air Force will become involved with UFO investigation again," end quote. Despite sightings from civilians, military personnel, and even presidents for nearly half a century, this remained the government's position. Until the New York Times exposed the truth. On December 16, 2017, the New York Times ran the headline, "Glowing Auras and Black Money, the Pentagon's Mysterious UFO Program." In it, reporters Helene Cooper, Ralph Blumenthal, and Leslie Kean dropped a bombshell. Not only had the government continued investigating UFOs, but $22 million was funneled to an organization called the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, also known as AATIP, created by Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid in 2007. This program was run out of the Pentagon by military intelligence official Lou Elizondo. In order to further conceal the program, UFOs received a new name: UAPs, Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena. AATIP collected documentation of UAP sightings from military personnel, particularly pilots, that described aircraft which appeared to move at an extremely high velocity with no means of propulsion and ships that would hover with no apparent means of lift. This would require technology far beyond what is known to exist. And there were videos. Having known now that they have lied, and they've admitted that they lied,
yeah,
do you think it's possible that all the rumors of bodies being recovered at, say, Roswell are true?
I can't weigh in on that. I'd say no, but I don't know. You know, I wasn't there, man.
But if they said there weren't, but everyone, all the officials involved said there were.
I don't think anybody can, there's no conclusive stance on any of this. That's my point. I would also hope that in today's modern era, you know, let's bring another one of those fucking ships down. Let's get some more bodies on the ground. I want people out there.
I don't think we need to tempt,
I think we do.
Otherworldly war just because some dudes in suits don't want to show the photos.
I think we do. I think we do need to provoke a galactic war, because I want to see those little gray fuckers dancing on TikTok. I want to see them out there.
Actually, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, getting killed by an alien would be pretty fucking cool.
It's a good way to go.
And honestly, this world deserves it. So, you know, if they were, you know what, maybe I'm with you. Let's just blow it all up. On November 14th, 2014, the USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group was conducting drills. At about 2 p.m., two FA-18F Super Hornet fighter jets were ordered to stop their training maneuvers in order to take on a real-world task. As they approached, Commander David Fravor spotted one of the objects about 50 feet above the water. Let's take a look at this video. Lights off, please.
Dude, this is a fucking drone, bro. There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude. That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. That is an LNS, dude. Well, if there's like another thing, it's rotating. One thing, Roger. Oh, got it! Woohoo! Roger, there's troubleshooting. What the fuck is that? Did you box moving target? No, I took an auto track. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, dude.
So, yeah, I mean, that's obviously one of the more popular videos.
I remember seeing that one.
I will say that when they admitted that there were videos, I bet you there's better videos than this, but this feels like them just kind of like giving like a little like, hey, here's the video. This is all we got.
Yeah.
Stop asking us. That's my take on this. I do think it's a pretty conclusive and, you know, substantial video. But
you gotta get better cameras.
I also, from my understanding, this object was moving quite fast. So
if I'm an alien, I'm zipping around the ocean. That's what I'm doing. They got the right idea.
Yeah.
Cruising.
They probably got footage of Top Gun.
Yeah.
They probably came here and they're like, I want to meet Tom Cruise.
I want to meet Tom Cruise. My boy Xenu said he's great.
Assuming, of course, Tom Cruise is not an alien already. When asked for a comment for the article, Pentagon officials acknowledged the existence of the program, but insisted it had been shut down in 2012. Much like Project Blue Book, Pentagon spokesman Thomas Crossan said, quote, it was determined that there were other higher priority issues that merited funding, and it was in the best interest of the DoD to make a change, end quote. But Lou Elizondo claimed the work continued with officials from the Navy and CIA. Growing frustrated by the intense secrecy, Elizondo resigned in protest on October 4th, 2017. In his resignation letter, Elizondo made clear there needed to be serious attention paid to, quote, the many accounts from the Navy and other services of unusual aerial systems interfering with military weapon platforms and displaying beyond next generation capabilities, end quote. Pressure began to mount on Congress for more oversight into these projects. In response, the Department of Defense established the UAP Task Force. The mission was to, quote, detect, analyze, and catalog UAPs that could potentially pose a threat to U.S. national security, end quote. Before we move on here, just want to point out that's the second lie.
It's another lie from the U.S. government.
You writing anything there, like liar, liar, pants on fire, or
I would
show us the videos?
I was just drawing little aliens.
All right.
You know I like to doodle. I'm a doodler. That's how I learn things, by doodling.
Fair enough. On June 25th, 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released Preliminary Assessment Unidentified Aerial Phenomena. In the UAP Task Force's classification, incidents fell into 5 different categories: airborne clutter, natural atmospheric phenomena, USG or U.S. industry developmental programs, foreign adversary systems, and a catch-all other bin. The Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence insisted that there was no recovered wreckage or any indication that the UAPs were of extraterrestrial origin. The report declared, quote, UAPs clearly pose a safety of flight issue and may pose a challenge to U.S. national security, end quote. Now, we're about to get into the corkboard here, but before we do that, do you have any idea of what this all means so far? Now that you know the gamut of the lies.
I'm out until you show me a video of a little guy exiting a ship being like, walk back, go, you know, I want to see him.
All that to say, it's corkboard time. Let's get into those theories.
Yeah!
Theory 1, this was the US government covering up experimental tech. Now, you know, this is just another variant. They're covering something up, but what are they covering up? Their own tech. Look at all of it. Look at all of it.
That's a lot of tech.
That's right. At the height of the Cold War, the US welcomed the theory that UFOs were of extraterrestrial origin, as it helped cover up experimental tech they did not want their adversaries to know about. In 1955, reports of UFOs skyrocketed near a remote salt flat in the Mojave Desert. Seemingly overnight, an area had been cordoned off by the government. Despite the public being able to see the gate surrounding the base, the government denied its existence. Due to its designation on Atomic Energy Commission maps, people began calling it Area 51. It became a UFO legend.
Rings a bell.
You might have heard of it. It became a UFO legend, spawning countless theories about what may be going on there, from communication with extraterrestrials to reverse engineering recovered crafts. But when the government declassified documents on aerial surveillance programs, the truth came out. For decades, Area 51 was used to develop top-secret planes and technology. But it wasn't just the United States with spy planes. From the German rockets in World War II to Chinese surveillance balloons, covert ships from all over the world have been mistaken for UFOs. The US even acquired a Soviet MiG-21, which
they reverse engineered at Area 51. The 102 test flights they did in the MiG-21 eventually led to the creation, listen to this, of the Top Gun fighter pilot school. Yeah! In 1997, the New York Times ran the headline, CIA admits government lied about UFO sightings. In it, a CIA study revealed that, quote, in the darkest days of the Cold War, the military lied to the American public about the true nature of many unidentified flying objects in an effort to hide its growing fleets of spy planes, end quote. Today, Area 51 is still a military operating area, guarded by armed soldiers, buried motion sensors, and signs warning that deadly force is authorized.
It's so cool that people get to work there.
Well, they're just guarding tech. It's not like like they're guarding little aliens.
Yeah, but it's cool. Like if like someone's like, "Where do you work?" And you're like, "I work at Area 51."
Oh, is that like a hookah bar or something?
Like, no, the Area 51, the one full of aliens.
What?
Yeah, heard of them?
That's crazy. Or there could still be aliens in there. They're just lying about it. So
that's true.
Who knows? Theory 2: the UFOs are natural phenomena.
You're not even gonna ask me what I think of Theory 1?
No.
Oh, okay.
What do you think about Theory 1?
I think it's plausible.
Some of these unidentified flying objects may not be objects at all, but natural occurrences. While the government has used everything from pilots mistaking the planet Venus for an alien spaceship to temperature inversions to explain what was going on, one of the most common explanations for sightings of UFOs is St. Elmo's fire. This is a phenomenon where people see blue or purple balls of energy radiating off ships, planes, and other objects, accompanied by the sound of buzzing. It occurs when an electrical field, usually around a rod-shaped object like an antenna, causes particles in the air to lose or gain electrons, creating luminous plasma that is easily seen in low light. Usually conditions are just right to experience this eerie sight right before a lightning storm, but that is nothing compared to the storm that has overtaken Washington, D.C.
You talking about the January 6th people?
No, that's a different kind of storm.
Oh, okay.
That storm is pretty easily identifiable, and you could see that by the people in jail. But what do you think about Theory 2?
Yep. I mean,
I thought you would like this one.
I mean, St. Elmo's fire is cool. I've always wanted to see like video of it, which I've never seen. I've read descriptions of it. I think like that video of them clocking that thing flying over the ocean.
That ain't St. Elmo's fire, no.
It's not a natural phenomenon.
Let's move on to Theory 3 and the storm that has overtaken Washington, D.C.
Okay. You gotta
Theory 3.
You gotta stop saying it like that.
The government is in possession of aliens. Boom! The headline: intelligence officials say U.S. has retrieved craft of non-human origin. Blared the front page of the debrief on June 5th, 2023. Decorated Afghanistan combat officer and veteran of both the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and National Reconnaissance Office, David Grush, had filed a whistleblower complaint to Congress and the intelligence community inspector. In it, he claimed that while he was working for the UAP task force, he obtained, quote, extensive classified information about deeply covert programs that possess retrieved, intact, and partially intact craft of non-human origin, whether extraterrestrial or unknown origin, end quote. During an interview with the News Nation, he went even further, saying, quote, while naturally when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots. And believe it or not, as fantastical as that sounds, it's true, end quote. These programs had been illegally hidden from Congress. In accordance with protocols, Grush had his statements cleared by the Pentagon. However, Grush made clear that these non-human biologics may not be from outer space. He said, quote, I'm not saying this is 100% the case, but it could be that this is not necessarily extraterrestrial, and it's actually coming from a higher dimensional physical space that might be co-located right here.
That rich dick. I love that.
That's fucking wild.
Yeah, that shreds hog.
So he's basically going string theory here. He's saying that there's another dimension and these people have like popped through like Doctor Strange.
That's cool.
I don't think so.
No?
I mean,
you don't like?
I think it might be more likely that there's just the galaxy's huge and there's probably some other people or things out there.
Here's one of my beefs though, okay?
I love it. Here's
this guy, so he says, I'm a whistleblower.
Toot toot.
Toot toot. Hey, by the way, there were pilots.
Yes.
As there would be.
Yes.
Give us some fucking details.
But he can't.
Yes, he can. If he's already already blowing the whistle. Just say one thing. I'd be like, and by the way, they're gray. You know, give us something.
But he did say may or may, I mean.
He'd be like, Ridley nailed it.
He is dealing within the confines of what is legal according to Congress. So like certain things he can or can't say. And I think he knows, here's how far I could push it before I get whacked. Yeah. Not only did the US have crafts, but so did other countries, going as far back as Italy under Mussolini's reign. He believed it was dangerous for this to remain hidden not just from the public, but government officials, because it, quote, further inhibits the world populace to be prepared for an unexpected non-human intelligence contact scenario, end quote. Coolest fucking way to say aliens may come. A non-human intelligence contact scenario. Fucking baller.
Yeah, that's good.
I love that.
I like that a lot.
Such consequential allegations quickly made their way to Washington, D.C., where on July 26, 2023, the House Oversight Committee's National Security Subcommittee called a hearing to explore rising concerns about UAPs and the lack of transparency in their reporting. Let's see what Grush said in his opening statement. Lights off, please.
My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP Task Force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you.
And furthermore, here we see Grush on public record again allege that non-human remains have been recovered. Let's get those lights back on.
You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public settings.
I do like that the congresswoman that asks him if we made contact with extraterrestrials does it with like the delivery of like a mom that is very skeptical of what their child is saying.
Yeah, very much so.
He also seems pretty happy that he can't say anything.
Well, of course.
Well, he also doesn't want to get killed.
Yeah, that too.
Congress called 2 additional witnesses, Dave Fravor, the pilot who recounted witnessing the Tic Tac incident, and Ryan Graves, a former F-18 pilot with experiences of his own that had turned into an advocate for UAP research. To the congressman, Graves stated that pilots were not coming forward with their UAP encounters out of fear of professional repercussions. Their fear was, quote, compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. End quote. Despite their silence, there were UAP sightings, quote, essentially where all Navy operations are being conducted across the world, end quote. Graves said that the most common sighting is of, quote, dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere, end quote, much like the following video released by the Navy in 2021. Let's take a look at that video. Lights off, please. It's quick. It was fast.
It's very fast. Is that a freeze frame of it there?
This is a freeze frame right here. You could see the cube. I mean, just imagine you're, the Southwest Airlines sipping down a cocktail and you look out the window and you see that.
Though also that is very out of focus, so it's
incredibly out of focus and very fast.
It could be an actual object and you wouldn't even know because it's so out of focus that it's just.
The one thing that's nice about this is you can see it is taken from the inside of a military plane.
Yes, that's cool.
So it's not like just some dude that's like, hey.
Yeah.
It's somebody with, actual accreditation.
What they're doing up there? They're just taking out their cell phones while they're doing military stuff?
Well, if they're seeing something, they're like, hey, I gotta get, video of that so no one thinks I'm crazy.
Yeah.
On the subject of how the hidden programs were funded, Grush confirmed money in the budget was being diverted from the purpose it was approved for. Representative Burchett asked Grush if he knew of anybody who has been murdered for trying to expose these secrets. Grush replied, quote, I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities, end quote. After the hearing, Defense Department spokeswoman Sue Goff gave a response with echoes of the past. She said investigators have not found, quote, any verifiable information to substantiate claims that any programs regarding the possession or reverse engineering of extraterrestrial materials have existed in the past or exist currently, end quote. And then, of course, this does not include those funny little Mexican aliens, which we have already mentioned.
So the funniest
Very
aliens
funny.
I've ever seen.
We
I
could
love
probably
those
put a
guys.
picture up of those right now.
I love them so much, and I love the little
funny little guys. Oh, wait. Yeah! Look at this guy just sitting there. His last words were,
They give him a little pillow to lay on.
Yeah, a nice little coffin.
That's the kind of bed I want, where it's like a divot.
Like in...
I've always wanted a divot
in health
bed.
or in death?
In life. In life, I want a divot bed.
Anyways, oh yeah, what do you think here? What do you?
I'll go tech. I'll go the most boring one.
Tech.
Like I think you mentioned, they don't want other potentially hostile nations to know what kind of tech we're working with.
But that doesn't really explain them lying about a UFO program and all that stuff a couple times over the past
That's
7
why I think
years.
they're just fuzzing the radar there.
Okay.
Well, like I said, I do believe in aliens. I just, similar to ghosts, like, show me the fucking money, baby.
Well, you can't here because you'll get killed, apparently, so.
Well, in today's world, with everyone having cell phones, we'll get it. Just like one of these days, one of the billions of people on this planet will get a full-bodied apparition.
I mean, but people have gotten that. You just don't believe it's real.
Yeah, they haven't.
Well, that's
not with a good camera.
That's, I mean, they
Not a
have.
decent
Well,
one.
he doesn't believe that it's
No,
real.
they
So
haven't.
There's nothing you can do about that.
They haven't.
While the government continues to deny that UFOs are not of this planet, it is obvious that the government is covering up the true nature of many UAPs. Despite the obvious threat to national security, the U.S. insists on classifying evidence which would provide answers. As more eyewitnesses and whistleblowers step into the light to demand disclosure, we may soon get an answer. But for now, whether or not we already have proof of extraterrestrials or extraterrestrial UFOs remains a mystery.
So we're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
I hope we get there. I
We're
hope,
pretty much
I
there.
really do hope.
I kind of hope you're right. I kind of hope it's just experimental tech, because if I'm right, we're all gonna die probably.
I hope it's little guys. I want little guys.
I think that's gonna be very bad for all of us if it's real.
I mean, if their dumbasses crashed in New Mexico, then I'm not concerned.
I just feel like it's gonna be bad news if this is real. So, although I do believe it is real, I hope it's not.
Okay. Well, it's been fun. I love aliens.
Then again, we're probably all gonna end up killing each other with the tech. So, which one is it gonna be? Aliens or, you know, World War III?
Well, this has been fun.
Or the sun.
I want to see that someone's sawing off a little alien's head.
Let me rephrase.
I don't watch that kind of grisly stuff, but I would watch it of an alien. I want to see them.
Makes me feel like you do watch it, but that's not today's topic. This episode of Mystery Files is brought to you by Life is Strange Double Exposure, a narrative adventure game which takes players on a journey to solve an impossible supernatural murder mystery. Play as Max Caulfield, who discovers her closest new friend, Safi, dead in the snow, murdered. To save her, Max tries to rewind time, a power she's not used in years. Instead, Max opens the way to a parallel timeline where Safi is still alive and still in danger. Max realizes the killer will soon strike again in both versions of reality. With her new power to shift between two timelines, can Max solve and prevent the same murder? Jump right into the experience for yourself. Available now on PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and S.
I love the TT, man.
I do too.
Release the tape.
Release the tape.
Release the TT tape.
I want the TT tape.
We want to see the TT tape.
Are you the TT man?
Welcome to Mystery Files, where we take a deep dive into cases that span from the creepy to the truly bizarre and everything in between. I'm Shane, and today I'll be forcing my colleague Ryan to hear all about one of the internet's most infamous alleged time travelers, John Titor. In the end, you'll have to decide if this mystery is solved or if it's simply a mystery.
John Teeter. Ryan, you heard of him?
I've never even heard of this guy before.
Well, you're about to learn about him. Now, this is a special episode of Mystery Files brought to you by the video game Life is Strange Double Exposure, a thrilling narrative adventure game now available on PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and S. The game explores an impossible murder mystery across 2 parallel timelines, and we thought it made for the perfect supernatural segue to today's mysterious time-traveling figure, John Teeter.
Now you're saying alleged time traveler.
Well, yeah, because I guess if it were confirmed,
we'd all be time traveling.
We'd be time traveling.
Where'd you be?
Where would I go? Where would I go? I would ride a T-Rex.
You would ride a T-Rex?
I'd lasso a T-Rex. I'd be riding around on him.
Have you ever lassoed anything in your entire life?
I've lassoed.
I'd love to see a picture or a video or something like that.
I have a picture, and we're going to cut to it right now. And that's real.
That's something you've made our poor post team whip up.
No, I did not. We do not make our post team do photoshops of me lassoing Pesto the penguin or whatever I'm doing in that photo.
I'm going forward, by the way. I'm going into the future.
And what are you going to do there?
So much. And then I'm going to get information about the past, and I'm going to come back and use that information.
Well, I think you'll find out that's actually frowned upon.
I saw it once in a movie.
On November 2nd, 2000, a user named TimeTravel_0 replied to a thread titled Time Travel Paradoxes! On an online forum called the Time Travel Institute. This is the first online correspondence on record from the notorious temporal traveler who would come to be known as John Teeter. Now, the thread's original poster, simply called Paul, posted his musings on classic time travel hypotheticals, such as, if you were born, could you go back and kill your granny?
Why would I wonder that?
Hey, that's a thing we all wonder, right?
Not really.
Can I kill my grandma?
This feels like something that you want to do.
I don't want to do that, and also, my grandmas are deceased.
Well, you want to go back in time so you could kill them again.
Why would, what do you mean again?
I'm just asking the questions.
These are weirdos, you gotta understand. These are freaks who are on message boards and forums. Psychos, you know?
Yeah, I get it.
Anyway, Paul also got into some of the nitty-gritty of time travel mechanics, citing the works of Frank Tipler, a radical physicist and cosmologist known for books like The Physics of Immortality, as well as Roy Kerr, the pioneer of the black hole, who provided an exact solution to Einstein's field equation of general relativity to describe the geometry of empty space-time. I don't know who either of these guys are. I'm not a big science guy, you know?
Well, I do like the title Pioneer of the Black Hole. That'd be pretty cool to have that. Nothing crazy about that. I'm just saying that'd be cool to have on a business card.
You watch yourself, Bergara.
I'm just saying it'd be fun to have on a business card.
Anyway, this is where TimeTravel_0, also known to the hardcore John Teeter fans as TT0, decided to weigh in. Quote!
Just to be clear here, we're calling this guy TimeTravel_0. It says TimeTravel_01.
Yes. So there's some discrepancy there. It changed at some point. Time travel?
Maybe we're seeing the effects of the butterfly.
Let's keep going.
Quote, wow, Paul is right on the money. I was just about to give up hope on anyone knowing who Tipler or Kerr was on this world line. The basics for time travel start at CERN in about a year and end in 2034 with the first time machine built by GE. Too bad we can't post pictures or I'd show it to you.
End quote. Now you might be asking, world line, you literally asked that, remember
I did.
that? Let's just think of that as an alternate universe or timeline.
Cool.
Let's focus on the fact that TT0 casually dropped that he knew about the future and had evidence that he, as a part of a mysterious we, wasn't authorized to share.
From General Electric, the first time machine ever made.
Time machine is basically an appliance in the future.
That's true.
You're probably buying them at, Costco.
I hope not. Its power should not be wielded by man.
Now, the people on the forum obviously had questions. Specifically, one superfan named Pamela, who offered to help TT0 subvert the rules by posting pictures for him. And she even managed to have an extensive Q&A with the elusive alleged time traveler. In the messages they exchanged and in his own later posts on the Art Bell web forum, Teeter described extensively how he time traveled. He detailed his life and the state of the world as he knew it. Now, within less than a month, Teeter's forum page had been accessed over 4,000 times.
4,000 times?
Hey,
4,000
look!
4,000 hits?
This is
Was
like-
this a 4-year amusement episode? I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Self-burn.
He's
said it. I didn't say it. This is like some shitty little website, you know? That's exciting for them. They're probably like, these numbers are off the charts. Call the dean.
And, you know, Pamela means business, too, because she's a dimensional traveler, whereas our guy...
Yeah, the TT man.
Yeah, the TT man. He was just a temporal novice.
That's right. John told Pamela that he was born in 1998, meaning if he existed...
Gen Z!
Yes, meaning if he existed in our world line, he would currently be 26 years old.
Sick.
Yeah. But according to his world line, in 2005, when he was 7 years old, the U.S. broke into civil war following a tumultuous election in 2004. The war lasted a decade, and in 2011, at the age of 13, Tidor became a rebel child soldier, forced to wield a shotgun for the Fighting Diamondbacks, a Florida infantry unit, until the war ended in 2015.
So we avoided this timeline, I'm guessing, because TT Man prevented this from happening.
Maybe.
And then is now just sharing his exploits and tales of heroism in this forum with Pamela.
Quite possibly. You know, he can't divulge everything because he doesn't want to affect our world line too much.
He's sure divulging a lot of details, though.
He's titillating us. He's like little J.J. Abrams.
The titillating TT Man.
What's your image of this guy? I'm picturing like a cape.
Honestly, he kind of looks like the guy in Toy Story 2 in my mind. Like
Al?
Al.
Can you draw him for me?
Let's see, I'll draw him.
I love it when you draw. I'm excited to see this. Let's take a look.
Yeah. Looks like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Kind of like a balding guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
really nice. So the Civil War ended in 2015, or rather, the Civil War became small potatoes at the start of a global war that same year. As political destabilization followed in governments across the world, Russia launched nuclear attacks across the US, China, and Europe. World War III was quick and brutal and killed almost half of the world's population in 2000 when Teeter was posting.
It sounds like this guy's a hero.
As you'll find, he's speaking as more of a unit of people, so he may not be the only time traveler. Maybe on our world line, all this isn't happening.
Yeah.
It could be his work, but frankly, he seems like the guy who would take credit for it.
He kind of has.
Yes, but he didn't specifically say, I prevented this.
It's coming though, right?
Maybe. Now, according to Teeter, most of the U.S.'s major cities were destroyed. So the capital obviously moved to, say it with me, Omaha, Nebraska. The new U.S. government split the nation into 5 regions based on their unique geopolitical factors. Each region was given their own president, ruling together at the federal level. States' rights lived at the center of civic ideals, and massive power shifts engendered by the two-party political system were finally alleviated. This is John's world. Imagine it.
A blossoming utopia.
Food and livestock are grown and sold locally. People read more. They know how to calculate sums in their heads and how to play instruments. Oh, what a lovely thought. Trade schools for agriculture or woodworking are popular. People prefer to speak face to face. They take religion seriously. They ride bikes or horses to get around locally. Centralized banks don't exist, neither do income taxes. And doctors make house calls. Why, if you got a disease or an injury they can't fix, end of the line, time to die.
Oh shit.
Slow living, fast dying. That's Teeter's America.
Some pretty inspired stuff in there.
Yeah, sounds nice, right?
Yeah.
You know I'm a pretty Christian guy.
You're a zealot.
If you see me on the street, flag me down. I got some literature for you.
Are you the TT man? Shh. Oh shit.
Now, it's not that technology doesn't exist. They've got Pac-Man and Donkey Kong, clearly universal in all world lines. Solar energy is the most common form of public power. High-speed trains connect major cities. And people make their own shows, distributed on the internet rather than broadcast networks, which have also fallen. Now, unfortunately for you, Burgoose, even in that world line, there's no new information about UFOs. Though, as a time traveler himself, Teeter believed that perhaps aliens were more advanced time travelers. Is that interesting to think about? Huh?
It is kind of funny that even in that world, he's like, aliens, where I draw the line. There is, I don't know if I could say aliens are real. He could have just been like, aliens are walking around everywhere, but.
He's also allegedly only from, a few decades into the future, so.
He does have a time machine. He could go look.
I don't know if he ever went like deep future.
I guess we'll find out, yes.
Let's say that you're a time traveler.
Okay.
Whoa! I want to know What does the future look like where you're from? He's going to his mind palace. Shh.
Okay, I have it.
Great. Thank you, Brittany.
Careful what's under there. What is that picture?
There's a lot to unpack here.
Yeah, so in my world, we would have a theme park in every state. I mean, that's a given.
Is that what this is suggesting here?
United States Theme Park Act. Yeah, there you go.
Are you telling me there's not a theme park in every state?
Like a major one. A lot of our resources go into making this theme park great.
Okay, and we're diverting that from what, the education system?
Ideally.
Okay.
We probably would have some cool tech, you know, your typical future shit like flying cars. But more than anything, though, I would probably divert all of our technological resources and development into talking dogs.
Oh, like the stupid dog from Up.
Except maybe not as rudimentary as that.
Yeah.
Because as you can see, one of the dogs became president. So the PP man would be the president. Maybe there's no internet.
This looks really lovely.
I think we should divert all resources into dogs talking. I think it would solve a lot of our issues.
I don't think it would solve any of them, but
I think it would solve almost all of our
it's a nice thought. I also have my version of the future here.
Okay.
Here we go.
Well, that's certainly a terrifying emoji right there. Oh, wait, also theme parks.
Yeah.
What's going on? But then there's a big thumbs down above
Yes, because they've all shut down. Because nobody leaves their houses because we're all plugged into the metaverse.
Okay, this is the worst.
The only theme park that still exists is Santa's Village in East Dundee, Illinois.
Okay, I gotta do everything I can to prevent this future from happening then.
Littering and not using your turn signal are fully illegal and
punishable by death?
You'll be executed by the state. All sports are 0G and they're played by robots. And the losers are all executed by the state. Live on prime time.
But they're robots.
It's fun to watch. And then down here is a quiet place happening, but it's in France. It's only in France.
That explains the creepy emoji.
Now that brings us back to Florida's favorite son, John Teeter, whose favorite food was oranges, as his Tampa-based family made their living selling them up the coast via sailboat. Sexy. Now in 2029, when he was 31, Teeter enrolled at Fort UF, formerly known as the University of Florida. His chosen career post-grad? Time traveler. Nice. A new career path at the time. Now, many people still didn't even believe in time travel, even though its existence was not a secret.
Just another day in the office right there.
Yeah,
right?
just jumping into the void, baby.
Jumping into that time vortex.
Yeah.
In a suit.
Now, after a year of training, he began working with the 177th Temporal Recon Unit. Teeter's unit was tasked with traveling to obtain information or items necessary to elevate the existing normalcy in the wake of World War III. Most trips back concentrated on the years between 1960 and 1980. He likened being a temporal driver to an airline pilot, stating that they were more like aeronautical engineers than scientists. In April of 2036, Teeter is given his mission, which allows him to come into our world line. Collect an IBM 5100 computer from the year 1975 in Rochester, Minnesota. Weighing a whopping 55 pounds and having a 5-inch monitor, this baby was one of the first portable computers, or PC.
This is a PPC.
That's a PPC.
Yeah. There is, I'm guessing, some sort of important information on this PPC.
You're asking the right fucking questions. Now, Teeter claimed that he was chosen for this particular mission because his grandfather was part of the team that worked to build the IBM 5100. And travelers were chosen based on their ability to gain the cooperation of someone related to the goal on the target world line.
If I walked up to you on the street and I was like, hey, I'm your grandson from the future, you'd probably take a once-over of me and be like, I doubt it.
What, because all of my ancestors will only procreate with white people?
Well, one, I'm half your size and I look nothing like you.
You look a little like me. You could, if you bulked up a little.
You fucking son of a bitch. The guy's built like a water weenie and he tells me that. That's crazy, dude.
Now, what could possibly be world-changing about the IBM 5100? This is just an old shitty computer. You know, who wants that? Well, Teeter claimed that this model had a, quote, very simple and unique feature that was accidental and removed from any future computers released by IBM. With some tweaks that could only be done by the software engineers who developed it, this technology could be used to debug all legacy code computer programs. I don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Needless to say, his online audience was captivated and skeptical of the alleged temporal aeronaut, who was both overindulgent and curmudgeonly with his replies. To those wanting to do a bit of insider trading, he replied, quote,
Are stock tips really the first thing you want to know about the future? As a representative of your time period, do you realize what that says about you? Perhaps I should let you all in on a little secret. No one likes you in the future. This time period is looked at as being full of lazy, self-centered, civically ignorant sheep.
Sheeple.
We got a sheeple guy here. You're a bunch of sheeple. Hey, my thought is, if you think that about us, then get the fuck out of here!
Have you ever seen a sheep?
You're making the case for being a sheep.
They look pretty calm, relaxed, peaceful. I'd love to be a sheep.
I mean, you kind of are. You're a Disney guy. Anyway, this guy could go to hell, right?
Yeah.
I wish I could track this guy down and kick his ass.
He'd be one step ahead. He's got his grandpa's computer, his PCC.
No, my grandpa's computer! Now let's talk about predictions, because that's why we're all here, right?
Sure.
It would be fun if, like, on one of his sign-offs, he was like, this won't make sense now, but Hawk Tua. And we were like...
And once more, talk to her.
After being asked about the polar ice caps in 2036, he claimed that they were no longer melting at the same rate. He claimed industrial waste and smog production had decreased, as had the average global temperature, implying that in 2036, accelerated global warming was somehow not the massive problem long predicted by the scientific community. So I guess he's suggesting...
Some sort of course-correcting measures taken?
Sure, maybe, right? But you have to remember, this was supposedly after a nuclear war decimated half the world's population just 20 years ago. Though technically a nuclear war could cause global temperatures to decrease, he continued to contradict earlier statements when asked if the sun appeared any different, stating, quote, well, when you can see it through the high-level smoke and haze, not that I'm aware of.
Also, which one is it? Is there smoke and haze or is there not smoke and haze?
I think we got him.
We got him.
Should we wrap it up here? This has been fun?
Mystery solved.
Yeah. Now to the elephant in the room, which is that so far, the future that John Teeter described has not come true. Even at all. Even a little bit. I mean, there's always the theory of differing world lines to consider, though even by Teeter's calculation, the world line should only be 1% to 2% different. The changes should be small, not as large as world wars never happening.
He literally had no predictions at all?
Teeter did get some predictions right. He correctly predicted America would wage war in the Middle East, claiming they had nuclear weapons, but ultimately would fail to find evidence of said weapons of mass destruction, specifically in Iran. He predicted the rise of GMO foods and predicted that China would send an astronaut into space in 2003. He mentioned CJD disease, a rare brain disease that leads to dementia and has been linked to mad cow disease, implying it would be problematic in the future. And in fact, in the 2000s, there was a mad cow outbreak with nearly 200 fatalities, but it was largely isolated to the UK.
You could kind of just predict that shit.
Yeah, and also the CJD thing, call it mad cow disease.
So nothing too crazy.
No, he's a phony.
Okay.
Now, those who could look beyond their skepticism had many questions about the semantics behind time travel itself. It all started when a discovery at the CERN particle accelerator led to the invention of time travel. A time-traveling driver is nothing, of course, without his vehicle, and in Teeter's case, a 500-pound C204 unit manufactured by General Electric in 2034 served as his stationary mass temporal displacement engine. This, of course, was placed in a 1967 Chevrolet, allowing him to cross through the decades in style.
Oh, that's so much smaller than I thought it was. Like
you thought there was a person like in here?
Yeah, like a chamber.
Now his C204 unit could travel at approximately 10 years an hour and was accurate within 50 to 60 year jumps. For jumps greater than 60 years, there was a higher chance that you'd diverge from your intended world line, emerging in a time where the event never happened at all. John gives the example that if you wanted to meet Jesus, for instance, look at this guy, remember him? There's a better than average chance that he was never born in the world where you landed.
Accurate within 50 to 60 year jumps.
The further you go, the more
deviation occurs.
Deviation occurs, and the crazier the world you'll end up in.
Cool.
I'd ride that thing 5,000 years into the future.
Just to see what happens.
Yeah. However, he believed as the technology for the units improved, they would be able to make longer jumps more accurately. He explained his machine moved through time, not space. The vehicle itself was a static object. The only physical evidence of the trip would be a patch of dirt missing from where you took off and a pile of dirt where the vehicle landed. He described the physical sensation of time traveling, saying it was, quote, driving under a rainbow. Light bends around the vehicle before going totally black. Then you emerge in a new time, fading in as if driving out from under a bridge. The gravity field allows a small air pocket of oxygen around the car, so bring compressed air with you. This small supply is all you'll have for the journey. Now, while the vehicle could reach 100 to 120 degrees Fahrenheit during travel, in general, the trip wasn't uncomfortable. Travelers wore protective eyewear to avoid the burst of light accelerating to light speed. John also didn't eat before a flight due to the heavy gravitational pull tending to pull whatever was in his stomach back out of his mouth. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. I feel like time traveling, you probably vomit.
Yeah, you probably would.
I'm trying to think if time travel seems like a plausible thing. It's far-fetched, right?
Yeah, I think so.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Whenever he returned to his own world line, he'd appear to have aged slightly, though to his knowledge, the state of his DNA was largely unaffected. However, since he began traveling, he became, quote, more susceptible to colds. Ain't that the truth?
We've been doing a lot of traveling. We're susceptible to colds now. People are going to be accusing us of time traveling after this episode.
I bet they will.
And they'd be right.
Do you think this guy's the real deal?
If I had to put, gun to my head,
yeah,
I'm going to go with no.
But would you like to believe in him?
Would I like to believe? No, because this guy sounds insufferable.
He does.
And if he's right, I don't know if I can handle that.
So we really want to stick it to the TT man.
I think so.
Well, on to the theories. Theory 1, John Titor
is a jackass.
Was in fact a time traveler.
So it's all legit. It's
all legit. So what was this time traveler even doing? Messaging on forums in our world line. Well, Titor claimed to have arrived in 2000 for personal reasons, including seeing family, picking up photos destroyed in the war, and spending time with his toddler self, who felt like a little brother to him. Though it was strange, he admitted, to observe early signs of his own personality developing.
If there was an older guy that came up to you in the park and he kind of looked like you, like let's say it's Ralph Ineson.
I'd kick him in the nuts. I'd be like, get away, creep.
But then wouldn't your nuts start to kind of hurt? Maybe.
Well, then in that case, I'd punch myself in the nuts, and then it would get him in the future.
If you punch enough, though, you'd disappear. So if you punched hard enough, you would just...
But you're not your own son.
You're right. You're right. No, you're right. No, you're right.
So bad at time travel.
Hey, look, it's my first go.
And of course, he was there to warn people of the imminent civil war.
Did he tell that to his other self?
A war is coming. Now, he claimed that while going over his flight plan home, he was assigned a VGL holdover period that put him in April of 1998 for a short stay before he could return to 1975, where his mission was located, and then back to 2036. This actually corresponded with a series of letters via fax sent to a popular paranormal radio show, Coast to Coast AM. In July of 1998, the show read the messages from a man claiming to be a time traveler. It seems like a coincidence, but...
Yeah, I mean, unless the letters say, my name is John Titor, I'm going to be on this forum or something.
It's me, the TT man.
The one, the only.
As for confirming his mission, although the IBM 5100's imperative feature was a secret, Titor claimed that the right people, quote, would know what he was talking about. This, in fact, also happened to be true. Some IBM engineers allegedly confirmed the secret that Titor knew about the computer, adding that only about 20 people would know about it. But one representative who worked on the team that created it noted that Titor's terminology didn't quite align with the language they used to talk about their program, and said most of Titor's information could be found on the internet. So what do we think about that?
Not a lot to really move the needle or prove it to me.
No.
Food for thought.
On to Theory 2. John Titor was simply a hoax. Now, in the late 2000s, an Italian television program, Voyager, and the website Hoax Hunters both launched investigations into Titor, tracking IP addresses, locating P.O. boxes, digging deep for a suspect. Their search led them to one Florida family consisting of 4 brothers, the Habers, one of whom
was believed to be responsible for John Teeter's posts. Would you ever do this with Jake?
Make a false reality in which I time traveled and then post it on the internet?
Yeah, would you ever do that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I knew
we
you'd
do that kind of stuff all the time.
Their suspects included Maury Haber, a chief technology officer. Of course, there was Lawrence Larry Haber, an entertainment attorney. Ooh la la. Next up, we've got Richard Haber, an IT professional. And of course, Arthur Haber, the cute one.
Nice.
It was also suspected it may be one of their sons. Now, the Haber family has denied being John Teeter. However, Larry Haber claimed to be the attorney to Kay Teeter, a woman who was alleged to be John Teeter's mother. Her existence has never been confirmed, and when asked if his client would ever come forward to the public, Haber claims she said, quote, "someday, not now." Haber also claims he's seen a convincing clip of a departure video showing Teeter leaving in 2001 that the family eventually wants to release.
Oh, please, God, release the film.
Release the tape.
Release the tape.
Release the TT tape.
I want the TT tape.
We want to see the TT tape. Now, several Teeter impersonators have tried to take credit for the posts over the years without much credibility. But another theory comes from multimedia artist Joseph Matheny. Look at him. Beautiful face. Now, he claimed to be a consultant on a literary experiment that ended up being the John Teeter Project, an experiment for a group of creators intrigued by the idea of the internet being the modern vehicle for folklore. Now, if that was an experiment, I think we can agree, not a failure.
No, sure.
Because early internet history has an increasingly folklore-like quality to it.
Yeah.
What do you think of this one? Hoax?
I'll reveal that at the end.
Oh, being a bit withholding.
Well, that's the format of the show.
And that, of course, brings us to Theory 3. That this was all an elaborate case of role-playing. Now, Matheny believed that the project ended after TT0's original post, and that the posts that followed on the Art Bell forum were from an imitator who picked up the role. Now, no one has come forward to corroborate Matheny's claims, but he said he felt obligated to tell the truth after realizing so many people believed it was real. He claims the group did not associate with the Habers, nor did they know Pamela, the woman who initially kicked off Teeter's Q&A, which brings us back to John's first and biggest fan.
Pamela. I remember her. She was very...
She was the one who was like, oh, I got a Q&A with this guy.
Curious Pam.
Are you out there, Pam? Are you watching this?
I hope you are.
We know what you're up to, Pam.
The jig is up, Pam.
Now, some have wondered if Pamela Moore has been John all along, considering initially she was the one to conduct most of the Q&As and upload their chats for the rest of the community to read. She had the most communication with John Teeter by far, and ultimately, she even claimed to be in contact with John's mom, Kay. When he left, he allegedly gave her a secret song that would prove his identity should they meet again. In September of 2016, she says she received a package with letters from John and Kay, as well as music from John, though it was unrelated to their secret song.
Probably Escape.
Escape?
The Pina Colada song.
Oh, that's a good one.
Pam is pretending to be John.
That's right.
And who's Kay then in this?
Kay is allegedly John's mother.
Who would be Pam's mother?
Well, neither of them are real. I don't think Kay is real. I don't think Pam is real.
Then who's real?
It's a great question, Ryan.
Am I real?
I don't know.
Are you real?
I don't know. Whoa, sorry, I don't know what happened there. Anyway, we're back. Don't worry about that. However, most close to the case believe Pamela is just a true believer, and to this day, she is revered within the Teeter community as a genuinely sweet person. Someone anonymously sent her a copy of the John Teeter book, which is available for a cool $599 on Amazon, published by the John Teeter Foundation. There's a song at the end of the book that she says is also not their secret song. Okay.
Wow.
Do you think that's the impetus for this whole thing, so we could just sell a book for $600?
I mean...
Maybe it's signed by the TT man.
That's right.
Well, Ryan, I've got a question for you. What do you believe?
I think it's just a hoax.
Or is it real?
Is it real?
That's right. That's an option as well.
I forgot that was an option. Let me put that into my mental calculator.
Let me see your notes. What do you got in your notes?
Well, I had two notes about you.
What were the two notes? What were they?
I wrote, this dude is a weirdo.
This dude is a weirdo?
Yeah, and I wrote, this man is rude.
That's the other one?
Yeah.
Wait, let me see. It does say, this dude is a weirdo, this man is rude, and then you've got a drawing of John Teeter.
This is all nonsense. I think this is a hoax. I think it was figured out to be a hoax.
So you believe it's been cracked?
I believe it's cracked.
Well, eventually, John Teeter took the 500-pound C204 unit out of his 1967 Chevy and upgraded it to a 1987 four-wheel drive truck for the journey home. Hell yeah. His very last message came on March 24th, 2001. He signed off saying, "Bring a gas can with you when your car dies on the side of the road. Farewell, John." This was related to a parable he shared earlier about always being prepared because you can't depend on anyone.
Well, thank you for that pearl of wisdom.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Just intricate metaphor. What a poet.
It's great stuff.
Teeter's message ultimately is one that seems to live at the heart of all science fiction. Quote, "The most I could hope for is that you recognize the possibility of time travel as a reality. You are able to change your world line for better or worse, just as I am." But ultimately, this case remains a mystery.
Does it?
No, not really.
Does it though?
Guys, a bunch of bullshit.
Come on.
We haven't found the person responsible for it, is the thing. In that sense, it remains a mystery. By the way, though, if you're out there and you did this, chime off in the comments.
You realize you're just going to start like an I Am Spartacus scenario here in the comment section.
I am the TT man.
I am the TT man.
No, I am the TT man.
No, I'm the TT man.
Cool. Thanks again to today's episode sponsor, Life is Strange Double Exposure. Go out and play it now, and you'll feel like a real John Teeter yourself.
Oh, your own TT man experience.
That's right. That's right.
This episode of Mystery Files is brought to you by the narrative adventure video game Life is Strange Double Exposure. Harness the power of time by shifting between two parallel timelines to solve a thrilling murder mystery. Available now on PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and S.
I mean, they can give them like, little mustaches or something to make them seem human. I don't care. Welcome to Mystery Files, where we take a deep dive into cases that span from the creepy to the truly bizarre and everything in between. I'm Shane, and today I'll be forcing my colleague Ryan to hear all about the mischievous case of Jeff the mongoose. In the end, you'll have to decide if the mystery is solved or if it's simply a mystery.
Jeff the mongoose, what could this possibly be about, huh?
It's about a mongoose named Jeff.
Is he a good mongoose?
I think you'll end up liking him quite a bit. There's a lot to learn here today, so let's begin. The year was 1931. On the Isle of Man, in an isolated farmhouse named Dorlish Cashen, the well-to-do Irving family suddenly started hearing odd noises and scratching sounds in the walls of their home.
Did you say Isle of Man? Like
Man.
Man, not non.
Not.
That would be tasty.
No, Man, Isle of Man.
Okay, not as enticing.
Suspecting mice or other small vermin, James Irving tried to root out the animal by using poison, traps, and even a gun.
Wait, what?
Well, you see a mouse, you go.
Oh,
like
but you said
Ratatouille.
tried to lure him out. Like, why would a gun lure?
No, I think he was probably shooting at the walls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was just sitting by the mouse hole, like, come on. Come out.
Make my day.
I definitely don't have a gun pointed at you.
Now, despite James's best efforts, the mysterious critter always managed to elude capture. Eventually, the family would discover that the source of their sleepless nights was, of all things, a furry little mongoose who went by the name Jeff.
Come on. My name's Jeff. It's so good every time.
The Irvings described Jeff as yellowish in color with a long, slightly brown, bushy tail and about the length of 3 rats.
That's a pretty big guy.
Yeah.
Look at his eyelashes. They're beautiful.
They're gorgeous.
Is that picture accurate? Did he have gorgeous eyelashes like that?
I think maybe all mongooses do.
I don't think I've ever seen a mongoose.
Well,
I'm starting to realize I don't see a lot of animals.
Yeah, you don't.
Only my pee-pee man.
Yeah. Now, mongooses, not mongoose, are not native to the Isle of Man. Jeff would spend his early days growling, hissing, and squeaking at the family. It was all these strange little noises that set James to wondering if the creature was perhaps capable of mimicking the sounds of other animals.
I gotta say, that picture not as cute as the drawing.
You don't think so?
This looks like a fucking demonic squirrel.
He's got those like sort of devil eyes.
Yeah, he's got those devil goat eyes.
The oblong pupils. I see those oblong pupils on a thing, I want to behead it.
I'd shoot this mongoose with a gun so quickly. Anything that's willing to fight a snake, not to be trifled with.
I'll bet you $1,000 neither of us will ever come into contact with a mongoose for the rest of our lives.
I mean, I've avoided it thus far.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So James, along with his wife Margaret and their daughter Voira, started making different animal sounds at their hidden guest. Within a few days, the curious creature was able to make the sound of a bird, a dog, whatever animal the family could name. That's crazy, right?
Wait, what?
Whatever animal the family could
Is there
name.
any proof of this? Because I'd love to see it.
So you could say like peacock.
That was pretty good.
That was really good.
Do it again. I'm like Jeff.
Alligator. Yes. Prairie dog. Very good. Hummingbird. Squirrel. You ever hear a squirrel bark?
No, what does a squirrel bark? That's what they sound like?
Yeah, you can hear them barking every now and then. It's pretty
That's
funny.
crazy.
Ready to test the limits of their little mongoose's brains, young Voira decided to recite nursery rhymes to it.
These people are nuts.
You think so?
I wonder if you can do impressions. Let's read it a story. What the fuck?
Immediately, the creature would repeat the rhymes in his high-pitched little voice, said to be 2 octaves higher than a human's. Soon he started to parrot the family's conversations, slowly mastering the ability to communicate.
When's the real story gonna start? This is a bit, right? There's no way this is the real story.
He started talking.
No, I will not give you a divorce.
Higher.
No, I will not give you a divorce.
Yeah, but not just repeating, but mastering the ability to communicate.
So he's not just like a parrot, in other words. You're telling me about a mongoose that can talk right now, so.
That's what I'm telling you about.
Like Rocket Raccoon.
A little bit. Once capable of speech, the mongoose was finally able to introduce himself as Jeff. If this little guy came up to you and started talking, you'd be pretty...
It's like that one time I thought that cat talked to me.
Yes. We tell that story a lot, and it's never exciting, but it did happen.
It did happen.
Jeff introduced himself. His name is Jeff. They did not name him.
Oh, cool.
He told them,
My name's Jeff.
okay.
You're like, all right, Jeff.
He claimed to have been born in New Delhi nearly 80 years earlier on June 7th, 1852, and that he'd arrived on the Isle of Man in 1912 when a farmer introduced a mob of mongooses to his farm to contain the wild rabbit population. What a rich life.
Is this coming from their memoir, or are they telling this to the psych ward that they're at, or like?
Well, you'll find out that this was widely reported. This was not just the family.
Okay, because I don't know why this story exists, who they were telling it to.
Why does any story exist? You know, we're weavers of dreams, aren't we?
I certainly.
We're just
would
like
say so.
we're like bad robot.
Let's hear more about this mongoose that came from New Delhi.
Okay, well, some sources say it was actually the family members who first started calling him Jeff, and that he just liked the name. And there's that for you.
My name's Jeff. My name's Jeff. I got a passport.
Jeff also claimed that the disturbing noises he'd made upon first meeting the family were just meant as an introductory joke or a leg pull. And when later asked about James's early efforts to trap or even harm him, Jeff said he and James had laughed it off long ago. It's rumored that the mongoose was so clever that not only did he know words in multiple languages such as Welsh, Hindustani, Spanish, and Russian, but that he also knew sign language.
This fucking guy was signing. That's crazy, dude. Oh my God.
I mean, he's a very talented little mongoose.
That is fantastic.
We love Jeff. Now, Jeff could also read, which he supposedly proved when he screamed after reading the obituary of a man who shared his name. Not the name Jeff the Mongoose, just named Jeff.
Ah, me. It's me. Is that me? Am I dead? Me quiero.
Jeff also suffered from a strong case of cleithrophobia, or the fear of getting captured, a condition suffered by non-speaking mongooses as well. And so he would rarely allow himself to be observed lest he find himself caught. Because of this, Jeff chose to remain hidden safely in the walls of the Irvings' home. Jeff was also extremely agile. Voira once tried to take his picture, but he ran off just as she pressed the button. Life with Jeff was a little chaotic, to say the least. A mercurial critter. He was charming one minute, volatile the next. If you had a little talking mongoose living in your walls, now that seems kind of nice, right? It's like Siri, but better.
I said this before in a previous Mystery Files. If I had the ability to talk to my dog,
oh yeah,
I'd do it in a
That's
second.
basically what this is.
He would probably be saying the dumbest shit on earth, but I would love to hear it.
When angry, he would throw little rocks or objects at the family members through small holes bored into the wood-paneled walls. He even threatened the family once, saying,
I could kill you if I liked, but I won't.
All right.
That's kind of fun, having a little guy in your walls who's threatening to kill you all the
No,
time.
I don't know about that.
What's he gonna do, chew your throat out? Well, I guess he could do that.
Yeah, I don't know what he's gonna do.
Yeah. Of himself, Jeff once said,
I am a freak. I have hands and I have feet. And if you saw me, you'd faint. You'd be petrified, mummified, turned into a stone or a pillar of salt.
I think I'd take the gun back out at this point. This guy needs to shut the fuck up.
Now, in better times, Jeff would often sing and dance in the little sanctum the family created for him in Voira's room. He'd sometimes even bounce a ball along to the gramophone's music. The accomplished little hunter would also leave offerings of strangled rabbits for the family in order to earn his keep.
Just thinking of him signing to a rabbit, I'm gonna kill you, and there's
I guess the strangling never quite. I always assumed he would just like kill him with his claws or something. But the thought of him being like,
I'm doing this for my family. I can't wait to see the light leave your eyes. Shut up.
well, in 1934, Jeff decided to expand his horizons and explore the nearby town, often by catching the local bus or hitching a ride on the back of axles of cars. It's purported that the clever critter was able to calculate the bus fare needed for the trip. Upon returning from his adventures, Jeff would have a fresh round of gossip from his time amongst the townsfolk to share with the family.
We're proceeding with the story as if it's normal for an animal to talk, like he's Paddington Bear or something.
Yeah.
Nobody on the bus was alarmed that a mongoose just paid a fare and said, hello?
Hey, it's a different culture.
Okay.
Isle of Man,
He signed to them without thumbs?
Well, he probably just went like,
hi! Okay.
In time, sightings of Jeff were no longer contained to just the Irving family. James's friends and neighbors also claimed to have seen the elusive Jeff through the small holes in the Irving's walls. Nicknamed the Derby Spook, word of Jeff eventually hit the newspapers. Reporters from London traveled all the way to the Isle of Man hoping to interview the now famous mongoose. Allegedly, the Irving family even received a generous offer from an American agent hoping to bring Jeff to the States for a tour. But due to Jeff's fear of being trapped, he refused the deal. I'd offered Jeff a picture deal. Bring Jeff to Hollywood.
That's right.
He would have been a star.
He could have been a star.
Can you imagine if Fred Astaire was like doing one of his little numbers and he was like, and ladies and gentlemen, and then little Jeff come out?
And then it cuts to a black and white photo, Hollywood true story. Yes, but his story backstage was much darker. Cut to him just strangling a rabbit. Jeff, no, Jeff!
Now, as you can imagine, the sudden attention was a lot to bear, and as Jeff Mania spread across the map, the gentle mongoose found himself retreating from the public eye. Instead of chatting with his new visitors, he'd often make noises at them. Jeff also piqued the interest of London's spiritualist society, attracting the attention of both Harry Price, a parapsychologist and ghost hunter, and Nandor Fodor, a research officer for the International Institute for Psychical Research. You know these guys? These heroes of yours?
I was about to say,
Good names.
Does it horrify you that one day you're going to be a framer on a screen just like this, Shane Madej, ghost hunter?
Yeah, but I hope, there's some context.
It's going to be a big ass shadow for your head.
Right there.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good. In his book, Confessions of a Ghost Hunter, Harry Price stated that it was a letter from James's friend that first introduced him to Jeff. Curious, he wrote to James asking about this marvelous mongoose, and James happily replied with stories of Jeff as well as an invitation to come meet him. Not yet convinced, Harry kept in mind the plethora of traditional British folklore that spoke of fae-like creatures who were animal in form but human in intelligence, and decided that the case was at least worth investigating. Before Harry visited Jeff, he first sent his friend and fellow researcher, whom he refers to in his book as Captain X, but other sources have said to be Captain James McDonald, to do a preliminary investigation in February of 1932. In Captain X's subsequent report, he stated that while he had heard Jeff speak, he never actually saw the mongoose. While Jeff made it known that he hated it when guests would question his existence, James asked Jeff if Captain X could return 2 years later in 1934. Jeff agreed, and on his visit, Captain X was given samples of Jeff's fur, said to have been personally plucked by the mongoose.
Why did he just show himself then?
He was shy, and he said,
"Don't worry, I plucked some hair for you."
and he gave him the hair, probably in a little envelope or something, and spoke to him through the wall.
Ridiculous. If you introduced me to your friends and I refused to come out, but I said, here's a couple strands of my hair.
Oh, I can't make it out tonight, but I'll send you some hair.
Don't worry, that won't be weird. That'll put them at ease.
The fur was sent in for testing and was determined to be dog fur, with no roots attached, implying that they were cut as opposed to plucked. Giving the benefit of the doubt, Harry suggested that perhaps Jeff cut the hair from the Irving's dog and passed it off as his own in order to cause confusion.
Tricky little Jeff.
Now that's the mind of a mongoose.
Cutting out the...
Hold still! Whoa!
They're taking a little off the top!
He's just chasing the dog around the house.
With his whiskers.
I've got a pork chop!
All right, in the summer of 1935, Harry Price finally decided to come and meet Jeff. But just as Harry confirmed his plans, Jeff, unexpectedly, went missing. Despite Jeff's disappearance, Harry decided to follow through with his plans, bringing along BBC Magazine editor Richard Rex Lambert to act as witness.
Mr. R.S. Lambert pointing to a break in the sod hedge where Jeff is alleged to leave the rabbits he killed.
There appears to be a break in the sod hedge.
Yeah.
Bit of a break in the sod hedge where he leaves a rabbit killed.
Just a pit of 50 strangled rabbits.
It appears Jeff's been on a murder spree lately.
Fucking serial killing mongoose.
When the men arrived, Jeff had already been missing for a month, though Margaret Irving suspected that he was actually in hiding. Despite Harry's best efforts at making contact, the men had to leave without a single interaction with the mischievous little mongoose. Miraculously, the cheeky critter returned the night Harry and Rex left. It seemed that Margaret was correct. Jeff had been secretly observing them the whole time as he was offended by Rex's skepticism. Later, Harry was sent plasticine imprints of Jeff's paw and teeth. The imprints were sent to the British Museum for authentication, where it was found that the paw print was likely that of a dog.
These people need to be put in prison. They didn't really do anything too bad, but they've annoyed me enough that they need to be put in prison.
They've annoyed you.
They need to be put to jail.
They're just having some fun. And you also...
They can have fun in jail.
Let's not jump the gun here. We haven't gotten into the theories yet.
Okay.
And you don't know that this isn't real.
Sure.
Okay.
You're right. No, I don't know that.
Soon after, James Irving fell ill and Voira moved out of the family home, prompting Jeff to either leave or stop speaking altogether. Broke his poor little mongoose heart. In 1937, Margaret sold the farm to a man named Graham, who was purported to have killed an unusual animal on the farm resembling some kind of large weasel.
They're like, oh, Jeff isn't talking anymore. Let's sell the house. Guy moves in. Jeff's like, hi!
What the fuck is that?
Just immediately blows him
Get to go to hell, you little vermin!
Some reports stated that the animal was killed a year after Graham bought the property, while others say it happened in 1947. Now, there is no confirmation on whether or not the animal killed was a mongoose. As time passed, the farmhouse was eventually demolished. In 1970, an older Voira was interviewed about Jeff, and she maintained the assertion that Jeff was real, never recanting her story. She passed away in 2005. So, you know what time it is, Ryan?
Corkboard time?
It's corkboard time.
That's right.
Jeff the mongoose. Jeff the mongoose. Now, what we're trying to figure out here is what the fuck is going on? Is it a hoax? Do these people believe something? Is one person doing this? Are a bunch of people doing this? A lot of people were swept up with Jeff fever, so there's clearly something going on.
I have my idea of what's happening here, but I'll wait till the theories come out here.
Okay. Well, let's begin then.
Sure.
Theory 1. Ventriloquism. Jeff was created by Voira. the daughter, who was known to be an amateur ventriloquist. We got
googly eyes, yeah.
Can we really load up the googly eyes for the rest of this season? Do we have any spare googly eyes? Because I'll start putting them all over the boards.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to see a lot of googly eyes in my
everything
episodes
everywhere all at
now.
once.
One local reporter claimed to have heard Voira squeak in a very Jeff-like manner, though the family later denied it. Another allegation that might support this theory comes from a Daily Dispatch reporter. He had witnessed Margaret and a hidden Jeff having a conversation in another room. The reporter said that through an obstructed view of the mirror, which you can see here, here's a very in-depth diagram, he saw Voira sitting perfectly still, sucking on a piece of string with her hand positioned just so that her mouth could not fully be seen. Okay. Now, I don't know what the sucking a string has to do with it.
Yeah, I was about to say, is there any significance to the string sucking besides being weird as hell?
It's possibly that's just what they did for fun back then. Yeah, I don't quite know. But in any case, her mouth was
It sounds like an
obstructed.
old-timey insult, like, go suck a string.
Oh, that's pretty good.
You
Go
know?
suck a string, you weasel!
Yeah, that's right.
That's
Yeah.
I like that. Well, in any case, the reporter alleges that when he entered the other room, Jeff stopped talking. However, the Irvings attest that Jeff had been heard while in Voira's presence and has appeared even when different members of the family were known to not be home.
Let me ask you this. Has Jeff and Voira ever been spotted talking at the same time?
According to the family, yes. But Jeff was allegedly also very shy. So, they probably heard Jeff through the walls. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Oh, we have a little Jeff here.
Okay.
And I want you to tell me if this reads as sort of convincing,
Okay.
Now, I'm not a trained ventriloquist.
Didn't need to tell me that.
So I've invited you over, and I've introduced you to my little friend, Jeff. Jeff, say hello.
Hello, Ryan.
I mean, I can see your mouth moving.
Hello, Ryan.
You just turned your face away, and I still can see your mouth moving.
Hello, Ryan.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
I can see
For me?
your whole face is moving.
No, I'm smiling.
Hello, Ryan.
You're next.
Do you have any
You know what?
questions
It's pretty
for me,
convincing if I
Jeff?
just focus on the mongoose and don't
Yes.
look at your face. If I completely ignore what you're supposed to do as a ventriloquist, it's very convincing.
Don't look at the man who's holding me. Just look at me, the little mongoose.
If hearing that it's good is what gets you to stop doing this, then it's very good. It's incredibly good.
My name's Jeff. What's your name? I don't know why I sound Spanish. Do you have a question for Jeff? Okay, well, it was so nice to meet you. And now I have to go to Hollywood.
Oh.
I'm going to be in a picture with Fred Astaire.
All right, Jeff, we'll see you later.
Bye-bye. Oh.
I mean, you can imagine if you showed up to a house in the Isle of Man
He's strangling a rabbit back there.
100 years ago. Jeff, no!
No, not Jeff, no!
Pretty convincing stuff.
I'd say so.
On to theory 2. It was a hoax. Yes, it was a straight up lie. Between the dog hair and the dog footprint, it's possible that Jeff was simply an elaborate dog and pony show put on by the Irvings. However, if Jeff was fabricated by the family, their motivations were not clear. I think we can all agree.
I was thinking that, I'm pretty sure this is a hoax, but why?
As it turns out, announcing to the world that your home contains a talking magic mongoose that only you can see is not exactly a path to fame and fortune.
And they didn't even agree to the world tour.
Yeah.
They didn't think about the part where we can monetize this, and then they realized I gotta prove it though.
Yeah, Harry Price came over and he was like, well, of course you have to prove it. And they were probably like,
Jeff is nervous!
This is gonna ruin the tour. The world tour.
Yeah, exactly. Very good.
The Irving family never made any money from all the spectacle. In fact, all the publicity actually devalued their farmhouse. Any fame gained was also marred by skepticism and naysayers throwing doubt on the otherwise well-to-do family's reputation.
And they got Jeff killed.
They killed our sweet boy!
The house lost its value, and then as soon as somebody moved in, they shot him with a revolver.
I feel like if you're selling your farmhouse that has a magic mongoose, I'd at least tell the new buyer. It seems like if someone was murdered in the house, you tell them about that.
No.
I feel like a similar clause with magic mongooses. It'd be like, hey, just a heads up.
You hear
if
a little
you
voice.
see a mongoose, it may talk. and chat with you and want to be friends.
That's
So
right.
don't shoot it on sight. All right, on to theory 3, which I think you're going to like. Maybe. Theory 3, Jeff was a poltergeist. Now, what does that mean, Ryan? Poltergeist, can you translate that for me?
Yeah, it's like a mischievous ghost that would be, moving stuff around the house. Is this positing that a ghost possessed a mongoose, or that it was never a mongoose to begin with?
This was actually posited by some of your people.
And your people.
No.
And your people.
Some psychic researchers have suggested that Jeff was either a poltergeist or a ghost that haunted the family. According to folklore, poltergeists tend to connect to specific people, often an adolescent. Now, Voira was 13 when Jeff first appeared. Poltergeists are also typically aggressive or violent towards their bonded person, which Voira initially experienced with Jeff, even having to sleep in her parents' room for a while. When asked, Jeff would often refer to himself as an, quote, earthbound spirit, though Margaret asserted that Jeff was an animal, not a spirit or ghost. Now, Nandor Fodor, who you recall from earlier, the other previously mentioned researcher, suspected that Jeff was actually James's creation, given the similarities between their personalities. Nandor posited that James missed and craved the stimulating conversation that only sophisticated company could provide, and that through this conflict in his subconscious, he managed to manifest Jeff, thereby using the poltergeist as a way to lure more interesting people to him.
I don't know about this one. I mean, they clearly saw a mongoose talking is the thing. That was the whole story. He was dancing and playing maracas and shit like that.
Yeah, allegedly. God, I hope he played maracas.
Little tiny maracas. I don't even know how he's holding them. He didn't have thumbs. Then again, he was sign language, using sign
That's
language,
right.
so maybe he found a way.
It should be noted that, similar to Harry Price and the mysterious Captain X, Nandor Fodor also failed to lay eyes upon Jeff during his visit. Out of all of these, Ryan, which would you say is the most convincing?
No theory 4? Jeff was real?
That is not a theory we're entertaining. I've had a lot of fun with this episode. I think it's a delightful story.
That's crazy, man.
I think it would betray my own sort of instincts to put a theory 4, this was all real.
What if it was?
I mean, if you want it, I'll take it. If you want to go all in on Jeff, and
I'm pushing all my chips in.
Yeah, I mean, I'll happily just stake all my reputation on the whimsy of believing that Jeff was real.
I'm gonna go with theory 2.
You're gonna go with theory 2 that it was all
Mainly
hoax.
just because anytime it came to pony up, so to speak, and show Jeff to these folks that are coming all this way to see him.
Also, if it did start as sort of a fun lark that just got out of control, then you can see how like the ever escalating bits of like trying to prove it with like, no, just give him some dog hair. Say he's not here right now. Oh, fuck, they're coming to check him out.
Here's the footprints.
Yeah, these are people who are clearly wanted to keep going.
It would have been fun to me if it was just the local townsfolk that they were kind of hoaxing. But once you start getting people to buy plane tickets, like airfare,
then I think it's even funnier.
That's when I don't like that, because it's just like, you're making people spend money, wasting their time, and then you come and give them dog hair and like a fake like dog print. I think these people should be in prison.
Despite a lack of definitive proof, Jeff's legend and legacy have long outlived the Irving family, inspiring several books and at least one movie. Without a final answer or explanation, and because this one is just a fun one, let us say that the curious case of Jeff the Talking Mongoose shall forever remain a mystery. Maybe he was real.
Is it a mystery though?
In our heart of hearts, we know that he was real.
Okay.
He was real, and he should be on their money.
That's right.
They should have little Jeff bucks over there in the Isle of Man. I don't know if they're on the euro or not, but they shouldn't be.
That'll be 2 Jeffs, please.
You like Jeff?
I'd love for him to be real. How about that?
Me too. Me too.
See you next week, everybody. And remember, I can kill you if I want.
That's right, Jeff. See you next week. All right.
I'm lighting on Shane. What could possibly go wrong? Oh.
Welcome to Mystery Files, where we take a deep dive into cases that span from the creepy to the truly bizarre and everything in between. I'm Shane, and today I'll be forcing my colleague Ryan to hear all about the gruesome case of Bella Kiss, the vampire of Sincota. In the end, you'll have to decide if the mystery is solved or if it's simply a mystery.
So what are we talking about today?
It says right there on the screen, Vampire of Sincota.
Yeah, but we can't be talking about vampires because vampires aren't real.
No, it's not a real vampire. It's just a murderer, you know. All the trigger warnings for this one. This one's murder, guys.
A little true crime, then.
A little TC for the freakos, you know?
Well, I mean, you're the guy holding the pointer.
I guess I am.
Hello, it's Professor Morris Ashley, and welcome to my bar. That's right, I'm a bartender now. I make yummy cocktails on the Boulevard of the Stars. And thanks to today's sponsor, Scentbird, I've been able to snag this gig and the self-confidence to really crush it when it comes to making drinks. Scentbird is a fragrance subscription service with a mission to empower each and every person to express themselves through scent. It's super affordable, allowing you to change your fragrance every month while avoiding the commitment and cost of pricey, full-size bottles that can range from $300 to $500 American dollars. It also has a diverse, curated collection of over 900 fragrances from popular brands like Prada and Versace, as well as niche labels such as Parfums de Marly and Roja. This month I'm trying out Confessions of a Rebel's F Mondays. Ever since I started wearing it, I've got a new swagger in my step, I think you'll agree, with lively citrus notes and a mix of peachskin, apple, sage, and sandalwood. I feel invigorated to make the best drink for my customers. I'm also enjoying the scent of Mind Games Shadow. Am I flirting with you as I make a delectable espresso martini? Who knows? But this makes me smell sweet like pomegranate and mandarin and bold like leather and patchouli. And yes, I do feel spontaneous and free. A little tip I've learned, applying fragrances to your pulse points like the wrists and behind the ears allows scent to interact with your body heat, enhancing its longevity and projection. Express yourself with a new fragrance or two each month. Scan the QR code or use 55 Water to get 55% off your first month at Scentbird. You can get the first fragrance for just $8, and then the next month it'll only be $16.95. Again, that's 55 Water to get 55% off your first month. I better get back to work. I work at a bar, remember. I've made a drink. Does anyone want one? In the early spring of 1912, in the lazy...
1912?
Yeah.
Holy shit. It's a long time ago.
It's when the Titanic sank.
Why do you know that so quickly?
It's an easy date to remember. I don't know. It just sticks in there. 1912. Titanic, boom, down, gone. In the early spring of 1912, in the lazy Hungarian resort town of Sincota, a small hamlet on the outskirts of Budapest, life was simple when a wealthy 40-year-old tinsmith named Bella Kiss and his beautiful young wife, Marie, moved into a large, somewhat isolated house just outside of the village. No one suspected something dark was on the horizon.
It's an unfortunate mustache he's got there.
I think that might just be the shadows at play. You were thinking it was a Hitler thing?
I thought it was like a Hitler stash.
I'm sure people were sporting them at this time.
I think he kind of ruined it.
He ruined it. Like you and orange beanies.
Hey, look, man.
I didn't mean to compare you to Hitler.
I was about to say, that's kind of a light comparison of me to Hitler.
To be fair, the First World War was also darkening on the horizon, and worsening economic and political conditions had long been at the center of Hungarian social life. A massive population surge in the late 1800s caused major unemployment by the turn of the century, and those who were able to find work for starvation's wages were mercilessly exploited. The onset of war could only make conditions worse.
Any photo I've seen of this period, it's hard for people to look like they're having a good time.
This lady's happy about her baskets. Look at that smiling face.
She doesn't look, she looks like she's pouting. What are you talking about? She looks like she's carrying everything in her life. It looks awful.
Yeah, not an ideal time to be alive for a lot of people. So when a shy stranger moved into the largest house in Sincota and went out of his way to help take care of the impoverished, the sick, no one questioned him or where the money came from. Belakis was a short, introverted man. But with his distinguished black handlebar mustache, he was said to be a considerable presence amongst his peers. His wife, 15 years his junior, was known for her good looks and for being a bit of a flirt. Sounds like a nice guy, right? Showing up to town with his pretty flirty wife.
Yeah, moving into the biggest house.
Looks like a guy you could trust, right?
That does not look like a guy.
What do you mean? A white guy?
With a slick back hair and a mustache? And this time period?
Yeah.
I'm running, dude. I'm not going anywhere near this guy.
Reportedly, Kiss was jealous of any who sought his young wife's attention, greedy for her beauty. He forbade her from having male companions, but Bella had to travel to Budapest often for business or personal affairs. In his absence, Marie found companionship with an artist named Paul Beccari.
That second bullet's a little misleading. When you say companions, you mean like friends?
Yeah.
Okay, that's bad.
Companionship.
But if it's like, I forbid my wife to have an affair, that's like, not really a fair bullet point. Like, I think that's kind of like the whole point of marriage, right?
That's only something you'd have to say in like France. That's
but
true.
You can't be saying no.
That's what those French are like, you know that? The small town was shocked to learn that on Christmas Eve, just 6 months or so after moving into the country estate, Marie allegedly gifted Bella a note that was the kiss of death. She had left him and run off, far away, with her new artsy paramour, to Mr. Kiss.
Oh, Jesus. I felt like I smelled that.
It's probably oats and coffee.
I could tell.
What would you do if Mari gave you a letter like this that said, Ryan, I'm leaving you forever?
Yeah, I guess I'd read the letter.
Bit of a blow.
That's a bummer.
Bella Kiss was bereft, so ill with grief that the town constable Adolf Trauber sent an elderly widow, whom some sources have identified as Kalman or Miss Jakubets, to live at the house to take care of Bella. His health recovered enough that he only needed help with cleaning, but there was one room that help was always forbidden from entering. Obviously, nothing could set off a nosy old biddy more.
They just sent an elderly widow from the elderly widow service. Where did it? You said it like it was normal. They sent him an elderly widow.
What else is she gonna
From an
do?
elderly widow lineup.
Sit around and get wrinkly? You know, you gotta go take care of a man.
So I guess when you become elderly and then a widow, it's like, here's your broom. Now go take care of this man who's drunk at 12 p.m.
Different place, different time.
This guy's no good. He's like forbidding his wife from having friends. It's probably why she cheated on him. And then also
Certainly
has rooms that people can't go into. No one knows where his money's from.
You know, him saying to his wife, you can't have any male companions. And then she's like, well, what about this hunky artist over here? I don't think he's learned his lesson with saying, don't go into this room.
Yeah. You can't be telling people what to do.
This guy doesn't understand human psychology very much, I don't think. And so, one day, the housekeeper's curiosity finally got the best of her, and she peeped through the keyhole of the forbidden room. And there she saw large metal drums organized against the wall.
So she's elderly, she's a widow, and she's curious.
Is that ticking all your boxes?
Yes.
For an eligible...
That's right. Is she available?
She assumed they were carrying moonshine, and the rumors started spreading. The constable eventually had to get involved. When questioned, Kiss explained to the constable that the barrels were in fact filled with fully legal petrol rather than illegal alcohol. As an enterprising businessman and speculator, Kiss was counting on gas prices surging in the upcoming war and was stockpiling now to be able to sell at a huge profit later. The constable was assuaged, and needless to say, Kiss got rid of the help entirely not long after that. But even before he sent Kalman packing, Kiss was already becoming more reclusive to the close-knit townspeople. Most days he was spotted in his car heading to Budapest alone, only to return in the wee morning hours when the roar of the engine was sometimes accompanied by the mirthful laughter of a female passenger. At one point, prior to firing her, Kiss was even said to have sent the elderly housekeeper on a paid vacation so he could bring a woman to live with him in sin. By the time Kalman returned, his lover had departed, and shortly after, she claimed an additional barrel was delivered to the Forbidden Room.
Now there's 5 barrels.
Multiple barrels.
There used to be 4.
Now there's another one, and isn't that interesting? And there seems to be a correlation between women and barrels. Women and barrels, you know?
No.
Meanwhile, in Budapest, there were growing reports of women having strange and dangerous encounters with an unknown predator. Louisa Rust, daughter of a well-known draper, met a man at the theater. He took her driving to his country house for drinks, followed by dinner in the city, where he offered to read her fortune at his flat. Sounds like a pretty sexy night? I don't know.
I got an idea what that fortune's gonna say.
Oh boy.
It sounds like it's a barrel on that fortune in that future.
There, he gave her a cocktail that made her feel off. She fainted, and when she awoke in the park at dawn, her money and jewelry were gone.
At least she's alive.
At least, you know, he only just stole. If you're gonna be a criminal, just steal people's jewels.
Just steal their jewels.
Just steal their jewels.
No, don't kill them.
Rubies, jewels, diamonds, you know?
Yeah.
3 weeks later, a similar occurrence happened to the wife of a wealthy merchant. She was nearly run over by a taxi after church, pulled gallantly away at the last second by a man who introduced himself as jeweler Franz Hoffmann. They bonded over spirituality and a passion for fine jewels. He persuaded her to join him at his flat, where he attempted to strangle her over a cocktail. She lost consciousness. When she came to, now surrounded by police in a public location, not a single piece of her jewelry remained in sight. He really was pretty clever about gaining her trust. He saved her life. She almost got hit by
yes. She almost got
a
hit by
taxi
a taxi
after
yes.
church. What if he paid the taxi to try and hit her?
That would be crazy.
That didn't even occur to me till just now.
That would be the weaselly thing to do, and this guy does seem like a weasel. Also, attempted to strangle, it seems like he did.
Yeah, it seemed like it, yeah.
Didn't attempt to, he did strangle.
She lost consciousness, and then he took all her jewels. Both women allegedly described their attacker's flat identically, but couldn't locate it because he'd taken such a roundabout path to bring them there. 2 weeks later, a third woman came forward with a similar story. In tiny Sincota, suspicions hit a breaking point. It seemed beyond coincident that there were a few sightings of Bela Kiss with women who were never seen again. After 2 Budapest widows seen at Kiss's country estate disappeared, notably after taking their entire life savings out of the bank, the constable was forced to pay him another visit. Bela explained a man named Hoffman allegedly invited the women to Hoffman's place, urging the police to follow up with him instead. When they arrived at Hoffman's flat, he had already vanished. It seemed a murderer was on the loose. But so was the outbreak of war, and it had arrived even in the pastoral Hungarian hills of Sincota. Like many of his countrymen, Bela Kiss was called to enlist. He secured the country estate with iron bars in the windows and set off for the front lines. This was the last the town would ever see of him.
Oh, wow. Oh, so he just straight up, wow, that's
He's
crazy.
gone, he went to war.
Damn.
And it sounds like he didn't make it back.
I wonder if he showed them his jewels.
Do you think he went off to war wearing a bunch of beautiful jewels?
That's right.
Are you suspicious of this man? I mean, he's just going to the army.
I mean, we'll see if he ever made it there.
18 months into the war, Bela sent a letter to his next-door neighbor, a Serbian immigrant named Littman, who was overjoyed to hear from his old friend. But Littman's response was returned unopened 4 months later, along with a note informing him that Bela had passed away in a hospital near Belgrade. By 1916, other townsfolk had also learned of Bela's death after seeing his name carved into a war memorial. Right around the time resources to feed the ever-growing war machine were growing more scarce. Now, I've been right about one thing. The war effort desperately needed petrol, and they had begun commandeering it from civilians. The commissioners who came to Sincota were pointed to Bela's abandoned estate by those who remembered the curious metal barrels they'd gossiped about years before. The constable, who could confirm the barrels held petrol, brought the soldiers to Bela's house, where 7 drums remained.
That means that constable that first paid Bela a visit way back at the beginning of this story, when Bela was like, oh, those barrels, that's petrol. He didn't open one of the barrels to see that it was in fact petrol?
They're probably sealed shut, you know?
This guy's the worst detective of all time.
When they opened the barrels, they were disappointed to find what appeared to be wood alcohol instead. Then, they were quickly horrified to find that beneath the surface were bound and folded, colored, naked female bodies. Now, some say that one of the drums held Paul Beccari, Marie's artist lover, that she had allegedly run away with when she left Kiss, calling this entire origin story into question. Was his wife buried somewhere on the property as well? It's a fair question, right?
Yeah, that is fair.
The artist, the hunky artist, in a barrel.
Yeah, folded up. That's,
He got folded.
Jesus Christ.
Now, allegedly, some of the victims had puncture marks on their neck, and the bodies were drained of blood. Some speculate that the blood draining was to keep the corpses from rotting, as it's basic embalming practice. But it didn't do much to deter from popularizing Bella's new nickname, the Vampire of Sincota. Resources for local law enforcement were scarce with the war just outside their doors, but the determined Detective Nagy was put on the case. Behind a heavily locked door, he managed to find all the evidence they needed to close that case. An office full of books on poisoning and strangling, and a desk full of letters exchanged with women that Bella had lured to their death through newspaper ads. I don't know why you would need a book on poisoning or poisoning.
Poisoning, sure, you gotta concoct the poison. Strangling feels pretty self-explanatory.
Just a picture book?
Just a picture of the Wolfman, just strangling people.
One of Bella's advertisements read, quote, "Bachelor, aged 40, lonely, good income from commercial enterprises, desirous of corresponding with educated lady with a view to matrimony." Kiss reportedly received 174 marriage proposals and accepted about 74 of them.
Jesus Christ, this guy was swiping left and right. There was no picture of him attached to this? He got that many hits off of just this sentence?
Maybe back then that's all it took, you know?
I guess
educated,
so.
I got money, don't worry about it.
That's right.
Would you like to marry me?
That's all it takes.
That's all it takes.
Update your Hinge profiles.
Bella would romance women in their homes, assessing their vulnerabilities. For example, if they had family or friends that would notice if they went missing. Most didn't meet his requirements to move on to the next step. Instead, he might just convince them to send him money and then disappear. But roughly 20 of these women made the journey to Sincota to meet their terrible fate at his hands. He even convinced people to send him money. He was like, "I am a wealthy bachelor. Wouldn't you like to marry me?
Give me your
First,
money."
Give me your money. I too have a passion for money. Please send some to me."
Yeah, that's crazy.
Women were lured to Kiss's Budapest apartment. After poisoning and strangling them, he would steal their valuables and bring their bodies to Sincota, where they were preserved in the alcohol-filled drums until they were buried outside. Detective Nagy reportedly contacted the drum supplier and learned that far more than 7 barrels had been delivered to the Kiss household, leading to excavation all over the property. Prisoners of war were tasked with uncovering the rest of the bodies, which were exhumed in the garden and woods surrounding Bella's home.
That's a strange little detail in this case. Not only are these cops bad at their jobs, they're lazy. They're like, I don't want to go search for these bodies. It's going to be gross. Let's make the prisoners of war do it.
They did a lot with prisoners of war back then. They just made them do stuff, you know.
Look for bodies.
Ultimately, it was believed that Bella killed at least his wife, her lover, 23 other women, and another man. Of the 26 bodies found on the property, 14 were identified. Let's be clear, this is a bad guy.
No, I don't think you need to say that when his picture is next to those bullet points.
This is a bad guy.
I mean, I could have told you that. The mustache.
No good. Piece of shit.
The mustache from the beginning.
Yeah, you did call it. One woman was said to be identified by her wedding ring, which she had absconded with, as well as with a small fortune, when she left her husband to run away with Bella Kiss. Though, because her husband had also died in the war, the police did not pursue her case further, which was, all in all, the general tactic that law enforcement took.
You can't just cut to a picture like that, go full screen without warning me. That was jarring.
So this allegedly is Bella at war.
This is the guy, the Casanova that's luring all these women to his apartment?
I mean, I guess if you get rid of that mustache.
Come to my apartment, I have jewels.
He does kind of have vampiric qualities to him. It was solved. The culprit was already known to have died in the war. There were too few resources and not enough time for more justice than had already been served. But then something strange occurred. People began to report seeing Bella in Budapest. Detective Nagy's work was clearly unfinished, and he needed to know. How in the hell was a dead man traipsing around the Queen of the Danube?
I mean, I suspected that maybe he never went to war. Then I saw this picture of him
Clearly.
At
I've
war,
never seen
so-
such a soldier.
Yeah. If the last thing on earth that I saw was that mustache, I'd be so sad.
It'd be very sad. Okay, let's get into the theories. It's theory time. We have no fun activities for this one. It's a story about women in barrels. So,
yes.
Theory time. Hey, look at that. It's the theory board.
I knew
Wow!
I was just about to say that looks like the theory board.
No, I said, yeah, no, hang on a second. It's a theory board over there?
Oh, that is a theory board.
Okay,
All right.
let's get into them. Theory one. It was a case of stolen identity.
Oh. Look at that guy looking at that headline right
He's like, no, hang
Stolen
on.
identity.
Man.
What's going on right
So that's a nice hat, huh? Anyway, you can see we got a lot representing the theory here. Some maps.
Walk me through it. Walk me through it.
Nagy reportedly traveled to the Serbian hospital where Kiss was said to have died. The nurse and hospital staff who treated him were shocked that the sweet young man they had known could be capable of such atrocities. They described their patient as a tall, blonde, blue-eyed Nordic type, rather than the short, swarthy, middle-aged, mustachioed man known to Bella's compatriots.
That's not
That's
him.
not
That's
him.
not him.
Short, dark-haired.
No mustache. No blue eyes either.
No blue eyes. Dark eyes.
Detective Brain.
And so, it was supposedly uncovered. Kiss may have swapped papers with a fatally young soldier named Makari, who had died shortly after.
So maybe he did go to the war, but then he saw an opportunity.
Exactly right. He did a Don Draper.
Because he knew back home, bet you they found my barrels.
Some believed that rather than make an easy escape, Bella had returned to Budapest using the young soldier's papers to tie up loose ends. Though, once authorities had access to his stolen identity, they found no trace of Bella in the country. Some believed he had fled to another large European city, probably London or Paris. And officials across the continent were alerted that a mass murderer of Bella's description was on the loose. Witnesses came forward to claim he had been spotted again in Budapest in 1919, while by the next year, there were reports spotting him from Romania to Turkey. What do you think of that one?
I mean, it's pretty compelling. It seems like that's what happened.
He seems to be a clever fellow.
A slippery guy.
Yeah, a weasel, if you will.
Sure.
A dirty weasel.
Hey, look, once you show you're capable of strangling people and putting them in barrels, I think you could pretty much do anything that's horrible.
Strangling's a lot. Yeah.
a lot.
I mean, like, I feel like it's one thing to shoot someone with a gun.
Yeah.
But to strangle them is a lot.
You prefer the gun then, when you do it.
Based on my experiences having done both. Theory 2. He joined the French Foreign Legion. Rumors and reported sightings from both sides of the Atlantic continued to fuel the legend of Bella Kiss. However, the next solid lead on him was said to be at least 5 years later, when a man enlisted in the French Foreign Legion told the Parisian police that while deployed, a soldier named Hoffman.
That was the name of he gave the police.
That's right.
To go look at Hoffman.
Look at this little mustache.
I wrote that down in my notes.
Did you?
No.
Oh, write it down now.
Hoffman.
Good.
Dustin Hoffman.
No, you're getting that wrong. That's a different guy. A soldier named Hoffman had spent long nights in the desert entertaining their fellow comrades with stories of how he had once loved like a true Lothario and strangled beautiful women throughout Hungary.
He included the second part in his tales?
Yes.
And then the rest of the guys were like, hell yeah.
I guess.
That's incredibly odd.
If a friend comes to you and brags about something like that, don't wait until a detective comes knocking on your door several years later and then go, oh, you know what, I guess
He did say that one time in the desert that he had strangled a bunch of women.
Just go tell people about that.
He actually gave me a book about it.
Right. Hey, I'm done with this one. I know this one front to back.
If your friend tells you that he's strangling women, you read that book and then you strangle him.
Yes,
That's
exactly right. Word got to Detective Nagy that details in the stories matched the Kiss case. But by the time he contacted the French Foreign Legion, Bella or Hoffman had already disappeared.
Slippery into the night.
Yeah. I mean, this almost goes hand in hand with these two things because he could have fully taken someone else's identity and gone over to the French
It could be a
Foreign
subset.
Legion. Yeah. On to theory 3. Bella Kiss escaped to America. In 1932, a New York City detective named Henry Oswald was sure he spotted Bella Kiss in Times Square. But before he could pursue him, the figure vanished into the crowd. Some say they were able to trace Kiss to a Manhattan apartment where he was working as a janitor, but when police investigated, he disappeared yet again. On both sides of the pond, Bela Kiss was never even close to getting caught, and no further murders could be attributed to him. But as murky as his ending was, the legend itself is also up to interpretation.
Can you flip his picture around? I don't like looking at his
You don't like that?
face.
I can turn him around.
Yeah.
What if he was on the other side? I'd be like,
Oh, Jesus! His haunting eyes.
Put that there. Yeah. Bye-bye. There are many conflicting reports on the case and very little consensus as to what is fact and what is lore, with seemingly many details lost in translation as the story passed from a deeply aggrandized small-town scandal to a case for Interpol. Well, in the face of a war that redefined warfare for the modern age and the collapse of an empire that had stood stalwart for centuries, for a small Hungarian town, the case of Bela Kiss was both the scariest thing they had ever faced and as transient as village gossip. The murders of dozens of women so nearly went unnoticed and forgotten as the world burned in the fires of the Great War. As it stands, their killer went free, never to be sentenced to justice except for, perhaps, by his maker. But where did he disappear? Well, that remains a mystery.
Wait. Oh, no.
That's it. He got away with it.
Why isn't he caught?
Because he's too slippery.
God damn, dude.
Yeah.
He probably died of old age somewhere.
I mean, all three of these things, frankly, could be true. He could have done this and then
I was
that,
about to
and
say,
then
he
that.
could have done all three of them. Unless he actually was caught and you're about to tell me right now.
He got us. No.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Truly, the freakiest thing about this is that they almost did not uncover it at all. If they hadn't gone looking for petrol, maybe they never would have known.
That is true.
And at the very least, here in this modern era, we can say, hey, fuck you, Bela Kiss, you know?
Yeah, Bela
fuck this
Kiss
guy.
my ass,
Bela,
dude.
yeah, exactly right.
God, I hate this guy.
Guess we throw our hands up on that one and just say, that sucks.
Highly upsetting.
Yeah. Well, we'll see you next week when we revisit a case that you may be familiar with.
It's D.B. Cooper.
It's D.B. Cooper. Is there late-breaking information on him?
Oh, just
yeah.
you wait. Just you wait.
boy.
You're going to be in this chair, and I'm going to be standing right there.
I know. We're going to switch places.
And we're going to burn that guy's photo.
Yeah. All right. Bye, everybody.
A big thanks to Scentbird again. Scan the QR code or use 55 Watcher to get 55% off your first month at Scentbird. You can get your first fragrance for just $8, and the next month it'll only be $16.95. Cheers! Welcome to Mystery Files, the show where we talk about mysteries and put them in filing cabinets.
Welcome to Mystery Files, where we take a deep dive into cases that span from the creepy to the truly bizarre and everything in between. I'm Ryan, and today I'll be forcing my colleague Shane to hear all about the explosive phenomenon that is spontaneous human combustion. And in the end, you'll have to decide if the mystery is solved or if it's simply a mystery.
Now, we've talked about spontaneous human combustion before in our illustrious careers.
We have talked
BuzzFeed Unsolved. Back in the day, we talked about a lady
named Mary Reeser.
I remember her.
And that was just one case, a singular case of spontaneous human combustion. Today we're examining it at large, from a macro level, if you will. Boy, do we have some stuff in store for you.
Okay, I'm excited.
You don't look excited.
Yee!
And before we get into this, focus up here. Shane, focus up. Let's get those eyes open, ears open, mouth closed. This one is a little disturbing. There's going to be some stuff in there that, you know, it's just a little bit of a warning.
People blowing up, I get it.
Yeah, so you might.
What do you think I'm going to cry about?
We're going to blur things.
Oh yeah. Apologies to all the people watching this who may be triggered, who maybe have had family members blow up.
Well, I mean, we have at least 4 cases.
Well, hey, maybe they'll be watching. Sorry if any of your family members spontaneously melted.
Case number 1, Mary Reeser, aka the Cinder Lady. In Tampa Bay, Florida, on July 2nd, 1951, at about 5 a.m., 67-year-old Mary Reeser's landlord, Pansy Carpenter, awoke to a loud thud. Unable to find the source of the noise, she went back to bed, despite noticing an odd burning smell. Later, when a telegram arrived for Mary, Pansy decided to deliver the message herself, perhaps using it as an excuse to check on her tenant as she had been visibly upset the night before. After Mary failed to answer, Pansy tried the doorknob. To her surprise, it was hot to the touch. When first responders arrived, they broke down Mary's door and rushed into the smoke-filled home. To their abject horror, against a backdrop of burnt walls, melted electrical outlets, and a mysterious grease-like substance on the rug, investigators found what was left of Mary Reeser. Her body had been reduced to a pile of ashes, with her only remains being a single foot still encased in the black slippers she had been wearing the day before.
Did we see that shit last? Because that's a foot.
No, that's we did see it, but you're not seeing it now because it's
a foot.
Well, yeah, because it's a foot.
We don't want to show you a foot.
We have to pixelate that.
Yeah, but you can just conjure it in your mind. A foot.
Yeah. A bit of her burnt spine entangled in the spring coils of her chair, and what appeared to be Mary's skull, shrunken by the extreme heat to the size of a small cup.
I forgot about that. I like revisiting these cases because I can laugh all over again. Sorry it happened.
Objects surrounding the burn zone, such as wax candles and plastic items, had melted. But curiously, the fire was contained to only the chair and its immediate vicinity, which suggests that while the fire was hot enough to cremate a body, it didn't burn long enough to spread to other flammable areas of the home. Investigators were also unable to find the cause of the fire. To quote the FBI, quote, "An examination showed the presence of no oxidizing chemical substances used to initiate or accelerate combustion," end quote. Though it is worth noting that Mary Reeser was a habitual smoker and had taken at least 2 sleeping pills the night before. Now, I will say, we did an entire episode on BuzzFeed Unsolved about this.
Yeah.
And after reading that, I think it's fairly easy to surmise what happened here.
Yeah, it does seem like that would be what happened. I know there's a lot of unexplained other factors around it, like the weird gelatinous substance or whatever.
The grease-like substance.
The grease-like substance. But that could be human fat. I don't know,
Could be.
And the other thing is, have you ever seen a video of like a controlled burn? Like sometimes it'll just be like a little garbage can that's on fire, and that can like catch the ceiling, and then the whole room just goes up. So it's kind of weird that like just her body would be on fire and nothing else. And I don't know how that would necessarily happen, but stranger things have happened. So
it's like a controlled burn, right?
Oh, you got some, you're like a pastor at church. Yeah, look at you. How many of those do you have, and how often are you going to be using them in this episode?
Only you will find out.
Okay.
Is that insensitive to perhaps do that after we talked about a lady exploding? Maybe. Case number 2, Jean Lucille Jeannie Saffin. In 1982, the 61-year-old North Londoner was sitting in the kitchen with her father, Jack Saffin, when, according to Jack, she suddenly burst into flames. He screamed for Jeannie's brother-in-law, Don Carroll, to come and help. The two used water to put out the flames that engulfed Jeannie, but sadly, she succumbed to her injuries 8 days later, with her official cause of death being bronchopneumonia due to burns. When questioned, Don insisted he saw flames shoot out from Jeannie's mouth and midriff. To quote, "She was roaring like a dragon. The kitchen wasn't damaged, but her cardigan melted," end quote. Tough break for the cardigan.
Tough break for Jeannie as well.
I know, I just think it's funny that he was like, cardigan was ruined though.
Cardigan melted.
We couldn't salvage it.
Roared like a dragon. This one's interesting because I feel like a lot of the cases where we read about this, they don't have a witness.
Yes, in this one they say it happened suddenly. So, what happened? Good question you just asked. Thank you for asking it. Let's go to case number 3. Case number 3,
Michael Faherty. On December 22nd, 2010, Faherty's burnt remains were found in front of his fireplace in Ballyban, Ireland. Despite the placement of the 76-year-old's body and the lit fireplace, investigators ruled that the fireplace fire wasn't the cause of Mr. Faherty's scorching demise. Some details from this case mirror that of Mary Reeser's, including the contained nature of the burn and the lack of any clear point of ignition. But unlike Mary Reeser, Faherty's body was still intact. Coroner Dr. Kieran McLaughlin ruled the cause of death to be spontaneous human combustion, saying it's the first time in his 25-year tenure that he'd recorded such a verdict. However, many experts criticize the concept of spontaneous human combustion. Mike Green, retired professor of pathology, maintained that a source of ignition, such as a lit cigarette, needed to be present, thus not being spontaneous in that sense. There needs to be some source of ignition, whether it's a cigarette, some sort of flame that's not produced from within.
That makes sense.
However, this coroner said spontaneous human combustion. So.
Well, my thought is, how easy is it for like investigators, firefighters to go to the scene of a fire and conclusively say, there was no cigarette here? This cigarette, little tiny thing. How do you know?
I would assume that there would be some trace, but right? I could be wrong.
I guess in this case, you do have the fireplace near there, but they're saying it wasn't involved. But also, could they be bad at their jobs?
It's possible. These three cases are far from the only reports of spontaneous human combustion throughout history, with the earliest report of the phenomenon dating back to 1641. Dr. Bartholin noted in his medical catalog an Italian knight who drank so much alcohol that he started vomiting fire. However, other entries in this catalog also included things like childbirth by mouth and conjoined triplets with animal heads.
Okay, all right.
I don't know, maybe that journal, I wouldn't call it a medical one.
No, I don't think so.
Imagine burping out a baby.
Oh.
That's pretty crazy. In 1725, northeastern France, Jeanne Lemaire drunkenly warmed her feet by the kitchen fire where her husband, Jean Millet, later found her burnt body. According to Dr. Claude Nicolas Lacat, based on second-hand accounts, the blaze had burst forth from inside Jeanne. From these testimonies, Lacat concluded spontaneous combustion as the cause of death. What do you think about that?
I mean, if she's got her feet up against the fire, he leaves the room, he comes back, she's exploded, whatever. Like the most obvious thing is that maybe she was wearing stockings or something that caught fire and then burned her up.
Like you usually say something like, my feet!
My feet, they're on fire.
Ow!
Yeah, like my thought is the person investigating this who is making this conclusion is maybe not like good at their job. It's weird for a doctor to be like, she caught on fire from the inside. And you're like, well, you're a doctor. Tell me more about that. And he's like, I don't know. It beats me.
Boom. Mr. Paul Rowley, a fellow of the Royal Society, documented what remained of 62-year-old Countess Cornelia Bondy, a known drunk, after her death in 1731. To quote, 4 feet distance from the bed, there was a heap of ashes, 2 legs untouched, from the foot to the knee with their stockings on. Between them was the lady's head, whole brains, half of the back part of the skull, and the whole chin were burnt to ashes, amongst which were found 3 fingers, blackened, end quote. Like the case of Mary Reeser, the surrounding area was undamaged, save for 2 melted wax candles.
Yeah, I wish people still wrote like this. All the rest was ashes, which had this particular quality that they left in hand when taken up, a greasy and stinking moisture.
I didn't even see that.
I feel like a human body would require, quite a bit of heat for it to, because the body is a wet thing.
Yes.
Full of wet blood. So for a human body to burn to the point of ashes, you need so much heat in a way that like something catching just by, maybe you got a cigarette or something and it burns your clothes. If your clothes burn, I can't imagine it's just gonna burn your whole body. Like you'll get burns on your body, but it's not gonna reduce your body to ashes, which is why I always find this so fascinating.
The idea that it could just come from maybe a cigarette or something in the environs is highly...
I mean, maybe it could. I don't know.
I don't know.
Fire is a wild thing, Let's learn more.
Let's go. And you know what?
Let's talk about some science. How about that?
That's fun. Sure.
In 1998, the BBC program QED conducted an experiment on air to find out if the human body is even capable of fueling a fire on its own. They had the same question you did.
Yeah.
Same question you did. On the show, a group of fire experts used a dead pig to simulate a human body, as it has a similar fat content. Look at me, I'm a fire expert. There's no name for that, I guess. It's just like...
I bet that exists. They got to learn about fires.
Yeah.
I mean, at a certain point, they'll probably know all they need to know because fire's not going to like get a software update. But
Just looking at fire in a lab. Ooh.
Yeah.
The dead pig was wrapped in cloth and doused in gasoline. After about 5 hours of burning, the pig exhibited similar burn damage to the damage observed in human combustion victims.
But it was doused in gasoline.
It was doused in gasoline.
See, that's a tricky part.
You know what's
Here he
not
goes again.
You know what's not
Look
doused
how
in
exciting he is.
You know
Look
it's
at
not
this.
doused in
Look at
gasoline.
this. That's not doused in gasoline.
No, it's not doused in gasoline.
But what's going to happen to it? That just looks like a regular piece of paper.
This is just a regular piece of paper. What could
Yeah.
possibly happen here? I don't know.
Oh, whoa, yeah. Oh, I got to stop looking directly at that. It's like, it's blinding.
It's hard to not look at it, isn't it?
I know, yeah.
A more recent study in 2002, also testing for human combustibility, set amputated legs on fire. Published in the Journal of Forensics.
What's on the docket today? Oh, got a big pile of legs here. Yeah, we're going to set them on fire. All right.
I'm just imagining someone approving the budget for this lab after time being like, all right, look at this line item here. Looks like you have a pile of legs. Are you making a witch's brew?
My hope is that if I donate my body to science, they'll be testing like what happens to the human body if it gets like sucked into an airplane turbine, you know?
Yeah, just like, pull! Holy shit! That big guy went boom! All right. Published in the Journal of Forensic Sciences by Angie Christensen, MA, the study found that osteoporotic bones suffered more burn damage than healthy bones, which could explain why spontaneous human combustion victims tend to be seniors. The study also confirmed that a human-fueled burning event would produce a low-heat fire that would be unlikely to spread. However, it's important to note that both these experiments required the use of an outside source of ignition. And in the case of this particular experiment, an accelerant was also used. Remember, neither an outside ignition source nor accelerant were detected in any of our mentioned cases. As for the low heat fire explanation, the legs in the experiment were never burnt to ash like Mary Reeser or Countess Cornelia's remains. So, kind of how you talked about earlier, it takes a lot to burn something to ash.
Yeah.
And add on that there is no outside source of ignition detected or at least figured out. You know, I mean, I guess in Mary Reeser's case, maybe the cigarette. I don't know.
Is it the fat? Is it like the human fat? Does that fuel it?
Supposedly.
Yeah.
But both of those are problems that don't have clear answers in all these cases.
Right.
While science may lack consensus with regard to spontaneous human combustion, other kinds of organic matter, such as coal, compost piles, and haystacks, have been known to spontaneously combust. Trapped heat generated through the oxidation process and/or fungal and bacterial activity can cause heaps of these organic materials to suddenly burst into flames. In the case of haystacks, water can actually increase the odds of a sudden inferno, as the additional moisture can create more insulation, thereby trapping more heat. Once the temperature through an exothermic reaction reaches 400 degrees Fahrenheit, boom goes the dynamite.
You gotta be on that.
Shit.
You're not.
Hold on.
This would have worked if you had.
I just forgot where I put my papers.
Boom goes. Boom goes.
Ha-ha!
Boom. One more time.
Once the temperature through an exothermic reaction reaches 400 degrees Fahrenheit, boom goes the dynamite.
I gotta stop looking at it.
That being said, let's jump into the theories of what could have caused these people to suddenly burst into flame. And as promised, before we get to the corkboard, I'll let you set one off.
Do we have scissors? I want to make a little, like a person shape.
That was pretty impressive how quickly you did that.
Okay, this is a little person smoking a cigarette. Here we go. Oh no! Just like that.
Theory 1.
the wick effect. Proposed in the 1960s by English forensic scientists, this theory is the most commonly used explanation for how a human body is able to completely burn without spreading to nearby flammable materials. The theory posits that the victim's clothing serves as a wick, with the fat in the body serving as a kind of wax in a candle-like effect, thereby allowing it to smolder for hours. Both the BBC and Angie Christensen's experiments prove that while this might be a reasonable explanation in some cases, it falls short for others. For one, the person would have to already be dead or at least extremely incapacitated, which might have been the case for Mary Reeser, as the grease-like substance in her rug was later found to be human fat. But this was not the case for Jeannie Saffin or any of the other cases in which the victim was known to be alive while burning. Also, the theory falls short on explaining how ignition would be able to occur, as there would need to be an opening for the fire to meet the fat for the effect to take place.
Yeah, this feels hard to square with, the reports of this happening somewhat quickly.
Yes.
Because, yeah, it does seem, like you said, it would take hours for this to occur.
It would take a long time.
And also, I guess maybe if you took sleeping pills, you wouldn't, but if you fell asleep and started catching on fire, you'd probably be like,
you can move around and such.
Yeah,
I would think so.
Stop, drop, and roll. Don't forget about that one. And it's probably been a while since you heard that.
Theory 2, static electricity. Supernatural balls of lightning have been theorized to be the cause of some spontaneous human combustion cases. These bolts from the blue could theoretically occur in clear weather conditions and could perhaps even be attracted by certain individuals who radiate higher levels of static electrical fields than normal. In 1934, a woman in Italy named Anna Monaro reportedly generated such a high level of static electricity while sleeping that she was said to glow blue at night. In the 1980s, a woman named Jacqueline Priestman claimed to suffer a constant barrage of electrical phenomena with appliances like televisions and sparking electrical outlets, though neither woman has been known to spontaneously combust themselves. Even at normal levels, Professor Robin Beach from the Brooklyn Polytechnic Institute has claimed that collecting the right amount of static electricity could theoretically cause a combustible material to suddenly catch fire, meaning that it is not outside the realm of possibility that a static shock could serve as an unlikely but possible catalyst.
But then you would need something very flammable, right?
I mean, yeah, extremely flammable at that point, yeah.
You ever do that thing where it's like it's night and you're under like a fleece blanket and you like wiggle around a bunch and then you can see all the little staticky sparks everywhere? Shocks.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's very cool. And that's why I want to see that lady.
Did you explode?
I mean, I'm here.
Theory 3, alcohol. As far back as the 18th century, medical science believed that spontaneous combustion could be a direct result of an overindulgence in alcohol. There was even an implication that overweight and lazy women were the most likely to succumb, and that a sudden burning of the inside out might be a direct reflection on one's moral character.
Well, that's shitty.
You know, this is back in the day. They didn't know what the fuck they were talking about.
I think they exploded because they were ugly women.
While the amount of alcohol required to make one's body flammable would absolutely end your life long before you'd suddenly catch fire, there might be something to be said about alcohol's propensity to physically impair one's judgment around an open flame. And it is possible that certain spirits could serve as an accelerant.
Would there be anything to, if you had like, let's say you had an Everclear or a 151 in your tum-tum.
Yeah, oof, gross.
You make a bad decision, you're drunk, you fall asleep by a fire. Would that being in your bladder by the time it burned up to that, would just be like, would you go up? Would you explode?
I don't know, maybe. I'm gonna say maybe because I don't know. Theory 4, bacteria. As stated earlier, bacteria in haystacks and compost piles can generate heat when given enough water, oxygen, and insulation. Is it possible that a sudden outbreak of bacteria inside the human body could do the same under the exact right conditions? Seeing as in most cases, a high concentration of bacteria in the body typically leads to infection, like fevers and, death, this probably is not the most likely explanation for a human to go up in flames. But given what we know about non-human organic combustion, it could perhaps be not impossible. This is kind of similar to what you were saying before, and it would be bacteria, but like I said, you probably would get sick more so than explode.
Bacteria be crazy, yeah.
Theory 4, bacteria be crazy. Theory 5, a phosphinic fart.
What is this graphic? That poor woman, she's probably just a lady who went to some stock photo company and they were like, oh, just, you know, she was, we'll pay you $60, just stand like this. And she was like, oh, sure, that'll help me put aside some money for my grandkids for the holidays. And then we take her image, we've photoshopped an atomic fart blasting out of her ass cheeks and her bending over going, oh.
How do you not know that we actually that wasn't the intent
in
to
frame?
begin with? How do we not know that was the stock photo and we just cut it out?
I don't know.
You don't know that, do you? Yes, we did have.
Ma'am, if you're out there, chime off in the comments. You know, if you know this lady, let her know what's going on with her work these days.
Ooh, it blew my scarf off.
Oh, Jonathan!
Phosphine is a gas generated during decomposition that can spontaneously ignite when exposed to oxygen. One theory suggests that naturally occurring phosphine in the human body could, through some abnormal digestive process, escape in a victim's fart and become trapped within their clothing, leading to combustion, which, as you can see, can produce the Hadouken that's coming out of her asshole.
A megafart, if you will.
While this theory is completely unproven, it remains a silent but deadly possibility.
Nasty little piece of shit. Get out of here. Boo! Boo! Boo!
What do you think about this fart theory?
This one's
That's
interesting.
What she's saying.
That's what she said. Oh! I don't know. I certainly can't rule it out because you can light a fart on fire, right?
Yes, but isn't there the danger of it going back up the tube?
I feel like when they do it, they have the flame like right, you know, they're usually sort of like
Can you demonstrate?
all the way up there.
Yeah.
And they've usually
their
got
feet
the
in the
lighter
stirrups.
like right by it because I think it like the gas has to be like really concentrated, right?
Yeah.
So for it to fill up whatever sort of garment they're wearing, at that point I feel like it's kind of diluted. And then for it to then sort of linger there on the off chance that fire eventually comes into contact with it, feels a little bit of a fart.
I mean, it would have to be a pretty gnarly fart, too.
It would be. I don't really even want to imagine the sound of that.
So what do you think? What do you think about all these theories? Which one stands out to you?
I think the ones that stand out to me are the wick effect and alcohol. And this has happened so infrequently throughout history that it seems like it's maybe just not one thing that's going on here. Yes. I feel like each of these cases is some sort of rare freak set of circumstances that is hard to pin down.
Let me ask you this, though.
Yes.
Do you think human spontaneous combustion is real?
I don't think it is.
Okay.
I think if it was real, we'd probably have a better handle on it scientifically.
We'd also see it more, probably.
Right.
That would be unfortunate. While science may provide evidence for how a human body can sustain a slow and contained burn, there is no single satisfying explanation with the power to extinguish the possibility that a person is capable of spontaneously going up in flames. Who's to say that, although rare, the exact perfect conditions couldn't somehow suddenly ignite inside an unwitting victim? But for now, we must accept that the frightening phenomenon of a spontaneous human combustion will perhaps forever remain a mystery. So we officially don't know if it's not true.
Yeah.
But I would say it probably isn't.
I mean, yeah, it's happened so infrequently. It makes me wonder if there are conditions that are just so wildly rare that it could happen.
It could happen as like some sort of freak accident.
Yeah.
5 times.
I mean, I lean on the side of it's not possible.
Yeah, because even in my opinion, all these cases, they were near fire sources for the most part.
What if somebody murdered someone and then just set them on fire?
It's possible, but then they would still have to burn them to ash, which...
Well, it seems like a lot of them were.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That would be hard to do without the proper heating conditions. I don't know.
I guess that's why it's a mystery.
I guess that's why this show is called Mystery Files. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Now, perhaps to end this, we'll do a big one.
Let's do a big one.
I'm gonna let you do it because
Okay.
it's frightening to me.
I'm gonna hold it right in front of my face.
I don't think you should do
I'm
that.
not gonna do that. All right, you ready? Look at this.
Yeah.
That's nice, right?
It's a big piece.
We'll see you next time, everybody, here on Mystery Files. Oh! It did burn my pants a little bit. Why didn't that one go as fast? We'll see you next time, everybody.
Is there something different about you?
I've been putting on numbers, you know, at the gym, putting up those big numbers.
That's
so
probably
yes,
it. I
I've
think
been
that's what it is.
working out.
That's what it is.
Welcome to Mystery Files, where we take a deep dive into cases that span from the creepy to the truly bizarre and everything in between. I'm Ryan, and today I'll be forcing my colleague Shane to learn all about the bloop. And in the end, you'll have to decide whether the case is solved or if it's simply a mystery.
The bloop, I've heard of it.
You actually have heard about the bloop.
Very loosely. I know it's a noise that people have heard somewhere deep in the depths of the ocean.
What do you know about the ocean?
It's one of the few things that really scares me. I don't like the ocean.
Is that because of how much of it is undiscovered?
It's the enormity of it. I guess that's maybe activating some sort of, what is that, thalassophobia? The ocean is so large, and when you're out there, there's not much you can do. We don't belong there, and we shouldn't go there.
This show's too much, I tell you. Oh no.
We've been so focused on solving all these mysteries that I've completely forgotten to go to the grocery store again. And even if I had the time to go, I just go and get lunch meats and then I eat them over the sink. It's really no way to live. And to be honest, it's not really that balanced of a diet. Luckily, today's sponsor is Hungry Root, and today is delivery day. And I think that's the delivery right now. Come on! Hungry Root is the easiest way to eat healthy. They're like your personal shopper, taking care of the weekly grocery shopping by recommending healthy groceries tailored to your tastes, nutrition preferences, and health goals. And if you don't really care about health, the stuff just tastes good. Look at all this stuff. We got some fresh mushrooms, some creminis. They make it easy to eat high-quality, nutritious food and achieve any diet or health goals, from anti-inflammatory to gut-friendly, gluten-free, or dairy-free, high-protein, and more. They make grocery shopping simple and stress-free. Just tell them about your goals and preferences. They fill your cart for you with personalized recommendations that get smarter as they learn more about what you like or didn't love. And while they give you the recipes and instructions, you can also choose regular grocery items like these creamy Gouda natural snack cheeses. And you can eat them while you're cooking the meals. Okay. Oh, yeah, that looks good. Oh, hey there. You know, my favorite part of Hungry Root is just how easy and fun they make it. You're not bogged down with having to know the ins and outs of your diet. You can filter from broad categories all the way down to the most specific. And they've got a little something for everyone. If you know exactly what you like to eat, well, you can get deep into the nitty-gritty of the calories and nutrition facts. And if you just want to pick from the photos, like me, you can. Well, looks like they got something here that tickles my fancy. Pesto and roasted tomato tamatati. Delicious. Butter chicken meatballs and saffron rice. Pulled chicken bowl with red rice. Now you're talking my language. Look, it's a great deal as is, but ain't it just like Hungry Root to make it even more delicious? Take advantage of this exclusive offer that they're giving us to give to you for a limited time. Get 40% off your first box, plus Get a free item in every box for life. Click the link below or go to hungryroot.com and use code WATCHER. That's 40% off your first box and a free item of your choice for life at hungryroot.com with code WATCHER. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta get back to watching my show. I love these guys.
In the summer of 1997, a group of researchers were listening to underwater microphones when suddenly they heard an unidentified sound. The acoustics program at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory in the Pacific Northwest were using these underwater microphones, called hydrophones, to study volcanic activity in the southern Pacific Ocean. Let's take a listen to what has now become known as the bloop. Okay, now we're about to listen to the bloop.
Okay.
And I will prepare your mind because it is a very long clip. And it might sound monotonous even, but there is a sound hidden within that did interest scientists.
Okay.
Or perhaps even scare them.
Oh.
Let's play it. I'm running out of leg. Fuck. I'll just go back down.
That was scary.
The sound lasted for about 1 minute, starting very low in frequency and then rising rapidly over the course of that time. It was loud enough to be picked up by 3 different hydrophones that were part of the Equatorial Pacific Ocean Autonomous Hydrophone Array, situated a distance of more than 3,000 miles apart. This is extremely unusual and made the sound immediately noteworthy. The unique, strange quality of the sound led it to be nicknamed the bloop. And it was the loudest unidentified underwater sound ever recorded.
Now, I couldn't really hear what I think I was supposed to hear in that clip, but I guess if there's something there that scientists are saying, you know, they probably look at the wave, the waveform, and you know their little charts, and are like,
Yeah. Well, what color is your jacket right now?
Green.
What color's mine?
Blue.
It's not white, is it? We're not in a lab. We're not scientists.
No, we're not.
You son of a bitch. So why don't you have some goddamn respect for oceanic science instead of making fun of these nerds who are saving the planet, you piece of shit. You sit there in the fucking chair and you think you know everything?
I'm not making fun of them.
Sure sounded like it.
I have nothing but respect for them.
Now, on the theme of us being scientists, let me backtrack that a bit.
Oh, are we scientists now?
We're scientists again, because I conducted my own experiment. I wanted to see if perhaps, maybe not a hydrophone, but an iPhone could pick up a sound underwater.
Oh, I forgot we do fun little things on this show.
And I wanted to see what would happen if it detected a sound that was very loud.
Okay.
Underwater, would we be able to hear it?
Yeah.
Here's my own experiment of me doing my own bloop. Well, in the spirit of testing the viability of the bloop, we're going to be seeing if I can make a bloop of my own. I'm just going to be screaming underwater. We don't have a hydrophone, but we do have an iPhone. So we'll see if the iPhone could pick up me screaming.
It's very cold. So now we're doing a deep octave.
The test is concluded. You'll know better than I, and you being the audience, if you could hear my bloop. Mara hears my bloops all the time.
Was Mari standing just off camera?
She was.
Yeah, I don't know why you necessarily needed to do a experiment for that. You've been underwater. You've heard noise underwater.
But, you know, do you wonder what that sounds like slowed down?
You know what? I do wonder that.
All right. Well, maybe we'll hear it slowed down.
Okay.
Okay. It's pretty scary.
That is scary.
I'm gonna post that clip on Blue Sky with no context and just see what people think. Maybe someone will think someone took over my account and killed me. Although the ocean is vast and mostly unexplored, it is still unusual for a sound to not be identifiable. Most are easily filed under 5 major categories: animals, weather, ice, man-made, or geophysical, such as earthquakes and volcanoes, which is what these scientists were specifically studying. Beyond that, the hydrophones sometimes picked up electronic interference, but this wasn't that. They were able to estimate a general location of 50 degrees south, 100 degrees west, somewhere off the southern coast of Chile. If you had to file it under one of those, what would you file it under?
How far from Chile?
Whatever 50 degrees south, 100 degrees west indicates.
Map of tectonic plates. Okay, let me see what we got. Yes, there's a big plate that runs all along the side of South America and the Antarctic plate down there. So there's plates.
Be so warm.
I guess in that case I would go with geophysical then, because ice makes weird noises. You've seen those videos of people throwing like a pebble on a frozen lake and it goes like doink, doink,
No, it sounds like a Looney Tunes.
Crazy noises.
No, I haven't seen that.
Considering the tectonic plates in that area, I'd go geophysical.
Okay, fair enough. With only that information, the scientists quickly began theorizing about what might have made the noise. So let's do the same and get into the theories. It's corkboard time. Theory 1, military activity. The scientists first wondered if the sound was caused by military exercises done by the United States, even though it didn't seem to be a man-made sound. Dr. Christopher Fox, chief scientist of the acoustics program that observed the sound, brought the bloop to U.S. Navy intelligence and asked if it was them, but they stated that the sound did not come from any action by the U.S. military. A likely story.
I think it's really easy to be like, it's the military. Yeah, granted, I do think that they're doing stuff that we don't know about, that happened, but I don't think this would be, because I'm like racking my brain trying to think what it would be.
Maybe it's like some sort of like secret submarine of some sort.
That would be so loud though, to be picked up by stuff like that.
Don't you know the best thing about a secret submarine is that it makes
how loud it is?
It's making the loudest noise ever recorded underwater. Yeah. Theory 2, an iceberg. Ice surrounds the Earth's north and south poles, known as the polar ice caps. And icebergs are formed when they break off from this ice and fall into the ocean. This process is either called calving, or more thrillingly, an ice quake. The average iceberg weighs, do you have any guesses, by the way, on how much an average iceberg weighs?
Oh, that's a great question.
I'm gonna give you a hint.
Okay.
We're talking metric tons.
1,500 tons.
Oh boy.
Am I way off?
Oh yeah, you're pretty off. I'll give you a second guess if you'd like.
50,000 tons.
That's closer.
Okay.
100,000 to 200,000 metric tons is the average iceberg.
That's heavy.
Could the bloop have been a big ice splash? Perhaps. Not something you posited yourself.
Yes.
Maybe that green jacket should be white.
There's obviously like the fracture period where it's like,
Yeah.
There's gonna be noise of that, and then as it's slowly like, yeah.
It's a good one, right?
I like that.
But it isn't the last one. Let's move to theory 3. How about that? An animal. Blue whales are the largest animal on planet Earth and can produce sounds heard 1,000 miles away. But the sound of the bloop reached a distance 3 times that, making it way louder than any noise observed from a blue whale. Blue whales do make a sound similar to the bloop. However, the volume of the bloop was much louder than any animal sound ever observed. The frequency of the sound also suggested that whatever made the sound was extremely, extremely large. Since the bloop sounded organic and not man-made, but did not belong to any known animal, some speculated that maybe a yet unknown ocean animal had made the noise. They would have to be enormous to make such a sound, at least 250 feet long, more than double the size of the largest recorded blue whale. Some thought it could be a giant squid, or even wilder, that it could be a megalodon. Thoughts on that, by the way?
That's the most exciting to me because You know this about me. I do find value to theories about animals that could exist that are plausible.
Meat and bone.
In the ocean, as you said earlier, you know, it's
largely unexplored.
Very unexplored.
A majority unexplored.
Because it's too scary.
Yes.
Too scary, too deep, we can't go there, the pressure gets too heavy. Okay. But this is interesting. Megalodon, obviously that would be the most exciting thing in the world.
It'd be crazy.
And the giant squid, in fact, you know, they only found dead ones up until 2011 when they were like, we finally have footage of a giant squid, which we've never captured before.
If this theory is true,
yeah,
probably going to be leaning into this one's a mystery because obviously we haven't discovered the megalodon or a giant squid. Not to this size, 250 feet.
Like, as much as I would love a megalodon to still exist, ain't no way.
It might seem unlikely that something so huge would be undiscovered, but the organization NOAA estimates that 80% of the ocean is unexplored. A 250-foot animal could ostensibly be there, hiding in the deep. Now, moving to theory 4, a mythical creature. Some theorize that the estimated location of the bloop might connect it to the mythical lost city of R'lyeh from H.P. Lovecraft's famous 1928 short story, The Call of Cthulhu.
But the thing is, though, when he was writing those stories, I don't think he was like, this is a real place. I think he was like, here's some bullshit.
You mean a fiction author was writing fiction?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Unless, I mean, I know people think, you know, there's a lot of theories about Atlantis. Did we cover that way back in the day, Atlantis?
Oh, we did. You didn't like it.
No.
It was unsolved. It was actually the breaking point for you, I think. R'lyeh was located about 1,000 miles from the bloop and supposedly had sunk into the Earth's crust in the Pacific. In the story, a mythical creature called Cthulhu is described as, quote, a monster of vaguely anthropoid outline, but with an octopus-like head whose face was a mass of feelers, a scaly, rubbery-looking body, prodigious claws on hind and fore feet, and long and narrow wings behind, end quote.
Wait, are you describing Cthulhu?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's fake.
It's
Well, we
gross. I don't like that.
He's a cool-looking dude.
Do you actually draw a picture of him?
Wait, can you describe him again?
I'll describe him again.
I have an image of him in my brain from from memory, I guess, a little bit.
I'm thinking of a creature, an octopus-like head, a face of who has a mass of feelers, a scaly, rubbery-looking body, prodigious claws on hind and fore feet, and long, narrow wings behind. Yes, this is the creature that murdered my father. Its appearance was said to be so horrifying that it would cause anyone who looked upon it to go insane. Cthulhu was part of a group called the Old Ones, who came to the earth from the stars as leaders or priests. The legend was that one day, Cthulhu, now residing in the remains of R'lyeh, would rise again with the city, and then he would rule the world. That's good.
Thank you.
That's really good.
I don't remember what like his legs look like.
I like it.
Yeah, a lot of times you see him represented and it's just sort of his giant head rising from the ocean, so I don't know what's down there.
I would be scared to shit if I saw that.
I gave him sort of a big dump truck ass, but
Let me see.
I just gave him like sort of big, thick
You did
legs.
rather give him a big, you gave him a real tiny wiener though.
Cool, there's nothing for me in that one. You know, it's fake.
It'd be like, what if the Meg was real? I guess technically it was real at one point, but not the modern part of it.
Yeah.
It's a movie. Good book.
Number 5.
Number 5, yeah, have a go. And this is a really bombastic one here. I mean, you could tell. By
Aliens? Is it aliens?
No, it's not. But
Okay.
look at the real estate that it covers in the
Okay, not super big.
Notice the shape.
Yeah?
Okay. Theory number 5.
A giant boot.
Aliens.
Oh, you hit me.
So what do you think? Which of these theories is really going with your body?
I think that it is probably something pretty boring. And I'm still gonna stick with theory 2, iceberg.
Well, that is your final answer?
Yeah.
And now let's find out what the real answer is. Is this solved? I don't know. Are you ready to find out?
Yeah.
Over the years, as the acoustics program continued studying seafloor volcanoes and earthquakes, they progressively moved their hydrophones further and further south towards Antarctica. And as time went on, they recorded sounds similar to the bloop. The scientists' suspicions grew, and by 2005, they were sure. The bloop was caused by an ice quake. an iceberg breaking off from a glacier, likely off the coast of Antarctica between South America and New Zealand, between the Antarctic Ocean areas known as Bransfield Strait, the Ross Sea, or possibly Cape Adair. In 2012, the current manager of the acoustics program, Robert Ziak, told Wired...
Damn, wait, look at all those fucking penguins. What were they doing there? What was up with them?
Were you not looking this entire time?
I was actually drawing a penguin without realizing that there were a bunch of penguins on
Do you
the
feel like you did this with your mind?
What are they doing there?
This is like Coachella for penguins. Look at these fucking little tents they have set up. I'm going over to Yuma tent. Fuck yeah, dude.
Did they set those all up?
I don't know, dude. In 2012, the current manager of the acoustics program, Robert Ziak, told Wired magazine that, quote, the frequency and time duration characteristics of the bloop signal are consistent and essentially identical to icequake signals we have recorded off Antarctica, end quote. There it is.
Whoa.
An icequake. We've already hugged it out. I don't think we need to celebrate any more than that.
That's neat.
You know, unless you want a second one. Papa's here.
You seem like you need a second one.
I don't need a second one. You seem like you need a second one. I know I was holding my arms out, but that was just as a mere suggestion that...
I don't need a hug.
Hey, I don't need a hug.
I definitely don't need a hug. Come on, get in here, get in here.
Oh, yeah, there we go. All right. Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
All right, okay.
During the acoustics program's survey of the Bransfield Strait and the Drake Passage that went on from 2005 to 2010, it became known that ice cracking and breaking apart is the dominant natural sound in the Southern Ocean. In fact, scientists now know that each year there are tens of thousands of incidents that create similar sounds to the bloop. Ice quakes are becoming more and more common and will continue to become even more common due to global warming, melting the polar ice caps at a more rapid rate. Look at their cute faces and say goodbye as they fucking drown.
Jesus, man. Oh my God.
Okay, so what you heard is the actual bloop, how it was recorded on the day. However, how it got popularized on the internet was it was sped up 16 times the speed so you could comprehend what's happening a little bit more, so you could hear the bloop and the changing of the frequency that happens over a minute-long duration. That did sound very spooky.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's hear how people on the internet heard it in its sped up 16 times speed form. Spooky stuff, huh?
Yes. Okay, so you can definitely hear in that one like an actual like whoop.
Like an actual like onomatopoeia bloop noise.
Yes, it's cool.
And I know that doesn't sound that spooky, but you have to remember this sound was recorded 3,000 miles away.
Yes, if they're picking this up in like different parts of the ocean.
Correct.
That's weird.
It's a very long distance to hear something make that kind of a noise. It's not just
like
you're not hearing your neighbor do a cannonball in their pool. In closing, the ocean covers about 70% of the Earth's surface, and its surface area measures about 139 million square miles, with an average depth of about 12,000 feet. Its size and scope is unimaginable. There's more life there than anywhere else on Earth. But as of summer 2024, only 26.1% of the seafloor has been measured, and that's just the bottom, not everything in between. So, while we may have found out what caused the bloop, the ocean remains a mystery. You can get that off the screen though, because the mystery of the bloop is solved.
Hooray! Yeah.
You win some, you lose some, you know?
Yeah.
I don't want to know what's in the ocean. I hope I'm dead by then.
You hope you're dead by when?
By the time they figure out what's like
in
the whole ocean is discovered. Like, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
I feel like there's gonna.
I don't think you will.
I feel like there's gonna be some crazy shit.
They've only gotten 20%. It's 2025. I think you'll be dead.
What if it's the upside down?
Okay, let's wrap it up here.
You know?
Yeah, maybe.
Go to the mall with a bunch of dust around me. Spores.
Did you hear what I said about the brothers? Were you paying attention to that?
You said they were
No, actually, I don't remember.
Okay, there was sort of a fog in your eyes, and I was
Yeah,
like, I don't think he knows which boys I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
I was just thinking about
Bro,
damn
how many
1483.
games are
That's
you
old.
supposed to be able to? When did this start? I
Two,
feel like
well,
we
2 o'clock my our time.
Oh, we still got. I thought it said we only had 27 minutes
No,
left. It
dude,
says
it's to
2
like goes to like
hours. Okay.
6 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah, it says 2 hours. Now you know how the time limit
Yeah,
scrolls.
yeah.
I just looked up when it
Say
said
27 minutes.
It's
Yeah.
like, there's no way they pulled me into this bullshit just for us to fucking play one more match.
Well, hopefully we don't give him shit skin. Yeah, he's shit.
I'm telling you, I think we gotta play this shit weird, bro. I think we can fight initially.
Off spawn fights, probably.
Yeah, off spawn. But I know for a fact if this goes the same way like as the OG ranked was, late game kills account for so much more points than early game kills do. But I don't know if it's the same like scaling system.
You get points per kill, doesn't matter like when you get them.
Okay, yeah. Then we push every kill at the beginning. I'm with that. 180,000%. Snowy, now that I'm on this account, bro, I can aura farm with you. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
This was the first male skin I ever purchased.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's because he's like narrow, you know.
Yeah, honest, low key, this skin and the wild card skin.
The wild card's good too. I
Well,
actually like that one.
honestly, this one.
Licks. Oh, that one's good too. Oh wait! I forget about this one too.
What?
Both versions of this skin. This is probably my favorite male skin,
We
just
know-
because of the shape.
We know about Iron Man.
It's not on here. Oh fuck! I'm on my other account.
What skin are you thinking of?
The Chaos Agent. I think